Welcome back to Sleepless History, the podcast where we take the long, slow, winding roads of the past, the kind of roads that stretch across open prairies, follow river bends into unmapped wilderness, and disappear into the quiet dark of history. I'm your host, and tonight we are not just telling one story. Tonight we are telling 4. This is a compilation, almost 9 hours of American history laid out end to end in the order it happened. And the thread running through all of it is movement. The desperate, restless, unstoppable westward movement of a young nation that could not stop itself from reaching toward the horizon. We begin at the beginning of that movement. 2 men, a corps of discovery, and a president's dream. Lewis and Clark. From the Mississippi River into the unmapped West, following the Missouri into the mountains, crossing the Rockies, and finally reaching the Pacific. A journey that took 2 years, covered 8,000 miles, and changed the shape of what America believed itself to be. Then we follow the people who came after them. The ones who read the expedition journals and decided to go themselves. 400,000 of them, over 25 years, loading their families into prairie schooners and walking 2,000 miles across the continent on what became known as the Oregon Trail. This is a slow story because that journey was slow. 2 miles per hour, day after day, month after month, until the mountains were behind them and the Pacific coast was ahead. Then gold. January 1848. A quiet morning at a sawmill in the Sierra Nevada foothills, and a man named James Marshall looks down into the water and sees something glinting in the current. What follows is one of the most chaotic, transformative, and morally complicated events in American history. The California Gold Rush. 100,000 people flooding into a territory in a single year. A state born in a hurry. A nation changed almost overnight. And then the iron road that tied all of it together. The Transcontinental Railroad. Built between 1863 and 1869 by the hands of Chinese immigrants and Irish labourers across 2,000 miles of desert, mountain, and open plain. We will not spend much time on the construction itself. Instead, we will follow the railroad into its aftermath, into what it did to the bison, to the native nations, to the very concept of time in America, and to the legal and economic frameworks that still shape our world today. Taken together, these 4 stories form a single arc. The arc of a continent being crossed, claimed, and transformed over the course of a single century. It is a story full of wonder and ambition and discovery, and also one full of loss, displacement, and cost. Both things are true, and tonight we hold both. This is going to be a long night. 9 hours, more or less. There is no reason to rush through any of it. That is the whole point. If you've tuned in tonight to help your mind drift off, you are in exactly the right place. That's why I make these. If you find this helpful, consider subscribing and leaving a comment about where you're listening from and what the time is. I genuinely love reading through those comments. There is something quietly remarkable about knowing that someone is watching at midnight in Denver, while someone else is just waking up in Dublin and someone else is eating lunch in Tokyo. All of us in different corners of the world, slowing down for a little while to let the past wash over us. Get comfortable. We're going west. Part 1. The Beginnings. Our story begins not with the expedition itself, but with the vision of a president. Thomas Jefferson, the third President of the United States, had long harbored dreams of Western exploration. Even before he assumed office in 1801, Jefferson possessed an insatiable curiosity about what lay beyond the Mississippi River. The Western territories represented not just land, but possibility itself, a vast canvas upon which the young republic might paint its future. Jefferson's fascination with the West was both practical and philosophical. As a man of the Enlightenment, he believed in the power of knowledge and scientific inquiry. He imagined that the Western lands might hold undiscovered plant and animal species, mineral wealth, and perhaps even living mastodons, those great prehistoric creatures whose bones had been unearthed in various parts of North America. Jefferson collected fossils and Native American artifacts, studied maps, and read every account of Western travel he could obtain. But Jefferson's interest was not purely academic. He understood that whoever controlled the Western territories would shape the destiny of North America. The British maintained a presence in Canada to the north. The Spanish claimed vast territories to the south and west. France, under Napoleon Bonaparte, had recently reacquired the Louisiana Territory from Spain through a secret treaty signed in 1800 known as the Treaty of San Ildefonso. This massive territory, stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border, represented a strategic prize of immense value. American settlers and traders were already pushing westward, floating down the Ohio River, establishing farms and trading posts in Kentucky and Tennessee. The Mississippi River served as the crucial artery for commerce, allowing Western farmers to ship their goods downriver to New Orleans and from there to markets on the East Coast and beyond. Control of New Orleans and the Mississippi meant control of Western commerce. When Spain revoked American trading rights in New Orleans in 1798, it had nearly led to war. Now, with France holding the territory, Jefferson faced an even more formidable power on America's western border. Jefferson moved quickly. In January of 1803, he sent a secret message to Congress requesting $2,500 for an expedition to explore the Missouri River and find a water route to the Pacific Ocean. He framed the expedition primarily as a commercial venture, seeking to expand American trade with Native American tribes and to find that long-sought prize, the Northwest Passage, an all-water route across the continent. Congress approved the funding. Even as Jefferson planned the expedition, dramatic events unfolded in Europe and the Caribbean. Napoleon Bonaparte's dreams of a renewed French Empire in the Americas crumbled as a slave rebellion in Haiti, led by Toussaint Louverture, destroyed French forces sent to suppress it. Without Haiti as a base, Louisiana became a strategic liability for France. Napoleon needed money for his wars in Europe. In April of 1803, French Foreign Minister Charles Maurice de Talleyrand shocked American negotiators James Monroe and Robert Livingston by offering to sell not just New Orleans, but the entire Louisiana Territory. The Americans could scarcely believe their fortune. After swift negotiations, they agreed to purchase the territory for $15 million, approximately 4 cents per acre. The Louisiana Purchase, finalized on April 30th, 1803, doubled the size of the United States overnight. The nation now stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the Rocky Mountains, encompassing some 850 and 28,000 square miles of largely unexplored territory. The Louisiana Purchase transformed Jefferson's planned expedition from a covert reconnaissance mission through foreign territory into a grand exploration of America's own new lands. The expedition would map these territories, establish American presence, assess resources, document native peoples, and search for a practical route to the Pacific. But who would lead such an expedition? Jefferson needed someone with wilderness experience, scientific knowledge, leadership ability, and unwavering loyalty. He found all these qualities in his personal secretary, Captain Meriwether Lewis. Meriwether Lewis was born on August 18, 1774, in Albemarle County, Virginia, not far from Jefferson's Monticello estate. The Lewis family had deep Virginia roots. Meriwether's father, William Lewis, died when the boy was only 5 years old, possibly from pneumonia contracted after falling into a cold river. His mother, Lucy Meriwether Lewis, remarried, and young Meriwether spent several years in Georgia on his stepfather's plantation before returning to Virginia to manage the family estate at age 13. Life on the Virginia frontier shaped Lewis's character. He learned to hunt, track, and survive in the wilderness. Neighbors recalled stories of young Meriwether going hunting in the middle of winter nights, undeterred by cold or darkness. This self-reliant, determined streak would define his life. In 1794, Lewis joined the Virginia militia to help suppress the Whiskey Rebellion, a protest against federal taxation of whiskey in western Pennsylvania. This brief service led to a commission in the regular army. Lewis served in the infantry, gradually rising through the ranks. In 1795, he joined the elite rifle company commanded by William Clark, beginning a friendship that would shape American history. William Clark was born on August 1st, 1770, in Caroline County, Virginia, the 9th of 10 children born to John and Anne Rogers Clark. The Clark family was well established in Virginia society. William's older brother, George Rogers Clark, earned fame as a Revolutionary War hero, leading successful campaigns against British forces in the Illinois country and earning the nickname Conqueror of the Old Northwest. In 1785, the Clark family moved to Kentucky, then the western frontier. Young William grew up in this rough country, learning the skills that would serve him throughout his life: surveying, map-making, woodcraft, and dealing with Native Americans. Unlike Lewis, who was introspective and moody, Clark possessed a steady, practical temperament. Where Lewis had scientific curiosity, Clark had mechanical ingenuity and organizational talent. Clark joined the militia in 1789 and saw action in numerous battles against Native American tribes resisting white settlement in the Ohio River Valley. He served under General Anthony Wayne in the campaigns that led to the Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794 and the subsequent Treaty of Greenville in 1795. These experiences gave Clark extensive knowledge of frontier warfare and diplomacy. Lewis and Clark served together only briefly in the army before their paths diverged. Clark resigned his commission in July of 1796 to manage his family's affairs. Lewis continued his military career, serving at various frontier posts. Despite their different paths, the two men maintained mutual respect and friendship. In 1801, when Thomas Jefferson became president, he invited Meriwether Lewis to serve as his personal secretary. Jefferson knew the Lewis family, and recognized in young Meriwether the qualities he valued: intelligence, reliability, and courage. For 2 years, Lewis lived in the White House, handling Jefferson's correspondence, managing his schedule, and absorbing the president's vast knowledge. During this time, Jefferson prepared Lewis for the Western expedition he had long planned. The president arranged for Lewis to study in Philadelphia with leading scientists of the day. Lewis learned celestial navigation from Robert Patterson, mathematics professor at the University of Pennsylvania. He studied botany with Benjamin Smith Barton, zoology and anatomy with Caspar Wistar, and medicine with Benjamin Rush, perhaps America's most famous physician. Dr. Rush provided Lewis with a detailed list of medical supplies and taught him basic medical procedures. Rush also gave Lewis a set of instructions for maintaining health in the wilderness, along with his famous bilious pills, powerful laxatives containing calomel, a mercury compound. These pills, sometimes called Rush's Thunderbolts, would become a staple of the expedition's medical kit, used to treat a remarkable variety of ailments. Lewis also met with Andrew Ellicott, who had surveyed the boundary between the United States and Spanish territories, and with various fur traders who had travelled up the Missouri River. He studied maps, collected specimens of surveying instruments, and compiled lists of supplies. Jefferson wanted the expedition to make scientific observations, so Lewis learned to use a sextant and chronometer for determining latitude and longitude, to measure temperature and barometric pressure, and to preserve plant and animal specimens. By June of 1803, Lewis was ready. He wrote to William Clark, inviting his old friend to co-command the expedition. Lewis's letter, dated June 19, 1803, was remarkable for its generous offer. Though Lewis held a captain's commission and Clark had resigned as a lieutenant, Lewis proposed equal command. He wrote that Clark would be appointed a captain in the Corps of Engineers and would share its dangers, its honours, and its rewards equally. Clark accepted immediately. He wrote back on July 18th, 1803, "My friend, I do assure you that no man lives with whom I would prefer to undertake such a trip as yourself." This decision to share command equally, though unusual in military hierarchy, proved crucial to the expedition's success. Lewis and Clark's complementary skills and unshakable partnership would see them through challenges that would have broken lesser men. However, the War Department bureaucracy failed to deliver on Lewis's promise of a captain's commission for Clark. Despite Lewis's repeated requests, Clark received only a lieutenant's commission. The two men agreed to hide this fact from the expedition members, who would address both leaders as captain. This deception held throughout the journey, and the men of the expedition never knew that their two commanders held different ranks. Part 2. Preparations and the journey begins. Lewis spent the summer and fall of 1803 preparing for the expedition. He travelled to Harper's Ferry, Virginia, where the Federal Armory was located, to oversee the construction of a collapsible iron frame boat of his own design. This boat, which Lewis called the Experiment, was intended for use on the upper Missouri River, where large trees for building wooden boats might be scarce. Workers at Harper's Ferry crafted the iron frame in sections that could be disassembled and transported overland, then reassembled and covered with animal skins, to create a 36-foot boat capable of carrying several tons of cargo. Lewis also supervised the assembly of the expedition's armament. The men would carry Model 1796 rifles, the latest military firearms. Lewis purchased 15 of these muzzle-loading flintlock rifles, each capable of accurate fire at over 200 yards. He also obtained air rifles, an advanced weapon that used compressed air to fire a ball without the smoke, noise, or delay of reloading that plagued conventional firearms. The air rifle would prove invaluable for impressing Native American tribes and for hunting without alerting game or enemies. The expedition's supply list was extensive and carefully considered. Lewis purchased brass and tin kettles for cooking, mosquito netting, oilcloth tarpaulins, 12 pounds of soap, 193 pounds of portable soup made from boiled down meat stock, and nearly 200 pounds of fishing hooks and line. Medical supplies included 50 dozen Rush's pills, laudanum, opium, wine, and various surgical instruments. For trading with Native Americans, Lewis assembled an enormous inventory of goods: 130 rolls of tobacco, 12 dozen pocket mirrors, 4,000 needles, 500 brooches, 72 tobacco boxes, 140 brass thimbles, beads of every colour and size, knives, tomahawks, and yards of bright cloth. These trade goods were not mere trinkets, but valuable commodities in Native American trading networks. A single brass kettle might be worth several beaver pelts. A handful of blue beads could purchase a horse. Lewis also packed gifts specifically for tribal chiefs: formal military coats with brass buttons, cocked hats with feathers, American flags, and Jefferson Peace Medals. These medals, struck in various sizes, bore Jefferson's profile on one side and clasped hands with a crossed tomahawk and peace pipe on the other, along with the words "peace and friendship." The expedition carried dozens of these medals, to be presented in formal ceremonies that would establish diplomatic relations between the United States and Western tribes. Scientific instruments rounded out the cargo: sextants, an artificial horizon, a chronometer, compasses, a telescope, a microscope, thermometers, a surveyor's compass, and equipment for preserving plant and animal specimens. Lewis packed writing paper, ink, and blank journals for recording observations. The total cost of supplies approached $2,500, though Lewis exceeded his budget by purchasing additional items he deemed necessary. In the fall of 1803, Lewis departed Pittsburgh with a 55-foot keelboat he had commissioned. This vessel, pointed at both ends and equipped with oars, poles, and a square sail, would serve as the expedition's primary transport on the Missouri River. The keelboat could carry approximately 10 tons of cargo and was manned by 22 oars plus the steersman. Lewis and a small crew floated down the Ohio River, recruiting men and gathering additional supplies at various stops. The Ohio River was low that fall, and the journey proved frustratingly slow as the boat repeatedly ran aground on sandbars. Lewis's journals from this period reveal his impatience and mounting frustration with delays. On October 14th, 1803, Lewis reached Clarksville in the Indiana Territory, where William Clark awaited with several recruits he had enlisted from Kentucky. The two captains spent several days selecting men and organizing supplies before continuing down the Ohio to the Mississippi River. The expedition reached the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers in mid-November. They turned upstream, fighting the Mississippi's powerful current, and arrived at Camp Dubois, across from the mouth of the Missouri River near St. Louis, in mid-December. Camp Dubois, also called Camp River Dubois, would serve as the expedition's winter quarters and training ground. The site was in American territory on the east bank of the Mississippi, just across from Spanish-controlled St. Louis. This location allowed the captains to gather intelligence about the Missouri River and the peoples who lived along it, while drilling their men in the discipline and skills they would need. The Corps of Discovery, as the expedition would be known, was taking shape. Lewis and Clark had recruited carefully, seeking men with useful skills, hunters, blacksmiths, carpenters, and boatmen. Most were young, in their 20s, and many had military experience. The captains prioritized single men without family obligations, reasoning that such men would more readily accept the risks and hardships ahead. Among the recruits were brothers Reuben and Joseph Field, expert hunters and woodsmen from Kentucky. John Coulter, a skilled hunter and tracker, would later return to the West and become one of the first mountain men. George Drouillard, pronounced Drouillard, signed on as an interpreter and hunter. The son of a French-Canadian father and a Shawnee mother, Drouillard possessed wilderness skills that would prove invaluable. He was fluent in French and several Native American languages, an expert hunter and skilled in sign language, the lingua franca of the Great Plains. Patrick Gass, a carpenter and veteran soldier, joined the group. His construction skills would be essential for building winter quarters and repairing equipment. Gass was older than most of the men, 33 years old, and his maturity and experience would earn him promotion to sergeant during the journey. John Ordway, a New Hampshire native who had served in the army, became one of the expedition's sergeants. Methodical and literate, Ordway would keep one of the most complete journals of the journey. Charles Floyd, son of a Revolutionary War veteran, was another sergeant. Young and enthusiastic, Floyd would tragically become the expedition's only fatality. Nathaniel Pryor, a cousin of Charles Floyd, served as the third sergeant. York, William Clark's enslaved servant, also joined the expedition. A large, strong man, approximately Clark's age, York had been Clark's companion since childhood. York's presence on the expedition was involuntary, but he would prove his worth many times over and would be granted certain freedoms during the journey that he did not enjoy in normal life. The captains also recruited French-Canadian boatmen to help navigate the Missouri River. These engagés, as they were called, were experienced voyageurs who had worked the river trade for years. They signed on only for the first year, agreeing to help the expedition reach the Mandan villages in present-day North Dakota, then return to St. Louis with reports, specimens, and maps. Through the winter of 1803 and 1804, the men at Camp Dubois trained and prepared. The captains drilled them in military discipline, teaching them to follow orders instantly and without question. They practiced with their weapons, held shooting competitions, and learned to work together as a unit. Clark worked on maps, incorporating information gathered from traders and travelers. Lewis studied and refined his plans. Life at Camp Dubois was not always harmonious. The men were young, rowdy, and often drunk when they could obtain whiskey. The captain's journals record numerous disciplinary incidents, men returning late from leave, fighting among themselves, or disobeying orders. Lewis and Clark responded with military justice, holding courts-martial and imposing punishments ranging from extra guard duty to lashes with a whip. The captains understood that establishing discipline now might save lives later when the expedition faced genuine dangers. Winter gave way to spring. The ice on the Mississippi broke up, and the Missouri River, swollen with snowmelt from distant mountains, ran high and brown with silt. By May of 1804, preparations were complete. The keelboat was loaded with supplies. 2 smaller boats, called pirogues, would accompany the keelboat. One, painted white, carried 6 oars. The other, painted red, carried 7 oars. On May 14th, 1804, the Corps of Discovery departed Camp Dubois. The expedition consisted of approximately 45 men, divided into 3 groups. The permanent party, which would attempt to reach the Pacific Ocean, included the 2 captains, 3 sergeants, and 23 enlisted men, along with Clark's slave York and Drouillard the interpreter. A larger group of soldiers and boatmen would accompany the expedition only to the Mandan villages, then return to St. Louis. Additional French boatmen, hired temporarily, would help navigate the lower Missouri. The flotilla crossed the Mississippi and entered the Missouri River. They fired a swivel gun in salute, the sharp crack echoing off the water. The men bent to their oars, and the boats began moving upstream against the powerful current. The journey had begun. Part 3. Up the Missouri. The Missouri River in 1804 was nothing like the channelized, dam-controlled waterway of today. It was a wild, unpredictable river, constantly changing course, tearing away banks, creating new channels, and depositing massive quantities of silt that turned its water the colour of coffee with cream. Pierre-Antoine Tabot, a French trader, had called it the River of Floating Earth, an apt description of a river that could rise 20 feet in a day and whose waters carried entire trees, drowned buffalo, and chunks of crumbling riverbank. Travelling up the Missouri was exhausting work. When the wind was favourable, the men could raise the keelboat's square sail. More often, they relied on oars, poles, or the cordel, a rope attached to the mast. When using the cordel, men would go ashore, attach the rope to their shoulders, and tow the boat upstream like draft animals, stumbling through mud, brush, and over rocks. Sometimes the banks were too steep or covered with dense growth, forcing the men to remain in the boats, poling against the bottom or rowing with all their strength just to make a few miles progress. The expedition averaged 10 to 15 miles per day during the first weeks, though some days they managed 20 miles, and on bad days they made only a few miles despite back-breaking effort. The captains took turns commanding the boats while the other walked along the shore, hunting, exploring, and making observations. They measured distances using a log line and recorded the river's course in detailed journals. Lewis collected plant specimens, pressing them between sheets of paper, and made notes on geology, soil types, and minerals. Wildlife abounded. Deer grazed in meadows along the shore. Turkeys roosted in the trees. Geese and ducks covered the water in vast flocks. The men saw their first prairie dogs, small burrowing rodents that barked like dogs and lived in enormous communal towns that stretched for miles. Lewis attempted to capture one by pouring water down its burrow, hoping to flush it out. After pouring in several barrels of water without success, he finally obtained a specimen by digging. Lewis carefully packed the live prairie dog for shipment back to President Jefferson, along with preserved specimens and detailed written descriptions. The expedition passed the settlements of Saint-Charles and La Charrette, the last outposts of European civilization. Beyond La Charrette, they entered country inhabited primarily by Native Americans. The captains were eager to meet the indigenous peoples and establish friendly relations. Jefferson had instructed them to inform all tribes that the United States was now their father, that Spanish and French traders were gone, and that American traders would soon come to exchange goods fairly. This message was complicated by the fact that, in 1804, Spain still officially controlled much of the territory west of the Mississippi. The Louisiana Purchase transfer of power would not be complete until ceremonies in St. Louis in March of 1804, and Spanish officials in the southwest disputed the boundaries of the purchase. Moreover, the Native American tribes had their own perspectives on these matters. They had traded with French and Spanish merchants for generations and had no particular desire for new fathers or different trading partners. On July 4th, 1804, the expedition celebrated Independence Day at the mouth of the Kansas River near present-day Kansas City. The men fired their rifles in salute. An extra ration of whiskey was distributed, and the day was spent in rest and celebration. Clark named a nearby creek Independence Creek in honor of the day. The expedition had traveled approximately 400 miles up the Missouri and was entering the Great Plains. The landscape was changing. The wooded hills and river bottoms of Missouri gave way to more open country. Vast prairies stretched to the horizon, covered in tall grass that could hide a man on horseback. Buffalo appeared, first in small groups, then in enormous herds that darkened the plains. The hunters killed their first buffalo in early August, and the men feasted on fresh meat. Buffalo was surprisingly good eating, particularly the fatty hump and the tongue, which became expedition favorites. But with the buffalo came mosquitoes and other pests. Clouds of mosquitoes tormented the men constantly during summer. They bit through clothing, covered every exposed bit of skin, and made sleep nearly impossible. Lewis described them as excessively troublesome and noted that the men burned fires and huddled in the smoke to escape them. Gnats swarmed in equally tormenting clouds. Ticks embedded themselves in the men's flesh, and once the expedition encountered a massive cloud of flies so thick that they could barely see and breathe. In early August, the expedition held its first formal council with Native Americans. A small group of Oto and Missouri Indians met the captains at a place they named Council Bluff, near present-day Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. This site was not the same as modern Council Bluffs, Iowa, which lies about 20 miles to the south. The council followed a pattern that would be repeated many times during the expedition. The captains arranged the men in formal military display, with rifles at the ready and the American flag prominently displayed. The Indian leaders sat facing them, and the council began with speeches translated through interpreters. Lewis delivered Jefferson's message. The Spanish and French fathers had gone, and the Americans were now the Indians' new fathers. The Great Father in Washington desired peace and wished to establish trade. The Indians must cease warring among themselves and must not trade with the British. After the speeches, the captains distributed gifts: Jefferson Peace Medals, American flags, military coats, and various trade goods. The Indians responded with their own speeches, generally expressing friendship but showing limited enthusiasm for abandoning their traditional trading relationships. They particularly questioned why they should stop trading with the British, who had provided good merchandise at fair prices for years. The meeting was cordial, but revealed the challenges ahead. The captains had no real authority to enforce their pronouncements. The United States had no military presence in the region. British traders from Canada continued to operate throughout the northern plains, and the Native American tribes had their own political structures, alliances, and conflicts that had existed for generations. A few speeches and medals would not fundamentally alter these complex relationships. The expedition continued upstream. On August 20th, 1804, Sergeant Charles Floyd fell ill. His symptoms suggested appendicitis, though the captains could not have known this. Appendicitis was not well understood in 1804, and even if the captains had recognized the condition, nothing could have been done. Surgery was not an option in the wilderness, and even in the best hospitals of the day, an appendectomy would have been almost certainly fatal. Floyd's condition deteriorated rapidly. He experienced severe pain in his abdomen and could keep nothing down. The captains tried every remedy they knew, bleeding, purging with Rush's pills, and administering laudanum. Nothing helped. On August 20th, Floyd knew he was dying. He told Clark, "I am going away. I want you to write me a letter." Clark sat with him as Floyd dictated a final message to his family. Charles Floyd died at approximately noon on August 20th, 1804. He was 22 years old. The men buried him on a bluff overlooking the river near present-day Sioux City, Iowa. They erected a cedar post over his grave with his name and date of death. The expedition fired 3 rifle volleys over the grave in military salute. Clark named the nearby stream Floyd's River in his honor. Charles Floyd was the only member of the expedition to die during the entire journey, a remarkable fact given the hazards they would face. After Floyd's death, the men elected Patrick Gass to replace him as sergeant. This was a democratic process unusual in the military, but Lewis and Clark understood that morale was important and that the men would respect a leader they had chosen themselves. Late August brought the expedition into the territory of the Sioux Nation, one of the most powerful tribal confederacies on the Great Plains. The Sioux, or Lakota as they called themselves, controlled much of the northern plains and were formidable warriors and skilled buffalo hunters. They had obtained horses and guns through trade and had used these advantages to dominate their neighbors. The expedition's first significant encounter with the Sioux occurred in late September near the mouth of the Bad River in present-day South Dakota. A band of Brule Lakota met the expedition. The council began well enough, following the usual pattern of speeches and gifts, but tensions quickly rose. The Lakota chiefs were unimpressed with the gifts offered. They considered the presents inadequate for chiefs of their importance. Moreover, they demanded payment for passage through their territory. The Missouri River was their river. They controlled trade on it, and any party wishing to pass must pay tribute. When Lewis and Clark refused, insisting that they were representatives of the United States government and would pay no tribute, the situation became tense. Warriors surrounded the boats. Several Lakota seized the mooring rope of one of the pirogues. One warrior, who had been drinking whiskey provided earlier by the captains, grabbed Clark as he stood on the shore. Warriors drew bows and fitted arrows. The expedition men readied their weapons. For a few moments, violence seemed inevitable. Clark drew his sword and signalled to Lewis, who was on the keelboat. Lewis ordered his men to prepare the swivel gun, a small cannon mounted on the boat's bow, and to aim it at the Lakota. He called out that they meant no harm but would defend themselves if attacked. The expedition men primed their rifles and took positions along the gunwales. The standoff continued for several long minutes. Then Black Buffalo, one of the chiefs, intervened. He ordered his warriors to release the rope and step back. The crisis passed. Black Buffalo came aboard the keelboat, and the captains agreed to spend a few days with the Lakota, sharing meals and observing dances, but the encounter had been sobering. The captains realized they were traveling through territory where they had no real power, where Native American tribes were powerful and independent, and where their survival depended on diplomacy, luck, and the deterrent effect of their superior firearms. The expedition continued upriver, making slower progress as fall approached and the days grew shorter. They passed through country inhabited by the Arikara, who lived in fortified earth lodge villages and practiced agriculture alongside buffalo hunting. The Arikara received the expedition cordially, and the captains spent several days with them, conducting councils and gathering information about the river ahead. As October progressed, the expedition raced against approaching winter. The captains needed to find a place to establish winter quarters before the river froze. They pushed on, making as much distance as possible each day. On October 24th, 1804, the expedition reached the villages of the Mandan and Hidatsa peoples near present-day Washburn, North Dakota. These villages were major trading centers where indigenous peoples from across the plains gathered to exchange goods. The Mandans and Hidatsas lived in large earth lodges, substantial structures made of logs and earth that could house multiple families. They raised corn, beans, squash, and sunflowers along the river bottoms, and they hunted buffalo on the surrounding plains. The Mandans received the expedition warmly. They had long experience with European traders and welcomed the possibility of establishing direct trade with Americans. The captains negotiated permission to build a winter fort nearby, and the men immediately began cutting timber and constructing a triangular stockade. Fort Mandan, as they named it, consisted of 2 rows of log huts arranged in a V shape, with a triangular plaza in the center and a high fence connecting the ends of the V. The huts had rooms for the men, storage for supplies, and a room for the captains. The entire fort was designed for defense, with high walls and good sightlines, though relations with the Mandans remained friendly throughout the winter. Construction took until late November. The winter of 1804 to 1805 proved bitterly cold. Temperatures dropped to 40 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. The Missouri River froze solid, with ice thick enough to support loaded wagons. Snow covered the ground. Despite the cold, the expedition remained relatively comfortable in their snug fort. The men spent the winter resting, hunting, trading with the Mandans and Hidatsas, gathering information about the route ahead, and maintaining their equipment. The blacksmiths, Shields and Willard, set up a forge and traded iron tools and weapons for corn and other supplies. Lewis and Clark interviewed traders and Indians about the country to the west, adding details to their maps and trying to plan the best route to the Pacific. It was at Fort Mandan that the expedition recruited 2 people who would prove invaluable: Toussaint Charbonneau and his young Shoshone wife, Sacagawea. Charbonneau was a French-Canadian trader who lived among the Hidatsas. He spoke French and Hidatsa and offered his services as an interpreter. More importantly, he had 2 Shoshone wives, including Sacagawea, who had been captured as a child from the Shoshone people who lived in the Rocky Mountains. The captains realized that Sacagawea could serve as interpreter when they reached Shoshone country, and more importantly, that the presence of a woman and child would signal to tribes they encountered that the expedition's intentions were peaceful. War parties did not travel with women and children. Sacagawea was approximately 16 or 17 years old. She was pregnant when the expedition reached Fort Mandan and would give birth during the winter. Her Shoshone name, often spelled Sacagawea or Sacagawea, has been translated various ways, but most scholars now prefer Sacagawea, meaning bird woman in the Hidatsa language. On February 11th, 1805, Sacagawea went into labour. The birth was long and difficult. Lewis, who attended the birth, tried various remedies to hasten delivery. Finally, on the advice of a French trader, he administered a small portion of a rattlesnake's rattle, crushed and mixed with water. Whether this folk remedy had any actual effect is dubious, but shortly afterward, Sacagawea delivered a healthy baby boy. Charbonneau named him Jean-Baptiste, though Clark would nickname him Pomp or Pompey. Through the winter, the captains compiled reports and specimens to send back to President Jefferson. They had collected numerous plant specimens, animal skins and skeletons, minerals, and artifacts from various tribes. They wrote detailed descriptions of the peoples they had met, the geography they had traversed, and the wildlife they had observed. They also prepared maps showing the Missouri River and the lands adjacent to it, incorporating information from their own observations and from Indian sources. As winter ended and spring approached, the captains made preparations to continue the journey. The large keelboat would return to St. Louis with the specimens, reports, and maps, along with most of the French boatmen and some of the soldiers. The permanent party, now numbering 33 people, including Sacagawea and her infant, would continue in the 2 pirogues and 6 new dugout canoes the men had constructed over the winter. On April 7th, 1805, the keelboat departed downstream, carrying 16 men and the expedition's accumulated treasures. Among the items sent to Jefferson were live animals: 4 magpies, a prairie sharp, tailed grouse, and a prairie dog that had miraculously survived the winter. Most of these creatures would complete the journey successfully, becoming the first representatives of their species seen in the eastern United States. That same day, the permanent party headed upstream into the unknown. Part 4. Into the Unknown. The expedition that departed Fort Mandan on April 7th, 1805, was entering country that no American had seen, and that few Europeans had visited. Beyond the Mandan villages, the captains had only vague information from Indian sources and the accounts of a few traders who had ventured short distances upriver. The maps they carried showed the Rocky Mountains as a single ridge, not the multiple ranges that actually existed. Many believed that a short portage from the Missouri's headwaters would lead to rivers flowing to the Pacific. The reality would prove far more challenging. The party now consisted of 33 people, the two captains, 26 soldiers and frontiersmen, Drouillard the interpreter, Charbonneau and Sacagawea, York, and baby Jean-Baptiste. They travelled in 6 dugout canoes and the 2 pirogues. Their supplies had been carefully selected for the long journey ahead. They carried no more whiskey, which had run out over the winter, but they had ample ammunition, gunpowder, trade goods, and the portable soup Lewis had purchased in Philadelphia. Progress was good during the early weeks. The spring weather was pleasant, game was abundant, and the river was high with snowmelt. The expedition covered 20 to 30 miles on good days. They passed the mouth of the Yellowstone River on April 26th, a major confluence that the Hidatsas had told them about. Clark noted that the Yellowstone appeared to be a substantial river that might offer an alternative route into the Rockies. The landscape was becoming more arid. The expedition was entering the high plains, where rainfall was scarce and vegetation consisted primarily of short grasses. Buffalo were everywhere, sometimes in herds so vast that their trampling sounded like distant thunder. The hunters killed buffalo regularly, taking only the best cuts and leaving the rest for wolves and grizzly bears. Grizzly bears were a new and dangerous encounter. The expedition had heard about these great bears from the Indians, who described them as powerful, aggressive, and difficult to kill. Lewis initially dismissed these accounts, confident that the expedition's superior firearms would make short work of any bear. He was wrong. The first grizzly bear they encountered in late April took 10 shots before it died. The bear, even mortally wounded, charged the hunters repeatedly and only stopped when it collapsed from blood loss. Lewis revised his opinion of grizzlies immediately. He wrote that these bears were extremely hard to kill and that the Indians may well fear this animal. Over the following weeks, the expedition had numerous encounters with grizzlies, and several men narrowly escaped with their lives after close calls with wounded bears. In one incident, a grizzly chased several men who had wounded it. The men ran for their lives, with some throwing away their rifles in panic. Several jumped into the river to escape. The bear followed them into the water, swimming after them. Finally, the men on shore, who had kept their heads and reloaded their rifles, shot the bear repeatedly until it died. The captains imposed stricter rules. No one would hunt grizzly bears alone, and hunters would always maintain loaded backup weapons. On June 2nd, 1805, the expedition reached a major fork in the river. One branch came from the northwest, the other from the southwest. This was an unexpected development. The Indian maps had not mentioned such a fork, and the captains were unsure which branch was the true Missouri. The northern fork appeared larger, and its water was muddy, like the Missouri they had been following. The southern fork was clearer and seemed somewhat smaller. The captains faced a critical decision. Choosing the wrong fork could waste weeks or months of travel and might leave them stranded in the mountains when winter came. Most of the men believed the northern fork was the Missouri, as its muddy water matched what they had grown accustomed to. But Lewis and Clark, after studying the river carefully and considering all available information, concluded that the southern fork was the true Missouri. They reasoned that the muddy northern fork drained the plains, while the clear southern fork must come from the mountains. To confirm their decision, Lewis decided to scout ahead on foot with a small party. On June 11th, Lewis and 4 men set out cross-country, following the southern fork. After several days of hiking, Lewis heard a distant roar. On June 13th, he rounded a hill and saw a sight that confirmed their choice, a magnificent waterfall cascading over rocks in a cloud of spray. This was the Great Falls of the Missouri, which the Mandans had described. The southern fork was indeed the Missouri. But the discovery of the Great Falls brought disappointing news. Lewis explored further and found not one waterfall, but a series of 5 major falls and several rapids, stretching nearly 12 miles. The Mandans had mentioned of falls that could be portaged in half a day. This obstacle would take far longer to bypass. Lewis returned to the main party with his news. The men had to portage around all 5 falls, carrying the canoes, pirogues, and supplies overland. They cached the white pirogue, burying it along with some supplies they would not need until the return journey. Then they began the portage. The portage around the Great Falls took nearly a month, from June 21st to July 15th, 1805. It was perhaps the most difficult stretch of the entire expedition. The men constructed crude wagons from cottonwood trees, with wheels cut from logs. They loaded these wagons with supplies and equipment, hitched themselves to the wagons like draft animals, and hauled them across nearly 18 miles of rough terrain. The prairie was dotted with prickly pear cactus. The spines penetrated moccasins and embedded in the men's feet. Each evening they spent time pulling cactus spines from their bloody, swollen feet. The weather alternated between blazing heat and violent thunderstorms. Hailstones the size of apples pelted the men. Wind threatened to overturn the wagons. Buffalo herds forced them to make detours. At one point, a flash flood nearly killed Clark, Sacagawea, Charbonneau, and baby Jean-Baptiste. They had taken shelter in a ravine during a storm when a wall of water came roaring down the gully. Clark grabbed Sacagawea and pushed her up the steep bank, shoving the baby ahead of her. Charbonneau, paralyzed with fear, had to be physically pulled to safety. They escaped just as a 20-foot wall of water swept through the ravine, carrying trees, rocks, and debris. Meanwhile, Lewis's iron frame boat, the Experiment, proved a complete failure. At the upper end of the portage, Lewis assembled the iron frame and covered it with elk skins sewn together and sealed with a mixture of beeswax, buffalo tallow, and charcoal. The boat looked magnificent when completed. Lewis launched it with high hopes, but the sealing mixture did not adhere properly to the skins. Water seeped through the seams. The boat began to sink. After all his planning and effort, Lewis had to abandon his experimental craft. The men hastily constructed 2 more dugout canoes to replace the lost capacity. The expedition finally left the Great Falls behind on July 15th and continued up the Missouri. The river was becoming narrower and swifter, flowing through increasingly rugged country. The mountains were drawing closer. On July 25th, they reached a point where 3 streams joined to form the Missouri. The captains named these streams the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin rivers after the President, Secretary of State, and Secretary of the Treasury. They followed the Jefferson River, which appeared to be the main branch southwestward toward the mountains. The river was becoming difficult to navigate. Beaver dams blocked the channel. The water was shallow and swift. The men often had to get out and drag the canoes through icy water. Sacagawea began to recognize landmarks. She had been captured near here as a child. The expedition was entering Shoshone country. Finding the Shoshone was now critical. The expedition needed horses to cross the mountains. They also needed guides who knew the mountain passes. Without Shoshone help, the expedition might not be able to continue. Lewis, always impatient, decided to scout ahead with a small party to find the Shoshones. On August 9th, 1805, Lewis and 3 men left the main party and hiked cross-country toward the west. They followed Indian trails, looking for any sign of Shoshone camps. On August 11th, Lewis spotted a mounted Indian in the distance. Lewis approached carefully, holding up a blanket and making signs for peace. But the Shoshone rider, uncertain of Lewis's intentions, wheeled his horse and galloped away. Lewis was disappointed, but pressed on. On August 12, 1805, Lewis and his companions crossed the Continental Divide at Lemhi Pass on the present-day border between Montana and Idaho. Lewis stood at the crest of the pass and looked westward, expecting to see the Columbia River Valley and perhaps even a glimpse of the Pacific Ocean. Instead, he saw an endless succession of mountain ranges, ridge after ridge, fading into the distance. The reality of the Rocky Mountains confronted Lewis's hopes. There would be no easy portage. The mountains were far more extensive than anyone had imagined. The next day, August 13th, Lewis encountered a group of Shoshone women digging roots. He approached slowly, showing the Jefferson peace medals and making signs of friendship. The women were frightened, but Lewis managed to calm them. Soon, Shoshone warriors appeared, led by a chief named Kamiawait. Lewis distributed gifts and tried to communicate through signs that he had come in peace and wished to trade for horses. Kamiawait and his people were initially wary. The Shoshones had recently been attacked by their enemies, the Hidatsas, and they were understandably suspicious of strangers. But Lewis's gifts, his peaceful manner, and his obvious vulnerability, only 4 men, far from any support, convinced the Shoshones of his good intentions. They agreed to come to the river and meet the rest of the expedition. On August 17th, the dramatic reunion occurred. As Sacagawea began translating for the captains, she suddenly recognized Kamiawait. He was her brother. She had been separated from her people for 4 or 5 years, captured as a child, sold to the Hidatsas, and eventually taken as a wife by Charbonneau. Now, against all odds, she had returned to her people, and the chief of her band was her own brother. Sacagawea wept as she embraced Kamiawait. The Shoshones wept with her. The emotional reunion broke down any remaining barriers. Kamiawait agreed to provide horses and guides for the expedition. He warned the captains that the route ahead was extremely difficult, that game was scarce in the mountains, and that winter came early at high elevations, but he would help them as much as he could. The expedition spent more than a week with the Shoshones, trading for horses and preparing for the mountain crossing. They acquired 29 horses, not as many as they wanted, but enough to carry their supplies and baggage. They also hired an old Shoshone man as a guide. The captains called him Old Toby. Toby agreed to lead them over the mountains to the rivers that flowed toward the Pacific. On August 31st, 1805, the expedition left the Shoshone camp and headed into the Bitterroot Mountains. They had to travel north before they could turn west, following a route that Toby knew. The journey through the mountains would prove to be the most harrowing ordeal of the entire expedition. Part 5. Crossing the Bitterroots. The Bitterroot Mountains stretched before the expedition like a vast, hostile wilderness. These mountains were not the single ridge the captains had imagined. They were range after range of rugged peaks, steep valleys, and dense forests. The trails were narrow, rocky, and treacherous. Game was indeed scarce. Winter threatened. The expedition followed Old Toby north through the Bitterroot Valley, then turned west to cross the mountains. The route took them along precipitous trails that clung to mountainsides, where a misstep could send a horse tumbling hundreds of feet. The horses, heavily loaded and unused to such difficult terrain, frequently lost their footing. One horse fell and rolled down a mountainside, landing in a creek. Miraculously, the animal survived, though the supplies it carried were scattered and damaged. As the expedition climbed higher, the weather deteriorated. Snow began to fall in early September, unusual even for the mountains. The temperature dropped. The men had inadequate clothing for such conditions. Many suffered from cold and exhaustion. They were hungry too. Game had disappeared, and they were reduced to eating portable soup and horse meat. One horse was slaughtered for food. The meat was lean and tough, but it was better than starving. The trail wound through dense timber, over fallen logs, and across steep ridges. Visibility was poor. Snow continued to fall. Old Toby, the guide, became confused about the route. He had travelled this path before, but not in such conditions, and landmarks were obscured by snow. On September 16th, after several days of wandering, the expedition emerged from the timber onto a bald ridge. From here, they could see the trail more clearly. They were still on the right path, but they were exhausted, cold, and hungry. Clark, scouting ahead with a small party, pushed forward to find game or to reach lower elevations where hunting might be better. He killed a few grouse and a coyote, which his party ate. But substantial game remained elusive. The country was simply too high and too cold. The main party struggled on. Several men collapsed from exhaustion and had to be helped by their companions. The horses were in terrible condition, stumbling and falling repeatedly. More horses had to be slaughtered for food. Lewis wrote in his journal that the expedition was in dire circumstances, that the men were fatigued, cold, wet, and hungry, and that morale was low. On September 20th, Clark and his advance party finally descended to lower elevations and reached a prairie where a band of Nez Perce Indians lived. The Nez Perce, whose name meant pierced noses in French, though they did not actually pierce their noses, were a powerful tribe who controlled much of the Columbia Plateau. They had never seen white men before, but they received Clark's party with friendship and hospitality. The Nez Perce gave Clark and his men dried salmon and Camas root bread. After days of near starvation, the men ate voraciously, too voraciously. The sudden abundance of food, particularly the oily dried salmon, made them violently ill. Clark himself became sick and weak. The main party arrived a few days later, equally starved. They too gorged on salmon and roots, and they too became ill. For several days, most of the expedition was incapacitated with severe stomach cramps and diarrhea. Lewis and Clark dosed themselves and the men with Rush's pills and other medicines. Gradually, their digestive systems adjusted to the new diet, and they began to recover. The expedition rested with the Nez Perce for more than a week, regaining their strength and preparing for the next leg of the journey. The Nez Perce chief, Twisted Hair, provided information about the rivers ahead. The expedition could build canoes and float down the Clearwater River to the Snake River, and from there to the Great Columbia River that flowed to the Pacific. The men were too weak to hunt, and the Nez Perce horses would be needed for the return journey, so the expedition made an arrangement with the Nez Perce to care for their horses over the winter. They branded the horses with the expedition's mark and left them in the care of Twisted Hair's people. Starting in late September, the men began building canoes. They used the Nez Perce method of burning out the interior of logs, a faster technique than carving. By October 7th, 1805, 5 dugout canoes were completed. The expedition loaded their supplies, said goodbye to their Nez Perce hosts, and launched onto the Clearwater River. After the ordeal in the mountains, travelling by water was a relief. The current carried them swiftly downstream. They covered 40 to 50 miles per day with little effort. On October 10th, they reached the Snake River. The country here was arid, with sagebrush and scattered pine trees. Salmon were running, and Native American fishing camps lined the river. The expedition purchased fresh salmon, dogs, which they found quite palatable, and roots from the various bands they encountered. The Snake River had dangerous rapids, but the expedition had expert boatmen, and the captains were willing to risk running rapids rather than portaging around them. Several times the canoes shipped water and nearly swamped, but they always made it through. Once, a canoe struck a rock and split. The men managed to reach shore, and the canoe was repaired with pitch from pine trees. On October 16, 1805, the expedition reached the Columbia River. This was the great river that Robert Gray, an American sea captain, had discovered in 1792 and named after his ship. The Columbia was the highway to the Pacific. Lewis and Clark knew that British and American trading ships visited the Columbia's mouth regularly. If they could reach the ocean before winter, they would have achieved their primary objective, finding a route across the continent. The Columbia was even larger and more powerful than the Missouri. It flowed through a deep gorge, with basalt cliffs rising on either side. Rapids and falls were numerous and dangerous. The most formidable was Celilo Falls, a major obstacle where the river dropped over a series of ledges and cascades. This site was also a major Native American trading center, where tribes from throughout the region gathered to fish for salmon and trade goods. The expedition portaged around Celilo Falls, then continued downriver. They passed through the Columbia Gorge, a spectacular canyon where the river cut through the Cascade Mountains. Waterfalls tumbled from cliffs. The forests were dense with fir and cedar. The climate was wetter here on the western side of the mountains, and rain fell frequently. As the expedition descended the Columbia, they encountered more and more Native American peoples. The Chinookan tribes, who lived along the lower Columbia, had extensive trading contacts with European and American ships. Some wore European clothing. They had iron axes, copper kettles, and muskets obtained through trade. They were shrewd traders who drove hard bargains. The expedition found that the Chinookans were less impressed with their goods and gifts than the inland tribes had been. The Chinookans also practiced head flattening, a custom where infants' heads were bound to boards, resulting in a dramatically sloped forehead considered beautiful by their culture. The expedition found this practice strange, but recorded it carefully in their journals. On November 7th, 1805, William Clark wrote one of the most famous entries in his journal. "Ocean in view, oh, the joy." Actually, they were still some 20 miles from the ocean, in the wide estuary of the Columbia River, but Clark's excitement was understandable. After 18 months and approximately 4,000 miles of travel, the Pacific Ocean was finally near. The expedition proceeded down the estuary, but their joy was tempered by miserable conditions. It rained constantly. Waves from the ocean surged up the estuary, swamping their canoes. They camped on beaches where the tide came in at night, soaking them as they slept. Supplies were damp and beginning to rot. The men were wet, cold, and miserable. They could not find a suitable place to establish winter quarters on the north side of the Columbia. On November 24th, Clark conducted a remarkable vote to decide what to do. Every member of the expedition was allowed to vote, including York and Sacagawea. This was extraordinary for the time, a black slave and an Indian woman voting alongside white men. The vote indicated Clark's pragmatic leadership style and his recognition that everyone's opinion mattered when survival was at stake. The majority voted to cross to the south side of the Columbia and search for a better location. On December 7th, 1805, they found a suitable site near present-day Astoria, Oregon. The men immediately began constructing winter quarters, which they named Fort Clatsop after the local Clatsop tribe. Fort Clatsop was similar in design to Fort Mandan, a stockade with log cabins arranged around a central plaza. The construction went quickly, and by December 23rd, the fort was habitable. On Christmas Day, 1805, the expedition celebrated in their new quarters. The men fired their rifles in salute, exchanged small gifts, and enjoyed a special meal. But it was a subdued celebration. They were far from home in a cold, wet climate, surrounded by dense forest with months of winter ahead. Part 6. Winter at Fort Clatsop. The winter of 1805 to 1806 at Fort Clatsop was miserable. It rained almost constantly. From December to March, there were only 12 days without rain. The men's clothing rotted from the damp, leather moulded, metal rusted, everything was perpetually wet. The men huddled around smoky fires in their cramped cabins, trying to stay warm and dry. Game was scarce and difficult to hunt in the dense forests and constant rain. The expedition relied heavily on elk, which were relatively abundant. Hunting parties went out regularly, sometimes for days at a time, to kill elk and preserve the meat. They also traded with the Clatsop and other local tribes for roots, fish, and occasionally dogs. The expedition had hoped that a trading ship might visit the Columbia during the winter, allowing them to purchase fresh supplies and send letters back to the United States. But no ships came. The men were isolated, dependent on their own resources, and facing the prospect of the long return journey with dwindling supplies. The captains spent the winter working on their journals and maps. Lewis wrote detailed descriptions of the plants, animals, and peoples they had encountered. Clark worked on master maps that synthesized all their route information and geographical observations. These maps would prove to be remarkably accurate and would be used by explorers and settlers for decades. The men stayed busy with routine tasks: hunting, repairing equipment, making clothing from elk skins, and maintaining the fort. Discipline was enforced. Courts-martial were held for various infractions. The captains also provided medical care to the men and to local Indians who came seeking help. Lewis used his medical kit to treat a wide variety of ailments, from simple cuts to serious infections. His success rate was reasonably good, given the limitations of early 19th century medicine. One notable incident involved a whale. In early January, word reached Fort Clatsop that a large whale had beached some distance down the coast. Clark organized an expedition to view the whale and to obtain blubber and oil. Sacagawea insisted on going along. She had travelled thousands of miles and had seen the great ocean and many wonders, but she had not yet seen a whale, and she was determined to see this marvel. Clark agreed. The party hiked to the beach where the whale lay. By the time they arrived, local Indians had already stripped most of the meat and blubber. Only the enormous skeleton remained. Clark purchased a small quantity of blubber and oil from the Indians. The expedition returned to Fort Clatsop, and the whale blubber was distributed among the men. They found it palatable, though greasy. As winter progressed, the men grew increasingly eager to begin the return journey. They were homesick, tired of rain and cold, and anxious about whether they had sufficient supplies for the trip back. The captains decided to leave as early as possible in the spring, even if conditions were not ideal. On March 23, 1806, the expedition departed Fort Clatsop. They gave the fort to the Clatsop Indians, who seemed pleased to acquire the sturdy buildings. The expedition loaded their canoes and headed back up the Columbia River. The return journey would prove different from the outbound trip. The captains now knew the route, at least as far as the Rockies. They could travel faster and more confidently, but they also faced new challenges, particularly in crossing the Bitterroot Mountains again. Part 7. The Return Journey. The expedition made good progress up the Columbia River during late March and April. The salmon runs had not yet begun, so they could not rely on fish for food. They traded with the river tribes for dogs and roots, hunted when possible, and carefully rationed their remaining supplies. By late April, they were back among the Nez Perce, who had cared for their horses over the winter. The horses were in good condition, and the expedition prepared for the mountain crossing. But the captains faced a critical problem. It was too early. Snow still blocked the passes. Old Toby, their guide from the previous year, was not available. The Nez Perce warned them that attempting to cross before the snow melted would be dangerous, possibly fatal. Impatient to proceed, Lewis and Clark decided to try anyway. In mid-June, they started into the mountains. Within days, they realized their mistake. The snow was 8 to 10 feet deep in places. The trail was completely obscured. The horses floundered and fell. There was no game and no grazing for the horses. After advancing only a short distance, the captains admitted defeat and retreated. They returned to the Nez Perce camps and waited. 2 weeks later, in late June, they tried again, this time with Nez Perce guides who knew the route intimately. With expert guidance, the crossing was swift and relatively easy. They crossed the Bitterroots in just 6 days, a remarkable contrast to the agonizing 11-day ordeal of the previous fall. Once across the mountains, the captains made a significant decision. They would split the expedition into smaller parties to explore additional territory and gather more information. Lewis would take a group north to explore the Marias River, a northern tributary of the Missouri that they had passed on the outbound journey. Clark would take another group south to explore the Yellowstone River. The parties would reunite at the confluence of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers. This decision was risky. Splitting up reduced each party's defensive capability and meant that if one party encountered disaster, the other might never know. But the captains were confident, and the potential rewards in terms of geographical knowledge were substantial. On July 3rd, 1806, the expedition split up. Lewis, with 9 men, including Drouillard, headed north. Clark, with the remaining party, including Sacagawea, Charbonneau, and York, headed east and south toward the Yellowstone. Lewis's exploration of the Marias River was aimed at determining how far north the river reached. This was important because the boundary between American and British territory had not been clearly defined, and the northern extent of the Louisiana Purchase was uncertain. If the Marias reached far north, it would support American claims to more territory. Lewis and his men followed the Marias River for several days. He determined that it did not reach as far north as he had hoped. On July 26th, as Lewis prepared to return to the Missouri, his party encountered 8 Piegan Blackfeet warriors. The Blackfeet were a powerful confederacy of tribes who controlled much of the northern plains. They had obtained guns through trade with the British and were fiercely protective of their territory. Relations between the Blackfeet and the expedition were tense from the start. Lewis tried to be friendly, but the Blackfeet were suspicious. That night, Lewis's party and the Blackfeet camped together. In the early morning hours of July 27th, some of the Blackfeet attempted to steal the expedition's guns and horses. A fight broke out. One of Lewis's men, Reuben Field, stabbed a Blackfeet warrior who was trying to steal his rifle. Joseph Field shot and killed another warrior who was attempting to steal horses. Lewis himself shot a third warrior who was running away with stolen guns. It was the only violent conflict between the expedition and Native Americans during the entire journey. 2 Blackfeet were dead, and Lewis's party was in extreme danger. The main Blackfeet camp was nearby, and if warriors came after them in force, Lewis's small party would be overwhelmed. Lewis ordered an immediate retreat. The men saddled their horses and rode hard for the Missouri River, covering over 100 miles in 24 hours, one of the longest recorded rides in American frontier history. They abandoned much of their equipment, including Lewis's personal notes and scientific specimens from the Marias River exploration. They reached the Missouri safely and met up with the rest of Lewis's detachment, who had been bringing canoes down the river. They immediately loaded the canoes and continued downstream, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and any pursuing Blackfeet. No pursuit materialized, but the encounter had been sobering. Lewis recognized that the Blackfeet, allied with British traders and hostile to American presence, would be a significant obstacle to American expansion in the northern Rockies. Meanwhile, Clark's party had traveled to the Yellowstone River without significant incident. Clark supervised the construction of dugout canoes, then floated down the Yellowstone to its confluence with the Missouri. Along the way, Sacagawea proved invaluable, pointing out landmarks and suggesting routes based on her knowledge of the country. One notable incident occurred when Clark discovered a massive rock outcropping along the Yellowstone River. He climbed to the top and carved his name and the date in the rock. This site, now known as Pompey's Tower, remains one of the few physical traces of the expedition visible today. Clark named the rock formation after Sacagawea's son, whom he had grown very fond of. The two parties reunited on August 12, 1806, at the confluence of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers, near the present-day North Dakota-Montana border. There was one casualty to report. Pierre Cruzat, one of the men, had accidentally shot Lewis in the buttocks while elk hunting. Cruzat, whose eyesight was poor, had mistaken Lewis for an elk in thick brush. The wound was painful and embarrassing, but not life-threatening. Lewis, unable to sit comfortably, spent the next several days lying on his stomach in the canoe as the expedition floated downriver. The expedition continued downstream, making excellent time with the current in their favour. They passed the Mandan villages in mid-August and said goodbye to Sacagawea, Charbonneau, and Jean-Baptiste, who remained among the Hidatsas. Clark had become attached to young Jean-Baptiste, or Pomp, and he offered to raise and educate the boy in Saint Louis. Charbonneau and Sacagawea agreed, but decided that Jean-Baptiste was still too young. They would bring him to Clark in a year or two. The expedition raced downriver, covering up to 70 miles per day. They saw the Great Falls, the White Cliffs, and all the familiar landmarks they had struggled past on the upstream journey. Everything looked different going downstream, easier, faster, and bathed in the golden light of late summer. On September 23rd, 1806, the expedition reached St. Charles. They were back in settled country. People lined the riverbank, waving and shouting greetings. The men fired their rifles in salute. That afternoon, they reached St. Louis. The expedition had been gone for more than 2 years. Many people had given them up for dead. Now they returned, weathered and lean, but alive and successful. Word spread quickly through St. Louis. Lewis and Clark had returned. They had reached the Pacific. They had completed an epic journey across the continent. Part 8. Aftermath and Legacy. The Lewis and Clark expedition arrived in St. Louis on September 23, 1806, having travelled approximately 8,000 miles over 2 years, 4 months and 10 days. Their return was greeted with celebration and astonishment. Many had believed they would never be seen again, swallowed by the vast wilderness or killed by hostile Indians. Instead, they had succeeded beyond all expectations. Lewis and Clark were instant celebrities. They travelled to Washington, where President Jefferson received them with joy and pride. Jefferson had feared for their safety and was thrilled by their success. He arranged for both captains to be richly rewarded. Lewis received 1,600 acres of land and was appointed governor of Louisiana Territory. Clark received 1,000 acres and was appointed superintendent of Indian Affairs for Louisiana Territory and brigadier general of the territorial militia. The men of the expedition also received rewards. Each enlisted man was granted 320 acres of land and double pay for the duration of the expedition. Sergeants received 480 acres. These grants were significant, representing potential wealth if the land could be sold or successfully farmed. But beyond the immediate rewards, what had the expedition actually accomplished? What had they discovered, and what impact did their journey have? First, the expedition had gathered an enormous amount of scientific information. Lewis and Clark collected samples of 178 plants previously unknown to science. along with 122 species of animals. Their detailed descriptions and preserved specimens greatly expanded scientific knowledge of North American flora and fauna. Species first described by the expedition include the grizzly bear, prairie dog, pronghorn antelope, black-billed magpie, western meadowlark, and dozens of plant species. Lewis was an excellent observer, and his detailed descriptions of animal behavior, plant habitats, and ecological relationships were far ahead of their time. Second, the expedition produced detailed maps that revolutionized geographical knowledge of the American West. Clark's maps, based on daily observations, compass readings, and celestial navigation, were remarkably accurate. They showed the course of the Missouri River and its tributaries, the Rocky Mountains, the Columbia River system, and the general geography of the Louisiana Purchase. These maps filled in vast blank spaces that had existed on earlier maps and would guide explorers, trappers, and settlers for decades. Third, the expedition established American claims to the Pacific Northwest. By reaching the Pacific Ocean and establishing Fort Clatsop, the expedition strengthened American arguments that the Oregon Country should belong to the United States rather than to Britain. This would be important in later negotiations over the boundary between the United States and Canada. Fourth, the expedition opened the way for the fur trade. The reports of abundant beaver and other fur-bearing animals in the Rocky Mountains sparked a rush of trappers and traders into the region. Men like John Colter, who had been a member of the expedition, returned to the mountains and became mountain men, harvesting furs that supplied the lucrative international fur trade. This economic activity would have both positive and negative consequences, enriching traders while devastating some animal populations and disrupting Native American societies. Fifth, the expedition provided detailed information about Native American tribes. Lewis and Clark's journals contained descriptions of the languages, customs, material culture, and political organizations of dozens of tribes. They recorded vocabulary lists, drew pictures of clothing and tools, and tried to estimate populations and assess military strength. This ethnographic information was invaluable to later scholars, preserving knowledge of cultures that would be transformed or destroyed in subsequent decades. However, the expedition also had darker consequences. The expedition represented the beginning of the end for the traditional Native American way of life in the West. Within decades of Lewis and Clark's journey, American settlers would pour into the Louisiana Purchase. The buffalo would be hunted to near extinction. Tribes would be forced onto reservations. Diseases like smallpox would devastate populations. The peaceful trading relationship that Lewis and Clark had envisioned never materialized on the terms they had imagined. The expedition had also failed to find what Jefferson most hoped for, an all-water route across the continent. The Northwest Passage did not exist, at least not in any practical sense. The Rocky Mountains were far more extensive than anyone had imagined, and the portage required to cross them made any transcontinental water route impractical for commerce. Overland routes and eventually railroads would be needed to connect the east and west coasts. The personal fates of the expedition members varied widely. Meriwether Lewis's life after the expedition was troubled. As governor of Louisiana Territory, he struggled with administrative duties and political conflicts. He had difficulty completing the official account of the expedition that Jefferson expected. He suffered from bouts of depression, possibly melancholia as it was then called. On October 11, 1809, while travelling to Washington, Lewis died of gunshot wounds at a remote inn on the Natchez Trace in Tennessee. The official verdict was suicide, though some historians have suggested murder. Lewis was only 35 years old. William Clark lived a much longer and more successful life. As Superintendent of Indian Affairs, he worked for decades managing relations between the United States government and Native American tribes. He genuinely respected Native Americans and tried to deal fairly with them, though he operated within a system that was fundamentally unjust. Clark never forgot his promise to educate Jean-Baptiste Charbonneau. When the boy was about 6 years old, Charbonneau and Sacagawea brought him to St. Louis, and Clark became his guardian and patron. Clark paid for Jean-Baptiste's education, and the young man grew up bilingual and bicultural, eventually travelling to Europe and leading a remarkable life as a frontiersman and guide. Clark also remained close to York. After the expedition, York expected his freedom, having served faithfully and proven himself the equal of any man on the journey. But Clark was a product of his time and culture, and he did not free York immediately. The two men had a painful falling out. Eventually, Clark did grant York his freedom, probably in the 1820s, and York went into the freight hauling business. According to some accounts, York died of cholera in Tennessee. According to others, he lived among Native American tribes in the West. The truth is uncertain, lost to history like so much else. Sacagawea's later life is also somewhat mysterious. She appears in historical records at Fort Manuel, a trading post in present-day South Dakota, in December of 1812. A clerk named John Lutig recorded that the wife of Charbonneau, a snake squaw, died of putrid fever on December 20th, 1812. Most historians believe this refers to Sacagawea, who would have been about 25 years old. However, some oral traditions among the Shoshone claim that Sacagawea lived until 1884 and died on the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming. The documentary evidence favors the earlier death date, but certainty is impossible. Regardless of when she died, Sacagawea's contributions to the expedition were invaluable. She served as interpreter, guide, and diplomat. Her presence reassured tribes that the expedition was peaceful. She identified edible plants, prepared food, and cared for her infant son throughout the arduous journey. She endured the same hardships as the men and never complained. Clark later wrote that Sacagawea had been of great service to the expedition, and modern historians agree that her role was crucial. Many of the expedition members returned to the frontier. Some became prominent in the fur trade, others settled down to farm their land grants. John Colter, after leaving the expedition on the return journey, spent several years in the Rockies and became the first European American to see the area that would become Yellowstone National Park. His descriptions of geysers and hot springs were so fantastic that people called them Colter's Hell and assumed he was exaggerating or lying. George Droulard, the excellent hunter and interpreter, was killed by Blackfeet in 1810 while trapping beaver in Montana. John Potts, another expedition member, was killed in the same encounter. The Blackfeet, hostile to American trappers encroaching on their territory, posed a constant danger in the northern Rockies. Patrick Gass, the expedition's carpenter and a sergeant, lived to the remarkable age of 98, dying in 1870. He was the last surviving member of the expedition. He published his journal of the expedition in 1807, the first published account, appearing several years before the official expedition history. The official account of the expedition, titled History of the Expedition under the command of Captains Lewis and Clark, was not published until 1814, 8 years after the expedition's return and 5 years after Lewis's death. Nicholas Biddle, a Philadelphia lawyer and editor, compiled the work from Lewis and Clark's journals. The 2-volume set was a modest success and helped cement the expedition's place in American consciousness. The Lewis and Clark expedition became a defining event in American history. It represented American ambition, courage, and curiosity. The expedition's success seemed to validate manifest destiny, the idea that America was destined to expand across the continent. Later generations would romanticize the journey, seeing in Lewis and Clark's story a heroic quest and a symbol of American pioneer spirit. The expedition also represented a particular moment in American history, a brief window when peaceful coexistence between European Americans and Native Americans seemed possible. Lewis and Clark had traveled thousands of miles through Native American territory, largely dependent on Indian hospitality and assistance. With few exceptions, they were received peacefully. They traded fairly, shared meals, smoked peace pipes, and exchanged gifts. For a moment, a different future seemed imaginable. But that moment passed. Within decades, the relationship between the United States and Native American tribes had become defined by violence, broken treaties, forced removals, and cultural destruction. The westward expansion that Lewis and Clark helped initiate would bring prosperity to millions of American settlers, but catastrophe to the indigenous peoples who had lived in the West for thousands of years. Modern assessments of the Lewis and Clark expedition have become more nuanced. While recognizing the expedition's genuine achievements in exploration, science, and human endurance, historians also acknowledge its role in opening the West to American expansion and the suffering that expansion caused. The expedition cannot be separated from the larger history of American colonialism and indigenous dispossession. The journals kept by Lewis and Clark and several of their men remain extraordinary documents. They provide detailed observations of a landscape and peoples at a particular moment in history. They record daily life on the expedition, what the men ate, how they travelled, what they saw, what they thought and felt. Reading these journals, one can almost experience the journey, the back-breaking labour of hauling boats upstream, the terror of confronting a grizzly bear, the awe of seeing the Pacific Ocean for the first time, the gnawing hunger in the Bitterroot Mountains, the boredom of rainy days at Fort Clatsop. The expedition route has become a pilgrimage site for Americans interested in history and adventure. Modern travellers can follow the Lewis and Clark Trail from St. Louis to the Pacific, visiting interpretive centres, monuments, and museums along the way. The Missouri River, though much changed by dams and channelization, still flows past many of the sites the expedition visited. The Columbia River Gorge remains spectacular. The Great Falls of the Missouri, though now divided among several hydroelectric dams, can still be experienced. Fort Clatsop has been reconstructed and is now part of Lewis and Clark National Historical Park. The bicentennial of the expedition, from 2004 to 2006, sparked renewed interest. Museums mounted special exhibitions. Authors published new books analyzing various aspects of the journey. Native American tribes held ceremonies and offered their perspectives on the expedition's meaning. Scholars debated the expedition's legacy, its achievements, and its costs. What, then, should we make of the Lewis and Clark expedition? Perhaps it is best understood as a human story, a tale of people facing challenges with courage, ingenuity, and determination. Lewis and Clark were flawed men, products of their time, with limited perspectives and problematic assumptions. But they also possessed genuine curiosity, respect for the natural world, and concern for the welfare of their men. The expedition members, soldiers, boatmen, and interpreters, York and Sacagawea, all showed remarkable resilience in the face of hardship. The expedition reminds us that exploration is difficult, dangerous, and often disappointing. The Northwest Passage did not exist. The Rocky Mountains were far more formidable than expected. Winter was cold, food was scarce, and everything took longer than planned. Yet the expedition persevered. When they faced obstacles, they found ways around them. When their plans failed, they adapted. When disaster struck, they recovered and continued. In that sense, the Lewis and Clark expedition transcends its specific historical context and becomes a universal story about human capability and endurance. It asks, what are we willing to endure to satisfy our curiosity about what lies beyond the horizon? What sacrifices are we willing to make in pursuit of knowledge? How do we balance the costs and benefits of exploration and expansion? These questions remain relevant today. We still explore, though now our frontiers are space, the deep ocean, and the microscopic world. We still grapple with the tension between knowledge and exploitation, between discovery and impact. We still must decide how to remember and honor the past while acknowledging its complexities and contradictions. The Lewis and Clark expedition was an extraordinary journey that expanded America's geographical knowledge, strengthened its territorial claims, and opened the West to future settlement. It was also a journey that had profound and often negative consequences for the indigenous peoples who had called the West home for millennia. Both things are true, and both deserve to be remembered. As we drift towards sleep, let us remember the expedition as it was, a group of people, remarkable in some ways and ordinary in others, who set out into unknown country and returned to tell their story. They faced rivers and mountains, heat and cold, hunger and exhaustion. They encountered peoples and places they had never imagined. They collected plants and animals, drew maps, and kept journals. And they made it home. Part 9. Reflections on Discovery. As we near the end of our journey through this remarkable chapter of American history, it is worth contemplating what discovery truly means. Lewis and Clark are often credited with discovering the American West, but of course, millions of people already lived there. The lands they crossed were not wilderness, but homelands, inhabited by complex societies with their own histories, cultures, and knowledge systems. The Mandan and Hidatsa peoples who hosted the expedition at Fort Mandan had been living in earth lodge villages along the Missouri River for centuries. They had sophisticated agricultural practices, extensive trading networks, and detailed knowledge of the surrounding territory. The Nez Perce, who saved the expedition from starvation in the Bitterroot Mountains, knew every mountain pass, every river, every meadow where camas roots grew. The Clatsop people at the mouth of the Columbia had been fishing for salmon and hunting elk in their territory for thousands of years. What Lewis and Clark discovered was not new lands or new peoples, but rather new information for European Americans. They created a bridge between different knowledge systems, translating indigenous geographical knowledge into maps and journals that Americans in the East could understand. They collected scientific specimens that expanded Western understanding of North American biodiversity. They established diplomatic and commercial connections between the United States government and Native American nations. In this sense, the expedition was an act of translation as much as discovery. Lewis and Clark were translators, converting indigenous place names into English, drawing Western-style maps of territories that Native Americans had long understood through their own cartographic traditions, and describing plants and animals that indigenous peoples had known intimately for generations. The expedition also revealed the limits of Western knowledge. Despite their scientific training, Lewis and Clark often relied on Native American expertise. When they needed to find the Shoshone to obtain horses, Sacagawea's presence was crucial. When they needed to cross the Bitterroot Mountains, they required Nez Perce guides. When they needed food, they depended on indigenous hunting and gathering knowledge. The expedition's success was not solely the result of American ingenuity and determination, but was fundamentally dependent on Native American assistance. This dependence on indigenous knowledge was common in the age of exploration. European explorers around the world relied on local guides, interpreters, and informants. The discoveries credited to European explorers were often really rediscoveries, or rather the integration of local knowledge into European geographical and scientific frameworks. The Lewis and Clark expedition also illustrates the complex relationships between exploration, commerce, and empire. Jefferson framed the expedition as a scientific and commercial venture, but it was also fundamentally about extending American sovereignty and influence. The act of mapping territory, naming geographical features, conducting censuses of Native American populations, and distributing American flags and medals were all acts of imperial assertion, claiming territory and peoples for the United States. These claims were backed by no real force in 1804. The expedition was a small, vulnerable party traveling through territory controlled by powerful Native American nations. But the expedition laid the groundwork for later American expansion. The maps they created would guide traders, trappers, and eventually settlers. The diplomatic relationships they established would be invoked in later treaty negotiations. The precedent of American presence in the Pacific Northwest would support American territorial claims. Within a few decades, American power in the West would be overwhelming. The U.S. Army would establish forts throughout the region. American settlers would arrive in the hundreds of thousands. Treaties would be signed and broken. Native American tribes would be confined to reservations, often far from their traditional homelands. The buffalo would be hunted to near extinction, deliberately destroyed to undermine Plains Indian societies. Diseases introduced by Europeans would devastate native populations. This was not the future Lewis and Clark imagined. They envisioned a West where American traders and Native Americans would engage in mutually beneficial commerce, where different peoples would live side by side in peace. They did not foresee the scale and speed of American expansion, or the violence and tragedy that would accompany it. Yet they helped set this future in motion by making the West knowable to Americans in the East, by showing that the journey could be made, by mapping routes and resources. The expedition made westward expansion seem possible and desirable. In this way, Lewis and Clark were simultaneously explorers and agents of empire, scientists and colonizers, adventurers and harbingers of conquest. Understanding this complexity does not diminish the expedition's genuine achievements. The physical and mental demands of the journey were extraordinary. The men endured heat and cold, hunger and illness, exhaustion and fear. They faced dangerous animals, treacherous rivers, and towering mountains. They persevered through monotonous labour and moments of genuine terror. The fact that they succeeded, that they reached the Pacific and returned home with only one death from natural causes, is genuinely remarkable. The scientific contributions were also real and valuable. The plants and animals they collected, the observations they made, the journals they kept, all expanded human knowledge. Future botanists, zoologists, and geologists would build on their work. The maps they created were used for decades. The ethnographic information they gathered preserved knowledge of cultures that would soon be transformed beyond recognition. But we can acknowledge these achievements while also recognizing that the expedition was part of a larger story of colonization and indigenous dispossession. We can admire Lewis and Clark's courage and persistence while also understanding that their journey had consequences they neither foresaw nor intended. We can appreciate the expedition as a remarkable human achievement while also grieving for what was lost as a result of American westward expansion. History is complicated. People are complicated. The Lewis and Clark expedition, like most historical events, cannot be reduced to a simple narrative of heroes and villains, triumph and tragedy. It is all of these things simultaneously: a scientific achievement and an imperial venture, an epic journey and the beginning of catastrophe, a story of cooperation between peoples and a prelude to conflict and conquest. As you drift further towards sleep, consider these various threads, these multiple meanings. The past is not a single story, but many stories, interwoven and sometimes contradictory. The expedition was real, the rivers and mountains were real, the hunger and cold were real, the meetings with Native Americans were real. So too were the consequences, both intended and unintended, both immediate and long-term. Perhaps this is the most important lesson from the Lewis and Clark expedition, that our actions have consequences we cannot fully anticipate, that journeys of discovery are also journeys of change, and that understanding history requires holding multiple perspectives simultaneously, honouring achievement while acknowledging cost, celebrating courage while recognising complexity. The Lewis and Clark expedition remains one of the defining journeys in American history. From 1804 to 1806, a small group of explorers travelled 8,000 miles across a continent, from the forests of Missouri to the Pacific Ocean and back again. They mapped rivers and mountains, collected plants and animals, met dozens of Native American tribes, and survived challenges that would have defeated lesser men. Meriwether Lewis and William Clark led with complementary skills and unshakable partnership. Their men, soldiers, and frontiersmen, hunters, and boatmen showed remarkable resilience. Sacagawea provided crucial interpretation and diplomacy. York's strength and hunting skills contributed to the expedition's success. Countless Native Americans offered hospitality, information, and assistance without which the expedition would have failed. The expedition expanded scientific knowledge, strengthened American territorial claims, opened the West to the fur trade, and paved the way for westward expansion. It also marked the beginning of the end for traditional Native American life in the West, initiating changes that would bring prosperity to some and catastrophe to others. Today, more than 200 years later, we can look back on the Lewis and Clark expedition with appreciation for its achievements and awareness of its complexities. We can honour the courage and determination of the expedition members while also acknowledging the perspectives and experiences of the indigenous peoples whose lands they crossed and whose lives were forever changed by American expansion. The rivers still flow, though many are now dammed. The mountains still stand, though roads now cross the passes. The Great Plains still stretch to the horizon, though the buffalo herds are gone and farms and cities cover the grasslands. The Pacific waves still break on the shore near where Fort Clatsop once stood. And the journals remain, detailed records of an extraordinary journey, preserving the voices of men and a woman who faced the unknown with courage and curiosity. Their words carry us across time, allowing us to walk beside them, to see what they saw, to feel something of what they felt. As you finally surrender to sleep, let the rhythm of the Missouri River carry you, the endless current pushing against the boats, the men straining at the oars, the shore sliding slowly past. Let the vast silence of the prairie surround you, broken only by wind in the grass and the distant thunder of buffalo herds. Feel the cold of the bitterroot snow, the relief of descending to lower elevations, the joy of reaching the Pacific. The Lewis and Clark expedition is history, but it is also a story, a human story about journey and endurance, discovery and consequence, hope and complexity. It is a story worth remembering, worth revisiting, worth understanding in all its dimensions. And now, as the story ends, as the expedition returns to St. Louis, as Lewis and Clark shake hands with President Jefferson, as the men receive their land grants and medals, as Sacagawea returns to her people, as York hopes for freedom, as the great adventure becomes memory and then history, let yourself drift, let the details fade, let the expedition recede into the comfortable distance of the past. Sleep well, knowing that the rivers still flow, the mountains still stand, and the story remains, preserved in journals and journals and journals, waiting to be read again, waiting to carry new readers on that great journey from the Mississippi to the Pacific and back again. And so the core of discovery comes home. They had left in the spring of 1804. 33 men, a Newfoundland dog, and a borrowed pirogue, and they returned in the autumn of 1806, having done something that had never been done before. They had crossed the continent. They had walked from the Mississippi to the Pacific and back again. They had mapped the rivers, catalogued the plants and animals, held council with dozens of nations, buried a man, nearly starved, nearly froze, and arrived home to find that most people had assumed they were dead. Meriwether Lewis and William Clark gave their journals to the printers. The printers gave them to the public. The public read every word. And then, quietly, people started packing. Not immediately. The journals were published in 1814, and the Great Emigration did not begin in earnest until 1843. There were almost 30 years between the return of the corps and the first wagon trains rolling west in numbers large enough to wear a trail into the earth. 30 years of reading and dreaming and calculating the cost of a wagon and a team of oxen, and wondering whether the land described in those journals was really as wide and green and full of possibility as it sounded. It was. And eventually, 400,000 people went to sea for themselves. This is the next chapter. The people who followed. The Oregon Trail. Part 1. The beginning of the trail. The Oregon Trail wasn't built. It was worn into existence. Between 1843 and 1869, more than 400,000 people travelled westward along this route. They moved in waves year after year, their wagon wheels pressing the same path deeper into the earth. The trail stretched approximately 2,000 miles from Independence, Missouri to Oregon City in the Oregon Territory. 2,000 miles. Let that distance settle in your mind. 2,000 miles at 2 miles per hour, on foot, beside a wagon. Most emigrants took between 4 and 6 months to complete the journey. 4 to 6 months of walking, of watching the same landscape roll by, day after day. Morning after morning, they would wake, cook breakfast, pack the wagon, and begin walking. Evening after evening, they would stop, unpack, cook dinner, and sleep. Then wake and do it all again. Let's start where they started. Independence, Missouri. In the early 1840s, Independence was the jumping off point. The last town, the last place to buy supplies, to reconsider, to turn back before committing to the vast emptiness ahead. Emigrants would arrive in Independence in the spring, usually April or May. They couldn't leave too early because the prairie grass wouldn't be high enough to feed their livestock. They couldn't leave too late because they needed to cross the mountains before the first snow. This narrow window meant that wagon trains clustered together, forming at the edge of civilization like water pooling before a spillway. Part 2. Preparation and departure. A family preparing for the Oregon Trail needed a wagon. Not just any wagon, but a specific type. The prairie schooner, as it became known. These weren't the large Conestoga wagons you might picture. Those were too heavy. A prairie schooner was smaller, lighter, usually about 10 feet long and 4 feet wide. The bed sat about 2 to 3 feet off the ground. The wagon bed was made of hardwood, usually oak or maple. The wheels were also wood, reinforced with iron tires. The whole thing was covered with canvas, stretched over wooden hoops. This canvas cover gave the wagon its name. From a distance, crossing the prairie, these white covers looked like sails on the ocean, prairie schooners. These wagons cost about $60 to $85 in the 1840s. $60 to $85. For context, that was roughly 3 months' wages for a labourer, a significant investment. But the wagon was only the beginning. Families needed to fill it with supplies for 6 months. 6 months of food, clothes, tools, and anything else they might need. The recommended load was about 2,000 to 2,500 pounds of supplies per family. Let me list what they carried. Listen to the rhythm of the provisions. 200 pounds of flour per person, 75 pounds of bacon per person, 20 pounds of sugar, 10 pounds of salt, 5 pounds of coffee, beans, dried fruit, rice, tea. Then the tools: axe, hammer, saw, nails, rope, extra wagon parts, spare wheels, axle grease, clothing, bedding, perhaps a few precious items from home, a Bible, a fiddle, dishes. All of this carefully arranged in the wagon bed, weight distributed, everything tied down. And then the livestock. Most wagons were pulled by oxen, usually 4 to 6 oxen per wagon. Oxen were preferred over horses because they were stronger, cheaper, and more reliable. They could eat prairie grass. They were less likely to be stolen by Native Americans. They cost about $25 to $40 per yoke. A yoke is a pair. Some families brought a milk cow tied to the back of the wagon. Some brought extra oxen. A few brought horses. All of these animals needed to be fed, watered, and cared for every single day of the journey. Add it all up: wagon, supplies, livestock. A family might spend $600 to $1,500 outfitting for the trip. This was a fortune in the 1840s. The people making this journey were risking everything. Part 3. The first days on the trail. Imagine the first morning. You've said goodbye to independence. Your wagon is loaded. Your family is ready. The other wagons in your train stretch out ahead and behind you. Maybe 20 wagons. Maybe 40. Larger trains could have 100 or more wagons, though these usually split into smaller groups once on the trail. The wagon train elects a captain, someone to make decisions, settle disputes, determine when to stop and start each day. Then you begin. Walking. The first few days are difficult, not because of danger or hardship, but because of adjustment. You're not used to walking all day. Your feet hurt. Your legs ache. The oxen are still learning their job. Everything feels new and uncertain. But you walk, one foot in front of the other, beside the wagon. The oxen plod ahead, slow and steady. The wagon creaks and sways. The wheels turn around and around, crushing the grass beneath them. You walk for 4 hours, then stop, rest the animals, eat a quick meal, then walk again. 4 more hours, then stop for the night. This becomes the rhythm. Walk, stop, walk, stop. Set up camp, take down camp, walk, stop, walk, stop. The landscape in Missouri and eastern Kansas is rolling prairie, grass, hills, occasional trees along streams. It's not flat, not yet, but it's open, vast. The sky seems larger here than it did back home. Each evening the wagons form a circle, not for protection as you might have heard. Indian attacks were rare, especially in the early years. The circle was practical. It created a corral for the livestock. It organized the camp. Each family's wagon became their home, their territory. They would unhitch the oxen, let them graze inside the circle or just outside it, under watch. Then the work of making camp. Gather firewood, if any can be found. Sometimes there were trees along a river. Sometimes there was nothing but grass, and they would burn buffalo chips, dried buffalo dung. It burned slowly, gave off decent heat, and was available in quantities almost beyond counting. Someone would start the fire, someone else would fetch water, someone would begin preparing the evening meal, usually the same thing as every other evening meal: bacon, beans, cornbread or biscuits if there was time. Coffee, always coffee. The meal would be eaten, the dishes would be cleaned, Then the family would prepare for sleep. Some slept in the wagon if there was room among the supplies. Most slept on the ground beneath the wagon or nearby. They would spread out bedrolls, canvas on the ground, blankets on top, lie down under the vast sky, and in the morning they would wake and do it all again. Part 4. The routine deepens. After a week, the routine is established. After 2 weeks, it feels like you've been doing this forever. After a month, you can barely remember life before the trail. Wake at first light. The camp stirs gradually. Someone stokes the fire back to life. Someone else begins preparing breakfast, usually the same as every breakfast. More bacon, more beans, more coffee, maybe some cornmeal mush. While breakfast cooks, the men round up the livestock. The oxen have been grazing, watched by rotating guards through the night. Now they must be gathered, inspected, and hitched to the wagons. This takes time. Oxen are not quick to cooperate. They must be yoked in pairs, then each pair must be chained to the wagon tongue. 4 oxen, 6 oxen. Yoke and chain. Check the harness. Check the wheels. Check the wagon tongue. Women and children pack the wagon. Everything that was taken out for the night must be loaded back in. Bedding, cooking gear, food, all of it carefully arranged again. Nothing can shift while the wagon is moving, or it will throw off the balance. By the time the sun is fully up, the train is ready to move. The captain gives the signal. The lead wagon begins, then the next, then the next. Your wagon falls into line. The oxen lean into the yoke. The wheels begin to turn. Another day of walking begins. The landscape scrolls by. Grass, sky, grass, sky. An occasional tree, a distant rise, grass, sky. You walk beside the wagon, not in it. The wagon is too full of supplies for passengers, and besides, the ride is rough. Every rock, every dip in the ground transmits directly through the wooden wheels to the wagon bed. Everything inside shakes and rattles constantly. It's easier to walk. So you walk and walk and walk. The sun climbs higher. The air grows warm, then hot. Dust rises from the trail, kicked up by hundreds of hooves and dozens of wheels. The dust coats everything. Your clothes, your face, your hair. You breathe it in. You taste it. By midday, everyone is grey with it. Around noon, the train stops. The oxen need rest. They can't work all day without water and grazing time. So the wagons pull off the trail near water if possible, or simply stop in place if there is no water. The oxen are unhitched but not unyoked. They're allowed to graze, still in their yokes, so they can't wander far. People eat a quick meal, more bacon, some dried fruit, hardtack if the bread has run out, water from canteens, then rest, maybe an hour, maybe 2, sitting in the shade of the wagon if there is any shade, more often just sitting on the prairie, on the grass, in the sun, waiting. Then the captain signals again. Time to move. Hitch the oxen, load up, fall into line, start walking. The afternoon is longer than the morning. The heat is worse. The dust is worse. Your feet hurt more, but you walk, 1 foot in front of the other. The wagon creaks. The wheels turn. The oxen plod forward. Finally evening. The sun drops toward the horizon. The captain looks for a good camping spot. Near water is best. A stream, a river, a spring. But water isn't always available. Sometimes you camp dry and ration what water remains in the barrels. The wagons form their circle. The oxen are unhitched. The evening routine begins again. Fire, food, cleanup, sleep. Day after day after day. The same routine, the same rhythm. Wake, pack, walk, stop, walk, stop, camp, sleep, wake, pack, walk, stop, walk, stop, camp, sleep. Part 5. Crossing Kansas Territory. The trail west from Independence crosses into what was then Kansas Territory. This is prairie, true prairie. The grass grows tall here, sometimes higher than a man's head in the wet areas near streams. But mostly it's short grass, endless short grass prairie. The wagon trains follow the Kansas River for a while, then turn northwest toward the Platte River. This section of the trail, the first several hundred miles, is almost featureless. Gentle rises, shallow valleys, no mountains, no dramatic landmarks, just grass and sky. The monotony is profound. Each day looks like the last. The landscape changes so slowly that you don't notice it changing at all. You walk through an ocean of grass, and like an ocean, it seems to have no beginning and no end. People on the wagon trains kept diaries. Many of these diaries survive. When you read them, you see the monotony reflected in the entries. The first week, people write long, detailed entries about everything they see. By the second week, the entries are shorter. By the third week, many entries simply say, "Travelled 15 miles today. Good weather." By the fourth week, some people stop writing entirely because there's nothing new to say. But let me tell you what they did write about, the things that broke the monotony. They wrote about landmarks. When you reach a landmark, it proves you're making progress. The first major landmark was Alcove Spring, about 100 miles from Independence. A beautiful spring of clear water surrounded by trees. Wagon trains would stop here for a day sometimes, resting the animals, doing laundry in the spring, enjoying the shade. The next landmark was the crossing of the Big Blue River. This was a significant river crossing. If the water was low, wagons could ford it, driving the oxen right through the water with the wagon following. If the water was high, they had to ferry the wagons across on rafts, or wait for the water to go down. Either way, it was an event, something different, something to mark in the diary. Then there was Fort Kearny, about 300 miles from Independence, in what is now Nebraska. Fort Kearny was a U.S. Army fort established in 1848 to protect the trail. By the time you reached Fort Kearny, you had been traveling for about 3 weeks. 3 weeks of walking. 3 weeks of the same routine. The fort was civilization, a place to buy supplies if needed, to mail letters back home, to talk to someone other than your own wagon train. People would rest at Fort Kearny for a day or two, then move on. Part 6. The Platte River Valley. After Fort Kearny, the trail follows the Platte River. For the next 300 miles, you walk beside the Platte. This is the most monotonous section of the entire trail. The Platte River is wide and shallow, too thick to drink, too thin to plough, people said. The water is muddy, full of silt, but it's water, and that's what matters. The valley is flat, perfectly flat. The river flows slowly through it. The grass grows. The sky stretches overhead, and you walk, day after day after day, walking beside the Platte. The river is on your left if you're on the south side of the river, which most wagon trains were. The prairie extends to your right, grass, sky, heat, dust. The wagons move in a line. Your wagon, the wagon ahead of you, the wagon behind you. All day long you walk in the dust cloud created by the wagons and animals ahead. It's better to be near the front of the train, but someone has to be at the back. The position rotates. Some days you eat dust all day. Some days you have clearer air. The Platte River Valley is where the journey truly becomes repetitive. There are no major landmarks for long stretches. No hills to climb, no rivers to cross, just the river beside you and the trail ahead of you, and the same thing day after day. This is where I want you to really feel the rhythm. The wheels turning, around and around, the creak of the wagon, the plodding steps of the oxen, your own footsteps, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, hour after hour after hour. The sun rises behind you, climbs overhead, sets ahead of you. Each sunset is spectacular on the prairie. The sky turns orange, then red, then purple. The grass glows in the slanted light. But you've seen this sunset before, yesterday, the day before that. Even beauty becomes routine. At night, the sky fills with stars, more stars than you've ever seen. The Milky Way is a bright band across the heavens. You lie on your bedroll and look up at infinity, but you're tired. So tired, and you have to do this all again tomorrow. So you sleep, wake, pack, walk, stop, walk, stop, camp, sleep, wake, pack, walk, stop, walk, stop, camp, sleep. The wagon wheels turn, around and around and around. Part 7. Life on the trail. Let me tell you more about the daily life, the small details that made up the experience. Water was a constant concern. The Platte was always there, but its water was poor, muddy and full of sediment. People would fill buckets and let the sediment settle overnight, then carefully pour off the clearer water from the top. Or they would strain it through cloth, but even then the water was never truly clear. Better water came from springs and small streams that fed into the Platte. When the train passed one of these, people would rush to fill every container they had. Water barrels on the wagons, canteens, pots. Fresh, clear water was precious. Fuel for fires was increasingly scarce as you moved west. Trees disappeared from the landscape. By the time you were well into the Platte River Valley, there was no wood at all except what you carried with you. So people burned buffalo kips, dried buffalo dung. At first, this disgusted the emigrants, especially the women. The idea of cooking food over burning dung seemed appalling, but necessity overcame disgust quickly. Buffalo chips were everywhere, literally everywhere. The buffalo herds that roamed the plains were vast beyond comprehension. Millions of animals. They left behind a virtually unlimited supply of fuel. Children would gather the chips, collecting them in bags or carrying them in their aprons. The chips burned clean once dried, with little smoke and no unpleasant smell. By the second week on the trail, no one thought twice about it. Food on the trail was monotonous. Bacon and beans, beans and bacon, cornbread or biscuits, coffee, sometimes dried fruit, sometimes rice. On good days, someone might shoot game, antelope, rabbit, prairie chicken. Later, when the buffalo herds were encountered, there was buffalo meat, but mostly it was bacon and beans. The cooking was done over an open fire in a cast iron pot, the same pot meal after meal. The bacon grease was saved and used for cooking other things. Nothing was wasted. Bread was made when time permitted, mixing flour, salt, and water into dough, then baking it in a Dutch oven set in the coals. But this took time, and time was often short. Many families ran out of flour and relied on cornmeal instead, making cornbread or mush. Coffee was essential. Hot coffee in the morning, hot coffee in the evening. The coffee was boiled in a pot directly on the fire, grounds and all, strong and bitter. But it was hot and caffeinated, and it was routine. Every meal started or ended with coffee. Laundry was done when there was time and good water. This wasn't often. Clothes became dirty and stayed dirty. People wore the same clothes day after day. Women wore long dresses that dragged in the dust. Men wore sturdy pants and shirts. Everyone wore hats. You had to wear a hat on the prairie or the sun would burn you terribly. Shoes wore out. The constant walking destroyed them. People who started the journey with good leather shoes often finished in shoes that were more patched than original material. Some people's shoes wore out completely, and they walked the last part of the trail in moccasins purchased from Native Americans, or even barefoot. Part 8. The buffalo. Somewhere in western Kansas or eastern Nebraska, the wagon trains entered buffalo country. The great herds of American bison still roamed the plains in the 1840s and 50s, though their numbers were already declining from hunting. The first sight of buffalo was remarkable. The herds were vast, thousands of animals, sometimes tens of thousands. They covered the prairie like a brown carpet, stretching to the horizon. When a herd was near the trail, the wagon train would stop. Men would grab their rifles and go hunting. Buffalo meat was excellent, and a single buffalo provided hundreds of pounds of it. The meat could be eaten fresh or dried into jerky for later use. Hunting buffalo was dangerous. The animals were huge, weighing up to 2,000 pounds. A wounded buffalo was unpredictable and could charge. Men were injured, occasionally killed, in buffalo hunting accidents. But successful hunts meant fresh meat. The wagon train would stop for a day while the women cut the meat into strips and hung it on lines to dry in the sun. Children would tend the fires for smoking the meat. The smell of cooking buffalo would fill the camp. Then, meat preserved, the train would move on. The buffalo themselves were not particularly afraid of the wagon trains. Sometimes a herd would cross the trail right in front of the wagons. When this happened, there was nothing to do but stop and wait. The buffalo would flow around and between the wagons like a river. This could take hours. The animals moved slowly, unhurried. The wagon train simply had to wait. At night, if a herd was nearby, you could hear them. The sound of thousands of buffalo moving, grazing, breathing, a low rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. Some people found it comforting, some found it unsettling, but it was part of the soundscape of the plains. Part 9. The Native Americans. All along the trail, wagon trains encountered Native Americans. The plains were home to many tribes: the Kansa, the Pawnee, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Lakota Sioux. Relations between the emigrants and the Native Americans were complex. Contrary to popular mythology, Indian attacks on wagon trains were rare, especially before the late 1850s. The tribes of the plains were more interested in trade than warfare during the early years of the trail. Native Americans would approach the wagon trains to trade. They offered fresh meat, fish, buffalo robes, moccasins, horses. In exchange, they wanted manufactured goods, knives, blankets, beads, tobacco, cloth, metal tools. These trading encounters were generally peaceful, though emigrants often recorded feeling nervous about them. The cultural gap was vast. Language barriers made communication difficult. Misunderstandings happened, but violence was uncommon. What was more common was theft. Horses and oxen would occasionally disappear from the herd at night. Whether these were stolen or simply strayed was often unclear. Emigrants blamed Indians. Indians pointed out that the wagon trains were crossing their land, disrupting the buffalo herds and bringing disease. Disease was a terrible consequence of the trail. Emigrants brought cholera, smallpox, measles, and other diseases with them. These diseases devastated Native American populations who had no immunity. Entire villages were wiped out. This growing catastrophe would eventually lead to increased hostilities, but in the early years of the trail, most encounters were non-violent. The wagon trains would pass Native American camps, typists arranged in circles, horses grazing nearby, people watching the wagon train pass, children running alongside for a while, dogs barking. Then the camp would fall behind. The wagon train would move on, walking, always walking. Part 10. Landmarks of the Central Trail. As the wagon trains continued west along the Platte, certain landmarks broke the monotony. These landmarks were recorded in nearly every diary, sketched in journals, mentioned in letters home. They were proof of progress. The first major landmark after Fort Kearny was Courthouse Rock. About 200 miles west of the fort, Courthouse Rock rises from the prairie like a building. The formation is made of clay and sandstone, eroded into a shape that early travelers thought resembled a courthouse. It's visible from the trail for miles as you approach. Seeing Courthouse Rock was significant. It meant you had covered about 500 miles from Independence, about a quarter of the journey. People would estimate their arrival date in Oregon based on reaching Courthouse Rock on schedule. The wagon train would pass Courthouse Rock slowly. The formation would appear on the horizon days before you reached it. Each day it would grow slightly larger. Then you would be beside it, then past it. Then it would recede behind you, slowly shrinking day by day until it disappeared. 20 miles past Courthouse Rock was Chimney Rock. This is perhaps the most famous landmark on the Oregon Trail. Chimney Rock is a natural pillar of rock rising over 300 feet from its base. It looks like a chimney or a needle pointing at the sky. Like Courthouse Rock, Chimney Rock was visible for days before and after passing it. It was a waypoint. Everyone who traveled the Oregon Trail saw Chimney Rock and wrote about it. The formation was taller in the 1840s than it is now. Lightning strikes and erosion have worn it down over the years. Passing Chimney Rock was another milestone. You were making progress. The miles were adding up behind you. Next came Scott's Bluff, a massive formation of cliffs and bluffs rising 800 feet above the river valley. The trail passed through a gap in the bluffs called Mitchell Pass. The walls of the pass rose on either side of the wagons, a dramatic change from the flat prairie. After Scott's Bluff came Fort Laramie, about 650 miles from Independence. Fort Laramie was a major stopping point. Originally a fur trading post, it had become a military fort and an important resupply point for the wagon trains. By the time you reached Fort Laramie, you had been on the trail for about 6 weeks. 6 weeks of walking, 6 weeks of dust and heat, and the same routine day after day. Fort Laramie was civilization again, a place to rest, to repair wagons, to buy supplies if you had the money, to mail letters home. The emigrants would pay inflated prices for goods at Fort Laramie. Flour that cost a few dollars in Independence might cost $20 at Fort Laramie. But if you needed it, you paid. Most wagon trains rested at Fort Laramie for 2 or 3 days, then moved on. Part 11. Into the mountains. West of Fort Laramie, the character of the trail began to change. The flat prairie gradually gave way to more varied terrain, rolling hills, rocky outcrops. The elevation increased, though so gradually you barely noticed. The trail continued to follow the North Platte River, then turned southwest to follow the Sweetwater River. This section was harder, the ground was rougher. The rivers had to be crossed and recrossed multiple times. Wagons broke down more frequently. The wheels would crack, the axles would break, the wagon tongues would snap. Each breakdown meant stopping to make repairs. Every wagon train included men who were reasonably skilled at woodworking and blacksmithing. They would work together to fix the broken wagons using spare parts and materials scavenged from abandoned wagons along the trail. Yes, abandoned wagons. By this point in the journey, the trail was littered with the debris of earlier wagon trains, broken wagon wheels, furniture thrown out to lighten the load, trunks of clothing, barrels, tools. Even the carcasses of dead oxen and horses lined the trail. The emigrants had started the journey trying to bring everything they owned, but the reality of the weight became clear. The more the wagon weighed, the harder the oxen had to work. Overworked oxen broke down, became lame, died, so people started throwing things out. Family heirlooms, heavy furniture, books, anything non-essential had to go. The trail through the Sweetwater River Valley was marked by more significant landmarks. Independence Rock was one of the most famous. A massive granite outcrop, about 130 feet tall and nearly 2,000 feet long. The rock sits alone on the plain beside the Sweetwater River. Independence Rock got its name because wagon trains aimed to reach it by July 4th, Independence Day. This timing meant you were on schedule. If you reached Independence Rock by early July, you would probably make it over the mountains before the snow. Emigrants would climb Independence Rock and carve their names into it. Thousands upon thousands of names were carved into the granite over the years. Many are still visible today. Carving your name was a way of leaving a mark, proof that you had come this far. Past Independence Rock, the trail became more difficult. The landscape was increasingly rocky and steep. The wagon wheels struggled over the rough ground. The oxen strained in their yokes. Then came the real mountains, the Rocky Mountains. The trail crossed the Continental Divide at South Pass, a broad, gradual pass through the mountains at an elevation of about 7,600 feet. South Pass was remarkable precisely because it wasn't remarkable. It was so gradual that many emigrants didn't realize they had crossed the Continental Divide until someone told them. But the air was thinner at this altitude. People and animals tired more easily. The nights were cold, even in summer. And from South Pass onward, any rivers you crossed flowed west toward the Pacific, not east toward the Atlantic. You had crossed a threshold. Part 12. The routine continues. Even in the mountains, the routine remained the same. Wake, pack, walk, stop, walk, stop, camp, sleep. The setting had changed, but the rhythm had not. You still walked beside the wagon, the wheels still turned, the oxen still plodded forward, morning still came, evening still came. If anything, the routine was more important in the mountains. The trail was more dangerous here. Following the established path was critical. Deviating could lead to disaster. So the wagon trains followed the ruts carved by previous trains, the same camps used by previous trains, the same river crossings. After South Pass, the trail split. Some wagon trains took a cutoff to California. Those continuing to Oregon stayed on the main trail, heading northwest toward Fort Hall in what is now Idaho. This section of the trail was difficult. Water was sometimes scarce. The trail crossed sagebrush desert, then climbed through more mountains. The wagons had to cross the Green River, the Bear River, the Snake River. Each crossing was a challenge. Some rivers could be forded if the water was low. The wagons would be driven into the water, the oxen swimming and pulling, the wagon bed often floating slightly while the wheels dragged on the riverbed. People would hold on to the wagons, crossing with them. It was dangerous. People drowned in river crossings. Other rivers required ferries. At major crossings, enterprising settlers had set up ferry operations. They would float the wagons across on crude rafts for a fee. The oxen would swim beside the raft. The emigrants would ride on the raft with the wagon, or swim, or walk across a shallow spot if there was one. Each river crossing was an event, a break in the routine. But then, across the river, the routine resumed. Walk, stop, camp, sleep. Part 13. Fort Hall and beyond. Fort Hall was another important resupply point, about 1,300 miles from Independence. By the time you reached Fort Hall, you had been on the trail for about 3 months. 3 months of walking, 3 months of dust and heat and cold nights and the same meals and the same routine. At Fort Hall, wagon trains rested and resupplied, then moved on. The trail now followed the Snake River for hundreds of miles through what is now southern Idaho. This section was desolate. The landscape was dry, rocky, sage-covered. The Snake River flowed through a canyon below the trail, often inaccessible. Water was scarce. The days grew hot. August in the Snake River plain could be brutally hot. The dust was worse than ever. The oxen suffered. Some died. When an ox died, it had to be replaced. If you had spare oxen, you used those. If not, you had to double up with another family, 2 families sharing oxen to pull both wagons. Or you abandoned your wagon and packed what you could onto the remaining animals. The trail was lined with graves. People died on the Oregon Trail. Many people. Cholera was the biggest killer, especially in the early years. The disease struck suddenly. A person could be healthy in the morning and dead by evening. Wagon trains would bury the dead and move on. There was no time for extended mourning. The train had to keep moving. Children died. Adults died. The elderly died. The graves were marked with simple wooden crosses or piles of stones, names carved or written, dates. And then the wagon train moved on, leaving the grave behind. Other dangers included accidents, falling off a wagon, being run over by a wagon wheel, gunshot wounds from careless handling of firearms, drowning in river crossings, illness, exhaustion. But most people survived. They walked on, day after day after day. Part 14, the Blue Mountains and the Columbia. The trail eventually turned northwest, climbing into the Blue Mountains of what is now northeastern Oregon. These mountains were forested, a welcome change from the sage desert. But the trail was steep and difficult. Wagons had to be lowered down steep slopes using ropes and chains. The oxen strained to pull the wagons up the other side. The Blue Mountains were the last major obstacle. After crossing them, the trail descended to the Columbia River. The emigrants could see forests again, trees, green vegetation, water. The climate was wetter here, more welcoming. But they weren't in Oregon City yet. The Columbia River Gorge presented its own challenges. Some wagon trains floated down the Columbia on rafts, a dangerous journey through rapids. Others took the Barlow Road, a toll road that went around Mount Hood. The Barlow Road was built in 1846 and provided an alternative to the river route. It was expensive, $5 per wagon, and steep and muddy, but it was safer than the river. Either way, by the time you reached the Columbia, you knew you were nearly finished. The end was in sight. After 4, 5, 6 months on the trail, the end was in sight. Part 15, Arrival. Oregon City was the end of the trail. Located at the falls of the Willamette River, it was the first incorporated city west of the Rocky Mountains. By the late 1840s, it had a few hundred residents, a handful of businesses, and a lot of new arrivals from the wagon trains. Imagine arriving, after everything, after all those miles, after all those days of walking, all those nights of sleeping on the ground, all those meals of bacon and beans, all that dust and heat and cold and rain, you arrive. The wagon pulls into Oregon City. You stop, you unhitch the oxen for the last time. You look around. This is it, the end of the trail, Oregon. What now? The promise of Oregon was free land. Under the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850, settlers could claim 320 acres if single, 640 acres if married. Free land. That was the dream. But first, you had to find your land. Claim it, build on it, clear it, plant it, survive the first winter. Oregon winters were wet, very wet. The rain was constant, different from the snow back east, but equally challenging. Many emigrants arrived in Oregon City in September or October. Too late to plant crops that year. They had to survive the winter on the supplies they had left, plus whatever they could buy or earn. Some took jobs in Oregon City, some moved south into the Willamette Valley to settle, some went back to work on the trail the next year, hiring themselves out as guides or working at river crossings. The dream and the reality often didn't match, but they had made it. They had survived the trail. Part 16, the cost. Let's talk about what the journey cost, not just in dollars, though we've mentioned that, but in other ways. The emigrants who travelled the Oregon Trail between 1843 and 1869 numbered somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 people. Of these, approximately 1 in 10 died on the trail. 40 to 50,000 people, 40 to 50,000 graves scattered along 2,000 miles of trail. Most died of disease. Cholera, as I mentioned, was the worst killer. It swept through wagon trains in waves, particularly in the 1849 to 1852 period during the gold rush, when traffic on the trail was heaviest. Cholera struck without warning. Severe diarrhea, vomiting, dehydration. Death could come within hours. There was no cure, no real treatment. You either survived or you didn't. Other diseases killed as well: dysentery, typhoid, measles, mumps. These spread easily in the close quarters of a wagon train camp. Children were particularly vulnerable. Then there were the accidents. Drowning in river crossings accounted for many deaths. Firearms accidents were common. Emigrants carried rifles and pistols for hunting and protection, but many had little experience with firearms. Accidental discharges killed and wounded people regularly. Wagon accidents killed people. A person would fall beneath the wagon wheels. The heavy wheels would roll over them, crush them. Children were especially at risk. They would play around the wagons, not understanding the danger. Then, a moment of inattention and tragedy. Some people were killed by stampeding livestock. Buffalo stampedes, cattle stampedes, horses panicking and running through camp. These were rare but devastating when they occurred. Indian attacks, as I mentioned, were actually quite rare in the early years of the trail, but they did happen with increasing frequency as the years went on and relations deteriorated. The total number of emigrants killed by Native Americans during the entire trail period was probably fewer than 500 people, far fewer than died of cholera or accidents. But there were other costs beyond death. The physical toll of the journey was immense. 6 months of walking, 15 to 20 miles a day, day after day. People's feet were destroyed. Their legs ached constantly. They lost weight. The diet was poor, lacking in fresh vegetables and variety. Scurvy was common. Women who were pregnant faced particular hardships. Traveling pregnant, giving birth on the trail, caring for a newborn while still walking every day. Many women gave birth in the wagon or in a tent or simply on the ground beside the trail. Then they would rest for a day or two if the wagon train could spare the time, and then continue walking. The psychological toll was also significant. The stress of the journey, the fear, the uncertainty, the loss of loved ones, the monotony. 6 months of the same routine, day after day, can break a person's spirit even when nothing dramatic happens. Families fractured under the pressure. Arguments broke out. People who started the journey as friends ended it as enemies. Marriages strained. Some couples divorced after reaching Oregon, the stress of the trail having destroyed their relationship. And then there was the toll on those left behind, the Native American populations whose lands were crossed, whose game was depleted, whose lives were disrupted by the endless stream of wagons. The trail brought disease that devastated entire tribes. It brought conflict. It brought change that the native peoples had not asked for and could not stop. The buffalo herds were depleted. The grass was grazed by thousands of cattle and oxen. The firewood along the streams was cut down. The trail itself became a scar across the landscape, visible for miles. In some places, the wagon ruts cut so deep into the rock that they're still visible today, more than 170 years later. Part 17, the daily details return. But let's return to the experience of the journey itself, to the daily details, because that's what the journey was, not the dramatic moments, though those happened, but the long, slow accumulation of ordinary days. Consider the experience of a woman on the trail. She would wake before dawn as the sky was just beginning to lighten. While the men went to gather the livestock, she would rekindle the fire from the banked coals of the night before. Add fuel, get it burning. Then prepare breakfast, The same breakfast as yesterday, as every day. Put the pot on the fire, add water, add beans that have been soaking overnight. Cut bacon into the pot, set it to cooking. While the breakfast cooks, begin packing. Roll up the bedding, fold it, pack it into the wagon. The dishes from last night, cleaned before bed, are already packed. The clothes, the few precious items, everything must be arranged. Make coffee, boil water, add grounds, let it boil. The smell of coffee fills the camp. The men return with the livestock. Breakfast is served. Everyone eats quickly. There's no time to linger. The wagon train will be moving soon. After eating, wash the dishes, pack them. Help load the last items into the wagon. The men are hitching the oxen, yoke by yoke. The children are supposed to be helping, but mostly they're playing, running between the wagons, excited for the day or dreading it, depending on their temperament and age. Then the captain signals. Time to move. The woman takes her place beside the wagon. She'll walk all day, approximately 15 miles, 7 to 8 hours of actual walking, plus breaks. All in a long dress that drags in the dust, a bonnet to protect her face from the sun, shoes that are wearing thin. She walks. The wagon creaks beside her. The oxen plod ahead. Her husband walks on the other side of the oxen, or ahead of them, guiding them. The children walk nearby, sometimes ranging ahead to explore, sometimes falling behind to look at something interesting, always within earshot. The sun climbs, the air warms, the dust rises. She walks. Her mind wanders. She thinks about home, the house they left behind, her mother, her friends. Will she ever see them again? Probably not. Oregon is so far away. Maybe she can write letters. But letters take months to travel back east. Months for a reply to come back, if it comes at all. She thinks about Oregon. What will it be like? The land is supposed to be fertile. Rain all winter. Mild temperatures. Trees. Water. Space. Land of their own. A new start. She thinks about her children. Are they safe? Healthy? The youngest has been coughing. Is it serious? Probably not. Probably just the dust. But what if it's something worse? What if it's the beginning of cholera? She watches the child, listens to the cough, worries. The morning passes. Noon comes. The wagon train stops. Unhitch the oxen. Let them graze. Eat a quick meal. Rest. Then hitch the oxen again. Continue walking. The afternoon is long, longer than the morning. The heat is worse. The dust is worse. Her feet hurt. Her legs ache. The baby is fussy. She carries the baby in a sling while she walks. The baby is heavy. Her back hurts. But she walks, one foot in front of the other, the wagon beside her, the wheels turning, around and around, creak and roll, creak and roll. Finally, evening. The wagon train stops for the night. Circle the wagons. Unhitch the oxen. Now the evening work begins. Gather fuel. Usually buffalo chips at this point. The children help, collecting them in a bag. Start the fire. Fetch water from the river or stream if there is one. If not, use water from the barrel on the wagon. Prepare dinner, the same dinner as every night. Beans, bacon, maybe some cornbread if there's time and flour. Coffee, always coffee. While dinner cooks, tend to the children. Wash their faces and hands if there's water to spare. Check them for injuries. Make sure they're ready for bed. Dinner is served, everyone eats, the dishes are washed, the camp is secured, the children are put to bed. Then, finally, she can sit, rest, maybe talk with her husband about the day, about the journey, about their plans. Then sleep, under the wagon or in it, depending on the weather and the space available. Sleep while you can, because dawn comes early, and then it all begins again. Wake, pack, walk. Stop, walk. Stop, camp, sleep, wake, pack, walk. Stop, walk. Stop, camp, sleep. Part 18, The Seasons. The Oregon Trail could only be traveled during certain months. This timing shaped the entire experience. Wagon trains left Independence in April or May, too early, and the prairie grass wouldn't be high enough to feed the livestock. Too late, and you risked being caught in the mountains by snow. The mountain passes closed in October or early November. If you weren't through by then, you were trapped. The most famous example of being trapped was the Donner Party. In 1846, a group of emigrants took a supposed shortcut called the Hastings Cutoff. The cutoff proved to be longer and more difficult than the established trail. The Donner Party was delayed. When they reached the Sierra Nevada mountains in late October, early snow trapped them. They spent the winter in the mountains. Nearly half of them died. The survivors resorted to cannibalism to stay alive. This tragedy reinforced the importance of timing. Leave on time. Keep moving. Don't take shortcuts. Don't delay. Get through the mountains before the snow. The spring departure meant that the early part of the journey across Kansas and Nebraska occurred in late spring and early summer. May and June on the prairie. The grass was green, wildflowers bloomed. The weather was usually pleasant, though thunderstorms could be fierce. The prairie thunderstorms came suddenly, with violent winds and hail. Lightning struck the open plain with terrifying frequency. During storms, families would huddle in or under the wagons, waiting for it to pass. By the time the wagon trains reached the mountains, it was July or August, summer in the mountains. The days were warm, the nights cool, the timing was deliberate. The high passes needed to be clear of snow. By the time the trains reached the Columbia River or the Willamette Valley, it was September or October. Fall in Oregon. The rainy season was beginning. The emigrants arrived tired, worn down, at the beginning of the wettest time of year in one of the wettest places in North America. This seasonal progression was the same for every wagon train, every year. Part of the routine, the spring departure, the summer crossing, the fall arrival, year after year after year. Part 19. The sounds of the trail. Let me describe the sounds. Close your eyes and listen. The morning begins with silence, the deep silence of the prairie before dawn. Then, gradually, the camp wakes. The first sounds are quiet, someone stirring, footsteps on the grass. The rustle of blankets being folded, a low voice, a child's sleepy question. Then the fire crackling as it's brought back to life. The sound of wood or buffalo chips being added, the pop and snap of the fire growing. The oxen and cattle and horses make their sounds. Oxen are generally quiet, but they low occasionally, a deep, rumbling sound. Horses whinny, cattle move. The sound of many animals carries across the camp. Men calling to each other, coordinating the gathering of the livestock. Footsteps, many footsteps, the jingle of harnesses and chains. Then the sounds of breakfast, the clatter of pots, the sizzle of bacon in the pan. The smell comes with the sound. Coffee boiling, water being poured. Quiet conversations as families eat. The camp grows louder as everyone prepares to leave. The sounds of packing, canvas being folded, wooden chests being closed. the thump of items being loaded into wagons. Children's voices, higher pitched, excited or complaining. The oxen being hitched, the creak of leather, the clink of metal on metal as the chains are attached. Men talking to the animals, commands, encouragements. Then the captain's call, move out, or roll, or whatever signal has been established. The crack of whips, not striking the animals, but cracking in the air. A sound like a gunshot. The wagons begin to move. This is the sound that defines the trail. The creak of wood, the wagon bed shifting on its axles, the wheels beginning to turn, around and around, the creak and groan of wood under stress. The footsteps. Hundreds of footsteps, people walking, oxen walking, a rhythm, a steady beat, crunch, crunch, crunch on the grass, on the dirt, on the rocks. As the day progresses, the sounds layer, the constant creak of the wagons, the footsteps, the occasional call of a driver to his oxen, gee, to turn right, haw, to turn left, whoa, to stop. Children's voices calling to each other, running ahead, falling behind, laughing, crying, the sounds of children. The wind. On the open prairie, the wind is constant. It blows across the grass with a sound like the ocean, a rushing, shushing sound, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. Midday brings the sounds of the noon stop, the wagons stopping, the oxen being unhitched but not unyoked, the animals breathing heavily, the people breathing heavily, everyone tired. The sounds of eating, drinking, quiet conversation, but not much. Everyone is saving their energy. Then the sounds of starting again, the same as before. Hitch the oxen, the wagons begin to move, the wheels turn, creak and roll, creak and roll. The footsteps resume. The afternoon sounds are the same as the morning sounds, but heavier, more laboured. The oxen are tired, their breathing is louder, the people are tired. Less conversation, just walking. The steady rhythm of wheels and footsteps. Evening brings different sounds. The wagon train stops. The circle is formed. The oxen are unhitched. Now you can hear them grazing. The sound of grass being torn and chewed. A peaceful sound. Fires being started. The crack of wood or the dull thump of buffalo chips being dropped. Flames crackling. Water being poured. Pots clanging. The sounds of cooking. Children playing in the evening light. Running. Shouting. Released from the day's walking, they have energy again. Their voices fill the camp. As darkness falls, the sounds change again. Conversations around the fires, adults talking, sometimes someone playing a fiddle or harmonica. Music was rare on the trail, but treasured when it happened. The simple melodies floating across the camp. The sounds of preparation for sleep, bedrolls being spread, children being settled, quiet voices, lullabies. Then night. The sounds of many people sleeping, breathing, snoring, a cough, a baby crying. The sounds of the night watch, footsteps of the guards walking around the perimeter. The distant howl of coyotes. The wind, always the wind. And underneath it all, if a buffalo herd is near, the deep rumble of thousands of large animals, a sound felt as much as heard. These sounds, day after day after day, week after week, month after month. The soundtrack of the Oregon Trail, Part 20, What They Left Behind. Every wagon train left a trail of discarded items. The emigrants learned quickly that they had packed too much. The oxen couldn't pull the weight, so things had to be thrown out. In the early days, near independence, the trail was lined with furniture, rocking chairs, dressers, tables, heavy wooden items that seemed essential back home but became burdens on the trail. These were left beside the path, hoping someone else might want them. Later, wagons would pass them, also too loaded, unable to take them. Books were common casualties. Heavy books, family Bibles sometimes, though those were kept if at all possible. But other books, novels, histories were left behind, piled beside the trail. Pages fluttering in the wind, clothing, trunks of clothing were emptied, the contents sorted. Keep only the essential, the rest was left. Dresses, coats, shoes, all left beside the trail, slowly ruined by weather. Tools, extra tools were discarded, duplicate items, anything that wasn't absolutely necessary. Food, if supplies ran low and the wagon still struggled, even food was discarded. Bags of flour, barrels of bacon, left beside the trail where they might help the next wagon train or might not. By the time the wagon trains reached the mountains, the trail was a museum of abandoned dreams. Every item represented something someone thought they needed, something they brought from home, something they couldn't bear to leave behind until they had no choice. The most heartbreaking items were the personal ones, the china dishes, the wedding dress, the grandfather clock, things that connected the emigrants to their past, to their families, to their old lives. These were sacrificed to the practical demands of the journey. But some things were never abandoned. The Bible, usually, a fiddle or musical instrument if the family had one, a few items of sentimental value that weighed almost nothing, letters from home, photographs, daguerreotypes if they had them. These items made it to Oregon, carried 2,000 miles, surviving the journey because they were light enough to carry and too precious to abandon. Part 21. The Wagon Train Community. A wagon train was a temporary community, families who had never met before joining together for the journey, living in close proximity for months, cooperating, sometimes conflicting. The wagon train typically elected a captain at the beginning of the journey, as I mentioned. This person made decisions about when to start and stop each day, where to camp, how to handle disputes. The captain's authority was real but limited. If people disagreed strongly enough with the captain, they could vote him out and elect a new one. This happened sometimes. The wagon trains also needed other roles. Scouts to ride ahead and find the best path, the best camping spots. Hunters to provide fresh meat. Guards to watch the livestock at night. These roles rotated or were assigned based on who was willing and capable. Disputes arose. With so many families living so closely together for so long, conflict was inevitable. Arguments about who was pulling their weight, about whose livestock was wandering into others' space, about children misbehaving, about everything and nothing. The captain and a council of men would adjudicate disputes. These trail courts were informal but taken seriously. Justice had to be maintained, or the wagon train would fall apart. Most disputes were minor and resolved quickly, but occasionally serious conflicts arose. Fights, theft, once in a great while, violence. In extreme cases, a family could be expelled from the wagon train, forced to continue alone or with another train. This was rare but devastating when it happened. Travelling alone was far more dangerous than travelling with a train. But mostly, the wagon train community functioned. people helped each other. When a wagon broke down, others stopped to help with repairs. When someone was sick, others provided care. When someone died, others helped dig the grave and conduct the brief funeral service. Children from different families played together. Adults formed friendships, some of which lasted after reaching Oregon. Young people fell in love and married. Babies were born. Life continued even on the trail. On Sunday, if possible, the wagon train would rest. No travel on the Sabbath. Instead, there would be a church service. Someone would read from the Bible. Someone would lead hymns. Everyone would gather. This was tradition, routine, comfort. The Sunday rest also allowed for necessary chores: washing clothes, mending clothes, repairing equipment, writing letters home, resting tired feet. The animals also needed the rest. A day without walking was crucial for their health. Then Monday would come, and the journey would resume. Walk, stop, camp, sleep, the routine. Part 22, the endless middle. Let me bring us back to the feeling of the journey. Not the events, but the experience. The endless middle part of the trip, when you're weeks from where you started and weeks from where you're going. You've been walking for 2 months, 8 weeks, 60 days, more or less. Every day has been the same. Wake, pack, walk, stop, walk, stop, camp, sleep, every day. 60 days. You're somewhere in what is now Wyoming. You've passed Chimney Rock, you've passed Scotts Bluff, you've passed Fort Laramie. You're following the North Platte River, then the Sweetwater River. The landscape is more rugged now, but it's still fundamentally the same. Walk, walk, walk. Your body has adapted to the routine. The blisters on your feet have become calluses. Your legs no longer ache every evening. You're thinner. Everyone is thinner. The diet and the constant exercise have worn away any extra weight. You're muscular in a lean, exhausted way. Your mind has adapted too. The initial excitement of the journey has faded. The anxiety has faded. Even the fear has faded. You've settled into a kind of numb acceptance. This is your life now. Walking. You walk because everyone walks. You walk because the wagon train moves forward. You walk because Oregon is ahead and there's no going back. You don't think about much while you walk. Your mind is mostly quiet. Sometimes you think about the past, your old home, your old life. It seems like a dream now. Did you really live in a house that stayed in one place? Did you really have neighbors you saw every day for years? Sometimes you think about the future. Oregon, land, a farm, a new life. But these thoughts are abstract. You can't really imagine it anymore. The only real thing is the walking, the wagon, the dust, the endless sky. Sometimes you think about nothing at all. You just walk, one foot in front of the other. The rhythm of walking becomes meditation. Step, 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 step. The landmarks help. When you see Independence Rock ahead, you have something to focus on. Each day, it gets a little closer. Then you're beside it. Then it's behind you. That's progress. Measurable progress. But between landmarks, there's nothing to measure. Just the walking. The country changes so slowly that you don't notice it changing. The grass is perhaps a little shorter today than yesterday. The horizon is perhaps a little more distant. The soil is perhaps a little more rocky, but the changes are so gradual that each day looks like the last. This is the true nature of the Oregon Trail. Not adventure, not danger. though danger existed, but monotony, profound, deep, relentless monotony. The same routine, day after day after day, for months. And yet you endure it, because you have to, because everyone else is enduring it, because Oregon is ahead, because you've come too far to turn back, because this is what you chose, and you have to see it through. So you walk, and the wagon creaks beside you, and the wheels turn, around and around and around, and the sun rises and the sun sets, and you make camp and you break camp, and you sleep and you wake, and you do it all again. Part 23. The small joys. Despite the monotony, there were small joys, moments that broke the routine in pleasant ways. A clear stream with cold water. After days of muddy river water, finding a spring or clear stream was wonderful. The water tasted clean. You could drink your fill without worrying about sediment. You could wash your face, your hands. If there was time, you could even bathe, though privacy was limited and time usually short. Fresh meat. When the hunters brought back antelope or buffalo, the camp would feast. Fresh meat was a luxury compared to the constant bacon. It tasted better. It lifted spirits. Even the act of preparing it was something different, a break from routine. Wildflowers. The prairie in late spring and early summer was covered with wildflowers. Vast fields of colour, blue, yellow, purple, red. Children would pick them. Women would arrange small bouquets. These flowers lasted only a day or two, but they were beautiful. A perfect campsite. Sometimes the evening stop would be at an ideal location. Good water, plenty of grass for the livestock, flat ground for sleeping, maybe even some trees for shade. These camps felt like gifts. Everyone rested a little easier. Mail from home. At the forts, Fort Laramie or Fort Hall, there was sometimes mail waiting. Letters from family back east sent months earlier, following the trail to catch up with the wagon trains. Receiving a letter was a treasure, a connection to home, news of family, proof that you were remembered, music in the evening. When someone played a fiddle or harmonica, others would gather around the fire. Maybe someone would sing simple songs, familiar hymns, ballads. The music connected everyone, reminded them of home, gave them something to focus on besides the journey. Children playing. Watching children play, seeing them have moments of normalcy and joy despite the hardship, was uplifting for the adults. Children adapted better than adults in some ways. For them, the trail became normal. They found joy in simple things, a pretty rock, a grasshopper, a game of tag between the wagons. Clear skies at night. The stars on the prairie were spectacular. With no artificial light for hundreds of miles, the sky was dense with stars. The Milky Way stretched overhead, so bright it cast shadows. On clear nights, people would lie on their bedrolls and stare upward, amazed. These small joys didn't erase the hardship, but they punctuated it. They gave people something to remember besides the dust and the walking and the monotony. Part 24, the final push. After South Pass, after Fort Hall, after the long journey through Idaho along the Snake River, the wagon trains turned northwest into Oregon Territory. This final section brought new challenges. The Blue Mountains were steep and forested. The trail climbed through them, then descended. The descent was particularly difficult. Wagons had to be lowered down slopes using ropes tied to trees. Teams of oxen pulling backward, acting as brakes. Men guiding the wagon, ensuring it didn't tip or slide out of control. This work was exhausting. Each wagon had to be lowered individually. If the wagon train had 40 wagons, it might take all day to get them down a single steep slope. But slowly, one by one, they descended. After the Blue Mountains came the Columbia River. By this point, it was likely September or even early October. The emigrants had been on the trail for 5 months, 20 weeks, 140 days approximately. They were so close to the end, but they still had to get down the Columbia River Gorge. As I mentioned, some chose to float down the river on rafts. Others took the Barlow Road around Mount Hood. Both options had their dangers. Those who rafted faced rapids. The Columbia River Gorge was beautiful but treacherous. The current was swift. Rafts could capsize, wagons could be lost, people could drown. Many did. After surviving the entire trail, some emigrants died within a few days of their destination. Those who took the Barlow Road faced steep grades, deep mud, and the cost of the toll, but it was generally safer than the river. Either way, by late September or early October, the wagon trains reached the Willamette Valley, green, wet, forested. This was Oregon. This was the destination. Oregon City sat at the falls of the Willamette River. The emigrants arrived, tired, worn, often sick, always changed by the journey. They had walked approximately 2,000 miles. For 5 or 6 months, every day, walking. Now it was over. The journey was complete. They had survived the Oregon Trail. Part 25. Reflection. Let's pause here and reflect on what this journey meant, what it was. The Oregon Trail was not an adventure in the romantic sense. It was not exciting. It was not glorious. It was hard, repetitive, dangerous, and monotonous. People undertook it out of necessity or ambition, not for fun. The emigrants were seeking better lives, land, opportunity, freedom from the constraints of the eastern states. Oregon promised all of this: free land, fertile soil, mild climate, a fresh start. But the cost was high: months of walking, loss of possessions, often loss of loved ones, the psychological toll of the journey, the fear, the uncertainty, the sheer exhaustion of it all. And yet they came, tens of thousands of them, year after year. They left their homes, packed their wagons, and walked west into the unknown. They walked past the graves of those who had gone before. They walked past the abandoned wagons. They walked through their own doubts and fears. Why? What drove them? The promise of land was part of it. But there was something else, a belief that the future could be better than the past, that by enduring hardship they could create something new, that by walking 2,000 miles they could reach a place where life would be better for themselves and their children. This belief sustained them through the monotonous days, through the dust and heat, through the cold nights, through the losses, through everything. The Oregon Trail was an act of faith, faith that Oregon existed and was worth reaching, faith that they could survive the journey, faith that the suffering would be temporary and the reward would be lasting. For many, this faith was justified. They reached Oregon, they claimed land, they built farms and lives. Their children grew up in Oregon, never knowing the hardship of the trail except through their parents' stories. For others, the faith was betrayed, they died on the trail, or they reached Oregon only to find that reality didn't match the dream. The land was difficult to clear. The winters were harsh in their own way. The isolation was profound. Some gave up and returned east. Some moved on to California. Some stayed and struggled. But all of them, whether successful or not, whether survivor or victim, whether satisfied or disappointed, all of them undertook the journey. All of them walked the trail. All of them experienced the monotony and the routine and the endless turning of the wagon wheels. Part 26, The Legacy. The Oregon Trail shaped America. That might sound grandiose, but it's true. The settlement of Oregon Territory and later Washington Territory was enabled by the trail. Tens of thousands of American settlers created a population that secured American control of the region. Before the wagon trains came, Oregon was disputed territory. Both the United States and Britain claimed it. The border between British and American territory was unclear. It was the flood of American settlers that tipped the balance. In 1846, the Oregon Treaty established the border at the 49th parallel, giving the United States clear control of what is now Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. This was achieved not through military conquest, but through migration, through wagon trains, through families walking across the continent. The trail also established patterns of Western migration that continued for decades. The routes, the timing, the methods developed on the Oregon Trail were used by later emigrants going to California, Utah, and other Western territories. The trail was a template, and the trail lived in American memory. It became part of the national mythology. The covered wagon, the pioneer family, the journey west. These images became symbols of American character, determination, self-reliance, the willingness to endure hardship for a better future. Of course, this mythology often obscured the reality. The real Oregon Trail was not glorious. It was not an adventure story. It was a 6-month slog through dust and monotony, punctuated by moments of terror and tragedy. But the mythology persisted because people needed it. The idea of the pioneer journey became a way of understanding American identity. The belief that Americans were people who didn't accept limits, who pushed boundaries, who endured hardship to achieve dreams. Whether this mythology is accurate or healthy is debatable, but it's undeniably powerful. The Oregon Trail lives in American imagination even now, more than 150 years after the last wagon trains crossed it. Part 27, The Physical Trail Today. The Oregon Trail still exists as a physical place. You can visit it, walk on it, see the wagon ruts that were worn into the rock and soil. In some places, the trail has been obliterated by modern development. Towns and cities were built over it, highways cover it, farms have ploughed it under. But in other places, especially in the remote sections across Wyoming and Idaho, the trail remains. The wagon ruts are the most visible remnant. In rocky areas, where hundreds of thousands of wagon wheels rolled over the same path year after year, the ruts were carved deep. At a place called Guernsey, Wyoming, the ruts are cut 5 feet deep into the sandstone hillside. You can stand in them, run your hand along the smooth stone worn by wagon wheels. In other places, the trail appears as parallel lines across the prairie. Not a single rut, but many. The wagon trains spread out to avoid each other's dust. creating multiple parallel paths. From the air, these paths look like faint scars in the landscape. Some sections of the trail are preserved as historical sites. You can visit them, walk where the emigrants walked, stand where they stood, see what they saw. The landscape hasn't changed as much as you might think. The prairie is still vast. The sky is still enormous. The silence is still profound. There are markers along the trail, historical signs, monuments. At Chimney Rock, there's a visitors centre. At Scotts Bluff, there's a national monument. These sites try to tell the story of the trail to help modern visitors understand what the journey was like. But it's hard to convey the reality. Standing beside your car, reading a historical marker, looking at the landscape for 10 minutes, you can't really understand what it was like to walk this path for 6 months. To see this landscape day after day for weeks on end, to feel the dust and heat and exhaustion. The graves are mostly gone. A few marked graves remain, protected as historical sites. But most graves were unmarked or marked with simple wooden crosses that rotted away long ago. The dead of the Oregon Trail lie scattered along its length, their exact locations lost to time. The artifacts are mostly gone too. The furniture, the clothing, the tools left beside the trail were scavenged by later travellers or rotted away or were buried by shifting soil. Museums have some artifacts, wagon parts, personal items, things that were preserved by chance or by descendants. But the trail itself remains, not as it was, but as a ghost of what it was, a memory in the landscape. A place where, if you know the history, you can stand and imagine the long lines of wagons, the clouds of dust, the sound of wheels and footsteps, the faces of people who passed this way more than 150 years ago. Part 28, Returning to the Rhythm. Let's return one more time to the experience itself, to the daily rhythm of the trail, because that's what defined it. Not the landmarks or the dangers or the destinations, but the routine. Imagine you're in the middle of the journey, week 10. You've been walking for 70 days. You'll be walking for 50 more days at least, maybe 60, maybe 70. You don't know exactly. It depends on weather, on conditions, on how well the oxen hold up. But today, right now, this day, it's like every other day. You wake, the sky is lightening, dawn is coming. Around you, the camp is stirring, the sounds of morning, fire, voices, animals. You fold your bedding, pack it in the wagon. Your movements are automatic now. You don't think about what you're doing. Your hands know the routine. Breakfast, coffee, bacon, beans. The same as always. You eat standing up or sitting on the wagon tongue. There's no table, there's no chair. There's just food and the need to eat it quickly. The men hitch the oxen. You help pack the last items. Then the captain's call. Time to move. You take your place beside the wagon. The oxen lean into the yoke. The wagon begins to move. The wheels turn. You begin to walk. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. The sun rises behind you. It will climb over your head and set ahead of you because you're walking west, always west, toward Oregon. The landscape scrolls by. You've stopped really looking at it. It's just background now. Grass, sky, hills in the distance. You note them without conscious thought. Your mind drifts. You think about nothing in particular. Maybe you count your steps for a while. 1, 2, 3, 4. After 100, you lose count and start over. Or you don't start over. You just walk without counting. The wagon creaks. a constant sound, wood flexing under weight, axles turning, wheels rolling over the uneven ground, creak, roll, creak, roll, creak, roll. The oxen breathe heavily. You can hear them, the sound of large animals working, steady, patient. They don't complain, they just pull. Hours pass. The sun climbs higher. The air warms. The dust rises. You're coated in it now. Everyone is. Grey dust on clothes, on skin, in hair, in eyes, in mouth. You taste it with every breath. Midday. The train stops. Unhitch the oxen. Let them rest. Eat something. Drink something. Rest yourself. Your feet hurt. Always hurt. The hurt is normal now. You don't think about it. Then start again. Hitch the oxen. Fall into line. Begin walking. Left foot. Right foot. Left foot. Right foot. The afternoon stretches out. Endless. Longer than the morning. The heat is worse. The dust is worse. The fatigue is worse. But you walk because everyone walks. Because the train moves forward. Because Oregon is ahead. You think about water. When will the evening stop be? Will there be water? Good water? The thought of cold, clear water is intensely appealing, but you might not get it. You might get muddy river water, or you might camp dry and ration what remains in the barrels. You think about sitting down, about stopping, about rest, but you can't stop, not yet, so you walk. The shadows lengthen, the sun drops toward the horizon. Finally, the captain signals, stop for the night. Circle the wagons, unhitch the oxen. Now you can stop walking, now you can sit, but you can't sit for long. There's work to do. Gather fuel, start the fire, fetch water, prepare dinner, the same dinner as every night. Beans, bacon, coffee. You move through these tasks automatically. Your body knows what to do. While your hands work, your mind is blank, or nearly blank, just tired, so tired. Dinner, clean up, bedding laid out, children settled. Then finally you lie down. The ground is hard beneath you. The sky is vast above you. You're exhausted. Sleep comes quickly, dreamlessly, deep sleep of complete physical exhaustion. And in the morning, you'll wake and do it all again. Because that's what you do. That's what everyone does. Wake, pack, walk, stop, walk, stop, camp, sleep. The wheels turn around and around and around, day after day after day. This is the Oregon Trail. Part 29, the weather. Let me tell you about the weather on the trail, because the weather was a constant presence, a force that shaped every day. In the early part of the journey, across Kansas and Nebraska in May and June, the weather was variable. Some days were perfect. Clear skies, moderate temperatures, a light breeze. These days made the walking almost pleasant. But other days brought storms. The prairie thunderstorms were violent. They came on suddenly, building from nothing to full fury in less than an hour. The sky would darken, the wind would rise. Then the rain would come, sheets of rain, torrential rain, rain so heavy you couldn't see the wagon in front of you. Lightning struck the open prairie with frightening frequency, bright flashes, immediate thunder, the smell of ozone. People and animals could be struck. It happened. The emigrants would huddle under or in the wagons, hoping the storm would pass quickly. Hail sometimes came with the storms, hailstones the size of eggs. They would batter the canvas wagon covers, kill small animals, bruise people caught in the open. After a hailstorm, the ground would be white with ice, even in summer. Then the storm would pass. The sky would clear. The sun would come out. Within an hour, the ground would be drying. By evening, it would be as if the storm had never happened, except for the puddles and the damage left behind. As the wagon trains moved into higher elevations, into Wyoming and towards South Pass, the temperature dropped. Even in July and August, the nights at high elevation were cold. Frost on the ground some mornings. People who had packed away their winter coats would dig them out again. The days could still be hot. The sun at high altitude was intense. People sunburned easily, lips cracked, skin dried and peeled, but the nights were cold. This daily swing from hot days to cold nights was exhausting in its own way. In the mountains, the weather was even more unpredictable. A clear morning could become a storm-filled afternoon. Rain could turn to sleet. Snow was possible even in summer at the highest elevations. And always, there was the wind. On the plains, the wind never stopped. It blew constantly, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. It dried everything: lips, skin, clothes. It carried the dust. It wore on people psychologically. The constant wind, day after day, week after week, was maddening. By the time the wagon trains reached Oregon in September or October, the rainy season was beginning. The famous Oregon rain, not the violent thunderstorms of the prairie, but steady, persistent rain. Rain that fell for days. Rain that turned the trails to mud. Rain that soaked through canvas and cloth and made everything damp and miserable. The weather was beyond anyone's control. You endured it. That was all you could do. Good weather made the journey easier. Bad weather made it harder. But either way, you kept moving. Because the seasons didn't wait. Winter was coming. You had to reach Oregon before the mountain passes closed. Part 30. The livestock. The oxen deserve more attention. They were essential to the journey. Without them, there was no journey. The wagon couldn't move without oxen to pull it. A typical wagon was pulled by 4 to 6 oxen. Oxen are castrated male cattle. They're strong, patient, and relatively easy to manage. They work in yoked pairs. The yoke is a wooden beam that fits across their necks, connecting them and distributing the weight of the load they're pulling. The oxen had to be trained. You couldn't just yoke any cattle and expect them to pull together. They had to learn to respond to commands. G for right, haw for left, whoa for stop. They had to learn to work as a team, to pull evenly, to move together. Each ox had a name. The emigrants named their oxen and talked to them. These animals were working partners, not just beasts of burden. A good ox team was valuable. Men took pride in having well-trained, strong oxen. The oxen walked all day, just like the people, 15 to 20 miles a day, day after day. They pulled loads weighing 2,000 pounds or more. They did this for months. The physical demand was enormous. Keeping the oxen healthy was crucial. They needed grass. Good prairie grass provided most of their nutrition. The wagon trains had to time their stops to allow the oxen to graze. At the noon break, the oxen would graze for an hour or two. In the evening, they would graze until dark, and then again in the morning before the day's travel began. They needed water. The oxen had to drink several gallons of water each day. When the wagon train camped near a river or stream, this wasn't a problem. But on dry stretches, water for the oxen became a serious concern. The water barrels on the wagons were mostly for people. The oxen had to wait until the next water source, which might be a day or more away. The oxen suffered in the heat. On the hottest days, especially crossing the Sage Desert in Idaho, the oxen would be visibly distressed, panting, slowing. Some collapsed, some died. When an ox died, it had to be replaced immediately, or the wagon couldn't continue. Spare oxen, if a family had them, were essential. But spare oxen also had to eat and drink, increasing the burden on resources. Most families started with more oxen than they needed and hoped not to lose too many along the way. The oxen's hooves wore down on the rocky trail. Sometimes they went lame. A lame ox couldn't pull, so it became another burden. It might recover with rest, but the wagon train rarely stopped long enough for recovery. A lame ox often had to be left behind or slaughtered for meat. Diseases affected the oxen too. They could contract infections, parasites, illness. A sick ox was a liability. The emigrants did what they could to treat sick animals, but veterinary medicine was limited. Many oxen died of illness. Despite all this, the oxen persevered. They were remarkably sturdy animals. They could survive on poor grass and limited water. They could work in heat and cold. They could walk 20 miles a day for months on end. Without their strength and endurance, the Oregon Trail would not have been possible. At the end of the journey, the oxen that survived were often in poor condition, thin, worn down, but they had done their job. They had pulled the wagons across 2,000 miles. Some were kept by their owners and used as farm animals in Oregon. Others were sold. Some were simply turned loose, their working lives over. Part 31. Time moves differently. One of the most disorienting aspects of the Oregon Trail was how it changed your relationship with time. In the settled East, time was measured in clock hours, in daily routines tied to morning and evening, in weeks measured by Sundays, in seasons tied to planting and harvest. On the trail, clock time became irrelevant. Most emigrants didn't carry pocket watches, and those who did rarely consulted them. Time was measured by the sun, dawn, midday, dusk, dark. These were the only hours that mattered. The day was divided into simple segments: morning travel, noon break, afternoon travel, evening camp. Each segment blended into the next. You didn't think, it's 3 o'clock. You thought, the sun is past its peak, or we should stop soon. Weeks blurred together. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, these names became meaningless. The only day that maintained its identity was Sunday, and only because the wagon trains tried to rest on Sundays. But even Sunday was just a break in the routine, not a true marker of time. Months were measured by landmarks. You left Independence in late April. By late May, you were somewhere past Fort Kearny. By late June, somewhere past Fort Laramie. By late July, somewhere near South Pass. By late August, somewhere in Idaho. By late September, approaching Oregon. The months marked progress, but they didn't feel like months. They felt like stages of an endless journey. The strange thing was that time felt both fast and slow. Each day was slow. The hours of walking seemed to last forever. The afternoon especially seemed to stretch on without end. Each minute was long. But looking back, the weeks passed quickly. Had it really been 2 months since you left independence? It seemed like yesterday. It seemed like forever. Both were true. This distortion of time was disorienting. Emigrants wrote about it in their diaries, the feeling that time had stopped, that they would walk forever, or the opposite feeling that time was racing past and they weren't making enough progress. Part of this was the repetitive routine. When every day is the same, the days blend together. You lose track. You can't remember if something happened 3 days ago or 5 days ago. It all merges into one continuous experience of walking. Part of it was the removal from normal life. There were no external time markers, no church bells, no factory whistles, no newspapers with dates, just the sun and the wagon and the trail. Some emigrants tried to maintain a normal sense of time. They kept careful diaries dating each entry. They noted the day of the week. They observed Sunday as a day of rest and worship. This helped them maintain a structure, a sense of continuity with their former lives. But for many, time on the trail became a different thing entirely. Not hours and days and weeks, but simply a continuous present, walking, stopping, walking, stopping, over and over, until eventually, finally, you reached the end. Part 32, The Children's Experience. Children on the Oregon Trail had a very different experience from adults. For children, especially young children, the trail became normal remarkably quickly. A 6-year-old who left independence in late April barely remembered the settled life they'd left behind by the time they reached Oregon in September. 5 months was a significant portion of their young life. The trail was their reality. Children adapted to the walking. They walked beside the wagons with the adults, though their shorter legs meant they had to work harder to keep up. Young children sometimes rode in the wagon, but this was uncomfortable and discouraged. The wagon was too full and too rough riding. Better to walk. Children made games of the journey. They would race ahead of their family's wagon, then fall back. They would search for interesting rocks or insects. They would play with children from other families in the wagon train. Tag, hide and seek, though there was nowhere to hide on the open prairie. Simple games that passed the time. Older children had responsibilities. Boys helped with the livestock, learning to herd the cattle and oxen. Girls helped with cooking and mending and caring for younger siblings. These responsibilities were serious. A 10-year-old on the Oregon Trail was expected to contribute real work to the family's survival. But children were still children. They complained when they were tired. They cried when they were hurt. They got into mischief. Adults on the trail often marveled at children's resilience and energy. While the adults were exhausted, the children would still find energy to play in the evening camp. School was impossible on the trail. There was no time for formal education. Some mothers tried to teach reading and writing in the evenings, but this was difficult. Mostly, the children's education paused for the duration of the journey. They would resume schooling once they reached Oregon, if schooling was available. The dangers of the trail affected children differently than adults. Young children didn't fully understand the dangers. They didn't know that wandering away from the wagon train was dangerous. They didn't know that playing near the wagon wheels could be fatal. They had to be watched constantly. Older children understood the dangers better, but they were still impulsive. They took risks. They explored. Some children were injured or killed in accidents. Others died of disease. The death of a child was devastating for the family and the wagon train, but the journey continued. There was no choice. Despite everything, many children thrived. The constant outdoor life, the physical activity, the simplicity of the routine, some children adapted to this better than adults. They grew strong. They learned skills. They experienced an adventure that, while difficult and dangerous, was also unlike anything they would experience again. For children who survived the journey and grew up in Oregon, the Oregon Trail was a formative experience. It became a story they told their own children and grandchildren the time they walked across the continent. The time before Oregon, the journey that shaped everything that came after. Part 33. The Quiet Desperation. There's something I haven't fully addressed. The psychological weight of the journey. The quiet desperation that set in after weeks and months on the trail. Imagine you've been walking for 3 months, 90 days. You're tired in a way you've never been tired before. Not just physical exhaustion, though that's part of it, but a deeper fatigue, a weariness of the soul. You're tired of walking, tired of the wagon, tired of the dust, tired of beans and bacon, tired of sleeping on the ground, tired of the same faces day after day, tired of the vast empty landscape, tired of having nowhere to go except forward. You want a bed, a real bed, with a mattress and sheets and pillows. You want a roof over your head, walls around you, a door you can close, privacy, space, quiet. You want food that tastes like something, fresh bread, vegetables, fruit, meat that isn't bacon, coffee that isn't full of grounds, clean water. You want a bath, a real bath, hot water, soap, the ability to get truly clean for the first time in months. You want to stop moving, to stay in one place, to wake up in the morning and not have to pack everything and start walking, to spend a day, a week, a month in the same location. But you can't have any of these things, not yet. Oregon is still weeks away, maybe a month, maybe more, so you have to keep walking, keep enduring, keep hoping that the end will eventually come. This hope becomes strained. In the beginning, Oregon was a dream, exciting, full of possibility. But after months of hardship, Oregon becomes less a dream and more a desperate need. You need the journey to end. You need to arrive. The need is almost painful. Some people broke under this psychological weight. They became depressed, silent. They performed their duties mechanically, but with no spirit. They walked like automatons, present in body, but absent in mind. Some people became irritable, quick to anger, snapping at family members, fighting with other emigrants. The constant close quarters and lack of privacy wore on people. Small annoyances became major irritations. Some people simply endured. They shut down emotionally, stopped feeling much of anything, just focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on surviving one more day. This emotional numbness was a coping mechanism. It allowed people to continue functioning when continuing seemed impossible. The diary entries reflect this. Early entries are full of observations and emotions. Later entries become sparse. Travelled 15 miles, camped by river, nothing else, no commentary, no reflection, just the bare facts. The writer had nothing left to give to the diary. But people kept moving, even in despair, even in numbness, even in quiet desperation. They kept walking, because what else could they do? Turning back was not an option. Stopping was not an option. The only way out was through. And eventually, the end did come. Oregon appeared, the journey concluded, the emigrants could stop walking, they had survived. And survival, even after everything, even in despair, was a victory. Part 34, The Final Approach. Let me describe the final days of the journey. When Oregon was close, when the end was finally, truly near. After the Blue Mountains, after the Columbia River, the wagon train descended into the Willamette Valley. This was different from anything they'd seen on the trail. Green, lush, trees everywhere. Rain, mild temperatures even in early fall. The emigrants noticed the change immediately. Real forests, grass that was vibrant green, not dry prairie grass. Streams with cold, clear water. The air smelled different, wet, rich, alive. After months of prairie and desert and mountains, the Willamette Valley seemed like paradise. It was what they had imagined Oregon would be, what they had walked 2,000 miles to reach. But they were also exhausted, too exhausted to fully appreciate it. They noticed the beauty, but through a haze of fatigue. They were almost there, almost done. That was what mattered. The trail here was muddy. The Oregon rains had begun. The wagon wheels sank into the mud. Progress was slow, but it was the last stretch. Just a few more days, maybe a week. Other wagon trains were ahead of them and behind them. The trail was busy in early fall, with trains all converging on Oregon City. There was a sense of collective relief. Everyone had made it, or almost made it, just a little farther. Then, finally, Oregon City. A small settlement beside the Willamette Falls. A few buildings, some cabins, more wagons, more emigrants. This was the end of the trail. This was Oregon. The wagon pulled to a stop. For the last time, the journey was over. 6 months, 2,000 miles, from Independence, Missouri to Oregon City. Done. What did the emigrants feel at this moment? Relief, certainly. Joy, probably. But also, strangely, a sense of anticlimax. The journey had defined their existence for so long. It had been all-consuming. And now it was simply over. What came next? Some people cried. Some laughed. Some just stood there, numb, unable to process that the walking had ended. Some knelt and prayed, thanking God for their survival. Some immediately started thinking practically about what they needed to do next. Find land, file a claim, build shelter. But all of them, in that moment, shared the knowledge that they had accomplished something extraordinary. They had crossed the continent. They had survived the Oregon Trail. Whatever came next, they had done this. They were survivors. They were pioneers. They had made it. Conclusion: the endless trail. And so we come to the end of our journey tonight. The end of this long exploration of the Oregon Trail. But in a way, the trail never truly ends. It exists in history, in the landscape, in the descendants of those who walked it, in the American imagination. The Oregon Trail was many things: a route, a migration, a test of endurance, a gamble on the future. But most of all, it was a routine, a daily rhythm of waking, packing, walking, stopping, camping, sleeping, repeated for months on end. It was the creak of wagon wheels, the plodding of oxen, the taste of dust, the endless sky, the vast prairie, the distant mountains, the camps at evening, the fires, the coffee, the beans and bacon, the walking, always the walking. 2,000 miles, 5 to 6 months. 15 to 20 miles per day, step by step by step, until Oregon, until the journey ended and new life, could begin. For those who walked it, the Oregon Trail was a defining experience, the hardest thing most of them ever did, the thing they told their children and grandchildren about, the journey that separated their life into before and after. For us, looking back across more than 170 years, the Oregon Trail is a window into American history, a chapter in the story of westward expansion, a testament to human endurance and determination, and a reminder that great achievements often come not through dramatic moments, but through the patient accumulation of small, repetitive actions. One step after another, one day after another, until the destination is reached. The last wagon wheels stopped turning somewhere in the Willamette Valley, in the shadow of mountains. The emigrants had been watching grow larger for 4 months. They had arrived. The trail had ended. The 2,000 miles were behind them. For most of the people who walked the Oregon Trail, the destination was Oregon, Greenland, farmland, rain, a place to build something permanent after so much impermanent motion. They planted seeds. They built houses. They raised children who had never known Missouri. But there was another group, the ones who had turned south at Fort Hall, following a different branch of the trail down into California. There were not many of them, not at first. California, in the early 1840s, was a remote and half-forgotten corner of the Mexican territory, thinly populated, largely unmapped, of interest mainly to ranchers and the occasional trapper. Then came the morning of January 24th, 1848. A carpenter named James Marshall was building a sawmill on the American River in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada for a man named John Sutter. It was early. The water was cold and clear. Marshall looked down into the mill race, the channel where the water ran, and saw something catching the light at the bottom. He reached in and picked it up. It was about the size of a pea. It was heavy. It was yellow. Everything that came next, the rush of ships into San Francisco Bay, the tent cities in the foothills, the 100,000 people who arrived in a single year, the transformation of California from a quiet backwater into one of the wealthiest places on earth, all of it traces back to that one cold morning, that one man, and that one small yellow stone in the water. This is that story, the California Gold Rush. Part 1. The Land Before Gold. To understand the California Gold Rush, we must first understand California itself before that fateful day in January 1848. California in the early 1840s was a place that existed on the margins of the American consciousness. It was a remote, sparsely populated territory that had only recently come under United States control following the Mexican-American War. The land that would become California had been home to indigenous peoples for thousands of years. Over 300,000 Native Americans lived in the region, speaking more than 100 different languages and dialects. These were the Miwok, the Maidu, the Yokuts, the Ohlone, and countless other tribes who had developed sophisticated societies adapted to the diverse landscapes of California, from the coastal regions to the Great Central Valley to the Sierra Nevada mountains. The first European contact came with Spanish explorers in the 16th century. Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo sailed along the California coast in 1542, claiming the land for Spain. But it wasn't until the late 1700s that Spain began to establish a permanent presence in California through a system of missions, presidios, and pueblos. The mission system, established beginning in 1769 with Mission San Diego de Alcala, would eventually grow to 21 missions stretching from San Diego to Sonoma. These missions were founded by Franciscan friars, most notably Junipero Serra, with the stated goal of converting the indigenous population to Catholicism and incorporating them into Spanish colonial society. The reality of mission life for Native Americans was often harsh. They were forced to abandon their traditional ways of life, subjected to diseases for which they had no immunity, and made to work in conditions that resembled slavery in all but name. By 1821, Mexico had won its independence from Spain, and California became a territory of the new Mexican nation. The Mexican period in California, lasting from 1821 to 1846, saw significant changes. The mission system was secularized in 1833, with mission lands supposedly to be distributed among Native Americans. In practice, these lands were largely claimed by Mexican settlers and administrators, leading to the development of vast ranchos. The rancho system created a kind of pastoral society in California. Large land grants, sometimes encompassing hundreds of thousands of acres, were given to prominent families. These ranchos raised cattle primarily for their hides and tallow, which were traded with American and European ships that began visiting California ports with increasing frequency. Life on the ranchos was often romanticized in later years, portrayed as an idyllic period of California culture, with grand fiestas, skilled horsemanship, and a leisurely aristocratic lifestyle. American interest in California grew throughout the 1830s and early 1840s. Traders, mountain men, and settlers began arriving in small numbers, drawn by tales of California's mild climate and fertile lands. Among these early American arrivals was John Sutter, a Swiss immigrant who would play a crucial role in the events to come. John Augustus Sutter arrived in California in 1839. He was a man with a complicated past, having left Switzerland under somewhat mysterious circumstances, possibly fleeing debts or legal troubles. But in California, he reinvented himself as a man of ambition and vision. He obtained a land grant from the Mexican governor of California, 48,000 acres in the Central Valley, near the confluence of the Sacramento and American rivers. Sutter established what he called New Helvetia, with his headquarters at Sutter's Fort in what is now Sacramento. He envisioned creating a kind of empire in the wilderness, an agricultural and trading center that would serve as a gateway to California's interior. Sutter's Fort became a crucial stopping point for American immigrants entering California over the Sierra Nevada mountains. He employed Native Americans, Hawaiians, and European immigrants in his various enterprises, which included farming, ranching, and trade. The Mexican-American War, which began in 1846, would dramatically change California's status. The conflict had multiple causes, including disputes over the Texas border, following Texas's annexation by the United States, and American territorial ambitions that encompassed not just California, but much of what is now the American Southwest. The concept of manifest destiny, the belief that the United States was destined to expand across the North American continent provided ideological justification for this expansion. In California, the conflict played out in a somewhat peculiar fashion. The Bear Flag Revolt in June 1846 saw American settlers in Northern California declare independence from Mexico and establish the California Republic. This republic was short-lived, as American military forces under Commodore John Sloat claimed California for the United States just weeks later. The war with Mexico concluded with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed on February 2nd, 1848. Under its terms, Mexico ceded California and much of the Southwest to the United States in exchange for $15 million and the assumption of certain debts. The treaty guaranteed property rights for Mexican citizens living in the ceded territories and promised them the full rights of American citizenship. At the time the treaty was signed, few in the United States government or the American public paid much attention to California. It was viewed as a distant, sparsely populated region of uncertain value. Some questioned whether the territory was worth the cost of the war. The population of non-indigenous people in California in early 1848 was probably less than 15,000, scattered across the vast territory. But even as diplomats were putting the final touches on the treaty that would transfer California to the United States, events were already in motion that would transform California and capture the imagination of the entire world. In the American River, at a sawmill being built for John Sutter, something extraordinary was about to be discovered. Part 2. The Discovery at Sutter's Mill. January 24th, 1848. This date would become one of the most significant in California history, though its importance would not be immediately apparent to those present. On this Monday morning, in the tail race of a sawmill under construction on the South Fork of the American River, a carpenter named James Wilson Marshall made a discovery that would change the world. Marshall was an interesting character, a carpenter and wheelwright from New Jersey who had made his way to California in 1845. He had worked at Sutter's Fort and had entered into a partnership with Sutter to build a sawmill in the Sierra Nevada foothills. The location chosen was in a valley the Maidu Indians called Columa, about 45 miles northeast of Sutter's Fort. The sawmill would provide lumber for Sutter's growing agricultural empire and for the increasing number of American settlers arriving in California. Construction of the sawmill began in late 1847. Marshall supervised a crew that included local Maidu Indians, Mormons who had recently arrived in California with the Mormon Battalion, and other labourers. The work progressed through the fall and winter, with the crew excavating a mill race to channel water from the American River to power the sawmill's machinery. Marshall was a meticulous man, some said eccentric and difficult to work with. He had a habit of inspecting the mill race each morning, after the water had run through it overnight, checking on the progress of the excavation and looking for any problems. On the morning of January 24th, as he walked along the tail race, something caught his eye in the shallow water. What Marshall saw were small flakes and nuggets of a yellow metal resting among the rocks and gravel. He picked up a few pieces and examined them. The metal was malleable, soft enough to be shaped between his fingers. It had a distinctive weight and luster. Marshall had some knowledge of minerals from his work as a carpenter and wheelwright, and he began to suspect what this metal might be. He called to the workers to shut off the water to the mill race and gathered several of the largest pieces of the metal. He then showed them to the crew members. The workers were excited but uncertain. Could this really be gold? Marshall decided to conduct some tests. He hammered one of the larger pieces between two rocks. Unlike pyrite or fool's gold, which would shatter, this metal flattened under the blows, a property of genuine gold. Still, Marshall wanted to be certain before raising any alarms. He decided to take his specimens to Sutter's Fort to consult with John Sutter himself. The journey of about 45 miles took Marshall through the Sierra foothills and down to the valley. He arrived at Sutter's Fort on a rainy afternoon, requesting a private meeting with Sutter. In Sutter's office, with the door locked and windows secured, Marshall showed Sutter the metal he had found. Sutter later recalled that Marshall was in an agitated state, both excited and anxious about the discovery. Together, they consulted an encyclopedia entry on gold and conducted various tests. The specific gravity test using water and scales, the nitric acid test to check if the metal would corrode, and close examination of the physical properties. All tests confirmed what Marshall suspected. This was genuine gold, and based on its purity, it was of excellent quality. Sutter's reaction to this news was complex and, in retrospect, quite prescient. While he understood the potential value of the discovery, he also immediately grasped the dangers it posed. Sutter's entire enterprise at New Helvetia depended on having reliable workers for his farms, ranches, and mills. If word got out about gold, he feared his workers would abandon their posts to search for it. Moreover, the land where the gold was found was not technically his property, and a gold rush could lead to chaos and legal disputes. Sutter and Marshall agreed to try to keep the discovery secret, at least temporarily. Sutter rode out to the sawmill to see the site for himself and to swear the workers to secrecy. He offered them bonuses and incentives to continue their work and keep quiet about what had been found. For a few weeks, the secret held. Though workers at the mill continued to find gold in their spare time, accumulating small collections of nuggets and flakes. But secrets, especially secrets of such magnitude, rarely stay secret for long. Workers wrote letters to family members. Travellers passed through the area and noticed unusual activity. Small amounts of gold began appearing in transactions at Sutter's Fort and in nearby settlements. By February, rumours were spreading through California that gold had been found near Sutter's mill. Still, these early rumours did not immediately create a frenzy. California in early 1848 was isolated from the rest of the United States. News travelled slowly, by ship around Cape Horn or by overland routes that took weeks or months. Many people who heard the rumours were sceptical. Gold discoveries had been announced before in various parts of the world, and they had often turned out to be exaggerated or false. The man who would transform these rumours into a full-fledged gold rush was Sam Brannan, a Mormon elder who ran a store at Sutter's Fort. Brannan was an entrepreneur and promoter who immediately saw the potential in the gold discovery. In May 1848, he made a trip to the sawmill area and confirmed the presence of gold for himself. He then returned to San Francisco, which was still a small settlement called Yerba Buena, with a population of only about 800 people. On May 12, 1848, Sam Brannan walked through the streets of San Francisco, holding a bottle filled with gold dust, shouting, "Gold, gold, gold from the American River." His demonstration had an electrifying effect. Within days, San Francisco was nearly deserted as virtually every able-bodied man left for the gold fields. Shops closed, newspapers suspended publication for lack of staff. Ships were abandoned in the harbour as crews departed for the mines. The initial gold rush was a local California phenomenon. Men came from San Francisco, from Monterey, from the scattered ranches and settlements throughout California. They came from the American military garrisons that had been established during the Mexican-American War. Soldiers deserted in large numbers, despite the threat of severe punishment, unable to resist the lure of gold. Ships arriving in California ports found their crews departing as soon as they dropped anchor. These first gold seekers, arriving in the spring and summer of 1848, found gold in abundance. The early methods of gold recovery were simple. The most common technique was panning, using a shallow pan to swirl gravel and water, allowing the heavier gold to settle to the bottom while lighter materials were washed away. Prospectors also used rockers or cradles, wooden devices that allowed larger amounts of gravel to be processed more efficiently. The gold was primarily found in two forms: placer gold, which consisted of loose flakes and nuggets that had eroded from the original ore deposits and been transported by rivers and streams, and lode or vein gold, which remained locked in quartz or other rock formations. The placer deposits were easier to work and became the focus of the early gold rush. Stories began to circulate of men finding extraordinary amounts of gold. There were reports of miners collecting thousands of dollars worth of gold in a single day, of nuggets the size of eggs or even larger. While some of these tales were undoubtedly exaggerated, the reality was that in those early months, gold was remarkably accessible to anyone willing to work for it. The news spread gradually beyond California. Ships carrying gold and letters describing the discoveries began arriving at ports in Oregon, Hawaii, and Mexico. By late summer, reports were reaching the eastern United States. Though many remained skeptical, the editor of the New York Herald dismissed the stories as a sham got up to guzzle the gullible. Everything changed in December 1848 when President James K. Polk addressed Congress. In his State of the Union message, Polk confirmed the gold discoveries, stating that the accounts of the abundance of gold in that territory are of such extraordinary character as would scarcely command belief were they not corroborated by the authentic reports of officers in the public service. Shortly after, a messenger arrived in Washington carrying a tea caddy containing 230 ounces of California gold, physical proof of the discoveries. Polk's confirmation gave official credence to the gold rush. Newspapers across the country and around the world picked up the story. The rush was no longer just a California phenomenon. It was about to become global. Part 3. The 49ers. The Great Migration begins. 1849. This would be the year that gave its name to the largest and most famous wave of gold seekers, the 49ers. Following President Polk's confirmation of the gold discoveries and the arrival of California gold in the eastern states, a fever gripped the nation and much of the world. Hundreds of thousands of people from diverse backgrounds and nations decided to abandon their homes, their families, and their established lives to seek fortune in California. The sheer scale of this migration was unprecedented in American history. In 1848, California's non-indigenous population was probably around 15,000. By the end of 1849, it had swollen to over 100,000. Within a few years, it would exceed 300,000. Never before had so many people moved so far, so quickly, driven by a single purpose. Who were these gold seekers? They came from every walk of life. There were farmers from Ohio and Missouri, sailors from Massachusetts, merchants from New York, adventurers from Europe, prospectors from South America. There were young men seeking fortune and adventure, family men desperate to improve their economic circumstances, failed businessmen hoping for a fresh start, and criminals fleeing the law. They were literate and illiterate, rich and poor, experienced frontiersmen and city dwellers who had never spent a night outdoors. What united them was a dream of wealth and opportunity. In the established cities of the East, economic opportunities seemed limited by social class, family connections, and capital. California offered something different, the promise that anyone, regardless of background, could strike it rich through their own labor and luck. It was a profoundly democratic dream, even if the reality would prove more complicated. For those living in the eastern United States, there were three main routes to California, each with its own challenges, costs, and dangers. The choice of route often depended on one's resources, location, and tolerance for risk. The sea route around Cape Horn was the longest, but in some ways the most straightforward. Ships departed from eastern ports, particularly New York and Boston, sailed down the Atlantic coast of South America, rounded the treacherous Cape Horn at the southern tip of the continent, then sailed up the Pacific coast to San Francisco. The journey covered approximately 18,000 miles and typically took 5 to 8 months, depending on weather conditions and the speed of the ship. The Cape Horn route had advantages. Passengers could bring more equipment and supplies than they could carry overland. They didn't have to worry about hostile Indians or desert crossings. For those who could afford cabin passage, the journey could be relatively comfortable, though tedious. But there were significant drawbacks. The passage around Cape Horn was notoriously dangerous, with violent storms, mountainous waves, and the constant threat of shipwreck. Many ships were lost in these waters. Even for those who survived, seasickness, boredom, bad food, and close quarters made the months-long voyage an ordeal. The cost was also substantial. Cabin passage could cost $200 to $500, more than many workers earned in a year. Steerage passage was cheaper, but meant enduring crowded, unsanitary conditions below decks. The demand for passage to California was so great that almost anything that could float was pressed into service. Aging ships that should have been scrapped were refitted and declared seaworthy. Overcrowding was common, with ships designed to carry 50 passengers departing with 200 or more. Not all would reach California. Some ships sank, others had to turn back due to damage or disease outbreaks, and a few were caught in doldrums, running short of food and water. The second sea route was somewhat shorter, travelling by ship to the Isthmus of Panama, crossing overland through the jungle, and then catching another ship on the Pacific side to San Francisco. This Panama route could theoretically be completed in as little as 6 to 8 weeks, making it attractive to those in a hurry. The reality of the Panama crossing was harsh. The isthmus was a narrow strip of land, only about 50 miles across at its narrowest point, but those 50 miles were some of the most challenging terrain imaginable. Dense jungle, oppressive heat and humidity, swamps, rivers to cross, and mountains to climb made the journey exhausting. There were few roads and no railroad yet across the isthmus. Travelers rode mules when they could, walked when they had to, and sometimes traveled by canoe up rivers. Disease was a constant threat. Yellow fever, malaria, dysentery, and cholera thrived in the tropical climate. Many gold seekers died in Panama, never reaching California. Those who survived the crossing often found themselves stranded on the Pacific side, as there were far more travelers than available ship berths. Some waited weeks or even months in the unhealthy climate of Panama City, watching their resources dwindle and their health deteriorate. Despite these dangers, the Panama route was popular, particularly with those coming from the eastern seaboard. Tens of thousands made the crossing, and those who survived and found passage to San Francisco reached California months ahead of those who had chosen the Cape Horn route. The third major route was the overland trail across the North American continent. This was the choice for many in the Midwest, and for those who lacked the resources for sea passage. The overland journey was approximately 2,000 miles from the jumping-off points on the Missouri River, such as Independence or St. Joseph, to the gold fields of California. The overland route followed paths already established by earlier migrants to Oregon and by fur trappers and traders. Travelers organized themselves into wagon companies, pooling resources for wagons, draft animals, and supplies. The journey required substantial preparation. Each person or family needed to acquire a wagon, oxen, or mules to pull it, and provisions for several months. Flour, bacon, coffee, sugar, beans, and other staples. Prices for these necessities skyrocketed in the jumping-off towns as demand surged. The overland journey had to be carefully timed. Travelers needed to depart in the spring after the prairie grass had grown enough to provide forage for the animals, but early enough to cross the Sierra Nevada before winter snows made the passes impassable. The tragedy of the Donner Party in 1846, when a group of California-bound emigrants became trapped by early snows in the Sierra and resorted to cannibalism to survive, was fresh in everyone's memory. The trail crossed varied and often challenging terrain. The first section, across the Great Plains, was relatively easy travelling, though monotonous. Water and grass were generally available, and the terrain was flat enough for wagons to make good progress. But as the trail moved west, challenges increased. The crossing of the Rocky Mountains required navigating steep passes. Water became scarce in the arid regions of what is now Wyoming, Utah, and Nevada. The 40-mile desert west of the Humboldt Sink in Nevada was particularly dreaded, a waterless wasteland that had to be crossed as quickly as possible. The final challenge was the Sierra Nevada. The passes through these mountains were steep and rocky, requiring wagons to be dismantled and carried or lowered by rope down steep slopes. Some companies abandoned their wagons entirely at this point, packing their remaining possessions onto mules or their own backs for the final push into California. The overland journey was dangerous. Cholera was a major killer, breaking out in the crowded, unsanitary conditions of wagon camps and spreading rapidly. Some companies lost a third or more of their members to disease. Accidents were common. People were crushed by wagons, gored by livestock, drowned crossing rivers. Contrary to popular myth, Indian attacks were relatively rare, though theft of livestock and occasional skirmishes did occur. More common were deaths from exhaustion, exposure, and the cumulative effects of inadequate diet and contaminated water. Despite the hardships, approximately 43,000 people took the overland route to California in 1849. Their passage transformed the trail itself, leaving it littered with abandoned wagons, furniture, mining equipment, and the graves of those who didn't survive. Later travelers reported walking for miles past the debris of earlier companies. Not all gold seekers came from the United States. News of the discovery spread around the world, and people from dozens of nations made their way to California. Mexico, which had just lost California in the war, sent thousands of miners north, particularly from the state of Sonora. These miners brought sophisticated knowledge of gold mining techniques that many Americans lacked. They introduced the arrastra, a device for crushing ore, and had experience with hard rock mining. South American countries, particularly Chile and Peru, contributed thousands of gold seekers. These were often experienced miners, as mining was an established industry in South America. They typically came by ship, making the relatively short journey up the Pacific coast. From across the Pacific, Chinese miners began arriving in significant numbers by 1850. The majority came from Guangdong province in southern China, an area experiencing political instability and economic hardship. Many Chinese miners were part of a credit ticket system, where associations or wealthy sponsors paid for their passage in exchange for a portion of their earnings. They faced discrimination and violence in California, but persevered, establishing significant Chinese communities, particularly in San Francisco. Europe contributed tens of thousands of gold seekers. The French came in large numbers, often in organized companies. The German states sent prospectors, as did Ireland, which was still reeling from the Great Famine. English miners brought experience from Cornwall's tin mines. Australians came, making the long voyage across the Pacific. Even more distant countries like India and the Pacific Islands sent small numbers of fortune seekers. This massive migration of peoples from around the world gave California a uniquely cosmopolitan character. In the mining camps and in San Francisco, one might hear dozens of languages spoken, see people in the traditional dress of nations from every continent, and encounter a bewildering mixture of cultures and customs. It was a volatile mixture that would lead to both remarkable cultural exchange and violent conflict. The journey to California, regardless of the route chosen, was a transformative experience. Those who survived it arrived in California changed. They had left behind the structure and certainties of their former lives. Many would never return home. They had endured hardships that tested them physically and mentally, and now they faced the ultimate test. Could they actually find gold? Part 4. Life in the Gold Fields. When the 49ers finally arrived in California, exhausted from their journeys by land or sea, they confronted a reality that was both thrilling and daunting. The gold fields stretched along the western slopes of the Sierra Nevada, primarily in an area known as the Mother Lode, running roughly from the northern reaches near Downieville south to Mariposa. This region, approximately 150 miles long and 50 miles wide, became home to hundreds of mining camps with colourful and often darkly humorous names. There was Hangtown, later renamed Placerville, which earned its original name from the summary justice meted out to criminals. There was Rough and Ready, founded by miners from Wisconsin who had served under Captain A. Ruff during the Mexican War. There was You Bet, Poker Flat, Whiskey Diggings, Shirt Tail, Git Up and Git, Groundhog Glory, and countless others. These names reflected the rough and ready character of mining camp culture and the miners' dark sense of humour about their circumstances. The physical environment of the goldfields was harsh. Summer temperatures in the Sierra foothills regularly exceeded 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Miners worked in full sun, standing in cold streams or bent over rockers and sluice boxes for 12 to 14 hours a day. Dust from dry diggings filled the air, coating everything and everyone. Winter brought rain that turned mining camps into seas of mud, and occasionally snow that shut down operations entirely. The earliest miners, those who arrived in 1848 and early 1849, often found gold in extraordinary quantities. These were the lucky ones who worked the richest surface deposits before they were exhausted. Stories circulated of miners collecting a pound of gold dust in a single day, worth approximately $240 at the time, when a labourer in the eastern states might earn $1 per day. Some claims produced thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars worth of gold in a matter of weeks. But for those who arrived later in 1849 and in subsequent years, the reality was often disappointing. The richest surface deposits were quickly claimed and worked out. New arrivals found themselves facing a fundamental problem. All the good claims were taken. Mining law in the early gold rush was largely informal, based on local customs rather than established legal principles. Generally, a miner could claim a piece of ground by marking its boundaries and working it regularly. The size of claims varied by location and local custom, typically ranging from 10 to 30 feet square. This system worked reasonably well when there was abundant unclaimed land, but as more miners arrived, competition for claims intensified. Disputes were common and sometimes violent. Mining camps developed their own systems of self-governance, holding miners' meetings to establish local rules, settle disputes, and occasionally mete out justice to thieves and claim jumpers. The techniques of gold mining evolved rapidly as miners learned what worked in California's particular conditions. The simplest method was panning, useful for prospecting and for working small quantities of gravel. The miner would fill a pan with gravel from a stream bed, add water, and use a swirling motion to wash away lighter material while the heavier gold particles settled to the bottom. Panning was slow and laborious, but required minimal equipment. More efficient was the rocker or cradle, a wooden box mounted on rockers, similar to a baby's cradle. Gravel and water were shoveled into the top, and the device was rocked back and forth, causing water to flow through and wash lighter materials away, while gold and heavy sand caught on wooden riffles in the bottom. A good rocker allowed a team of 2 or 3 miners to process much more gravel than they could by panning. The long tom was a larger, more stationary version of the rocker, a long wooden trough with riffles and a perforated iron sheet at one end to screen out larger rocks. It required more water and was typically used where a steady stream could be diverted to provide flow through the trough. The ultimate development in placer mining was the sluice box, essentially a very long tom, sometimes hundreds of feet long, through which large volumes of water and gravel could be processed. Sluice boxes required significant investment in lumber and labour to construct and needed abundant water, but they could process vast amounts of material. As individual claims became less productive, miners increasingly formed companies to pool resources for such larger operations. Water was crucial for all these methods. Miners in the early years relied on the natural flow of streams and rivers, which meant that mining operations were limited during the dry summer months when streams ran low. This problem led to one of the most ambitious engineering projects of the Gold Rush era, the construction of extensive systems of ditches, flumes and dams to bring water from higher elevations to the diggings. These water companies built hundreds of miles of wooden flumes, some perched on tall trestles across canyons, others carved into hillsides. They constructed dams to create reservoirs and dug ditches to carry water across the landscape. Miners purchased water from these companies, paying fees based on the volume used. The investment required to build these systems was substantial, running into hundreds of thousands of dollars, and marked a transition from individual mining efforts to larger capitalized enterprises. As surface placer deposits were exhausted, miners turned to hydraulic mining, a technique that used high-pressure jets of water to blast away entire hillsides, washing the gold-bearing gravel into sluices for processing. This method was incredibly destructive to the landscape, but highly effective at recovering gold from deposits that would have been impractical to mine by other methods. The development of the monitor, a large nozzle that could direct a powerful stream of water, made hydraulic mining even more effective and more destructive. Not all California gold was found in placer deposits. There were also lode or hard rock deposits where gold remained locked in quartz veins within solid rock. Mining these deposits required very different techniques. Miners had to tunnel into mountains following quartz veins, extract the ore, transport it to the surface, crush it to free the gold, and then process the crushed ore to separate gold from rock. Hard rock mining required significant capital investment in tunnels, timber for shoring up tunnels, ore carts, hoisting equipment, and crushing mills. It was dangerous work. Tunnel collapses were common, as were accidents involving falling rocks, premature explosions of blasting powder, and cave-ins. As the gold rush progressed, hard rock mining increasingly dominated, as it was the only way to access the remaining gold deposits. The shift from placer to hard rock mining represented a fundamental change in the nature of the gold rush. The early years had been dominated by individual miners or small partnerships working placer claims with simple tools. This was the democratic phase of the gold rush, when anyone with a pan and strong back had a chance at striking it rich. But hard rock mining required capital and organization. It meant working for wages in a mine owned by a company rather than working one's own claim. It meant the transformation of independent prospectors into wage labourers. Daily life in the mining camps was harsh and monotonous. Most miners lived in crude shelters, canvas tents, brush lean-tos, or simple cabins thrown together from rough lumber. Furnishings were minimal, perhaps a bedroll, a few cooking implements and tools. Privacy was non-existent in the crowded camps. The diet was unhealthy and repetitive, heavily dependent on pork, beans, and bread. Fresh vegetables and fruit were rare and expensive. Scurvy, caused by vitamin C deficiency, was common. Miners rose at dawn and worked until dark, 6 or 7 days a week. The work was physically demanding, digging, shoveling, carrying heavy loads, standing in cold water. Injuries were common and often poorly treated. Medical care was primitive and expensive. Many miners suffered from chronic ailments, rheumatism from standing in cold water, lung diseases from breathing rock dust, hernias from heavy lifting. Entertainment in the camps was limited, but important for maintaining morale. On Sundays and in the evenings, miners gambled, drank, told stories, and wrote letters home. Gambling was ubiquitous, with card games and games of chance running constantly in saloons and boarding houses. Some miners lost in a single night of gambling what they had spent weeks or months accumulating. Mail from home was desperately important to the miners, a connection to the world they had left behind. The arrival of mail in a camp was a major event, with miners gathering to hear news from home. Letter writing was a common evening activity, with men labouring over letters by candlelight, trying to explain their experiences and maintain connections with family members thousands of miles away. The gender imbalance in the mining camps was extreme. In 1850, the population of California was over 90% male. Women were so rare that their presence in a camp was a noteworthy event. This imbalance had profound effects on camp society. It contributed to the rough, unrefined character of camp life. It created a market for prostitution, with women in the sex trade commanding high prices for their services. It also meant that the few respectable women in the camps were treated with exaggerated courtesy and respect. Some women came to California with their husbands and families. Others came independently, seeing opportunities in the gold fields beyond mining. Women ran boarding houses, laundries, bakeries, and restaurants. These were often extremely profitable enterprises, as miners would pay premium prices for home-cooked meals and clean clothes. A woman running a boarding house or pie shop could sometimes earn more than a miner working a good claim. The ethnic diversity of the gold fields created both richness and tension. In the early days of the rush, there was a degree of cooperation across ethnic lines. Miners from different nations worked adjacent claims, traded techniques and information, and sometimes formed partnerships. But as competition for claims intensified and as racial prejudices took hold, this cooperation often gave way to hostility and violence. Mexican and South American miners, particularly those from Sonora, faced increasing discrimination. In 1850, the California legislature passed the Foreign Miners Tax, which required foreign miners to pay a $20 monthly fee for the privilege of mining. The tax was primarily aimed at Hispanic miners and was enforced selectively, with American miners often exempt even when they were technically foreigners. The tax drove many Hispanic miners out of California and led to violent confrontations in some areas. Chinese miners faced perhaps the worst discrimination. They were often restricted to claims that had been abandoned by white miners as worked out, forced to rework old diggings in the hope of finding gold that earlier miners had missed. They were subjected to special taxes, violence, and legal discrimination that denied them the right to testify in court against white persons. Despite these obstacles, Chinese miners persisted, often working cooperatively in groups and sending a portion of their earnings back to China to support families. African Americans in the gold fields included both free blacks who had come to California seeking opportunity and escaped or freed slaves brought west by their former masters. They faced discrimination and were excluded from claiming land or voting, but some still managed to accumulate wealth through mining or other enterprises. The question of slavery in California was contentious and would be addressed in the Compromise of 1850, which admitted California as a free state. Native Americans faced perhaps the most tragic fate in the gold rush. The massive influx of miners devastated indigenous communities. Miners occupied traditional hunting and gathering grounds, polluted streams with mining runoff, and cut down forests that indigenous peoples depended on. Violence against Native Americans was common and often went unpunished. The indigenous population of California, which may have been as high as 300,000 before the gold rush, would decline to approximately 30,000 by the end of the 19th century, a catastrophic demographic collapse caused by disease, violence, and starvation. The mining camps developed their own rough systems of justice and governance. In the absence of established government authority, miners' meetings served as legislature, court, and executive all in one. These meetings could establish local mining regulations, settle disputes over claims, and try accused criminals. Justice was often swift and harsh. For serious crimes, particularly theft and murder, punishment might be death by hanging. Less serious offences might result in whipping, banishment from the camp, or cropping of ears. This vigilante justice was brutal and sometimes wrong. Innocent people were hanged based on circumstantial evidence or because they were the wrong ethnicity. But the miners generally saw these systems as necessary in the absence of formal law enforcement. It would take several years before California developed a more stable legal system and formal government institutions capable of maintaining order. Part 5. San Francisco and the Urban Gold Rush. While the mining camps represented one face of the gold rush, California's cities, particularly San Francisco, represented another. The transformation of San Francisco from a sleepy settlement to a booming metropolis was as dramatic as anything happening in the gold fields, and in its own way just as significant. In January 1848, when James Marshall discovered gold, the settlement on San Francisco Bay was called Yerba Buena and had a population of perhaps 800 people. It was a collection of adobe buildings and wooden shacks clustered around a cove, with a few wharves extending into the bay. The surrounding area was a landscape of sand dunes and hills. By the end of 1849, San Francisco had a population of approximately 25,000, and that number would continue to grow rapidly. By 1852, the population exceeded 36,000. This explosive growth created opportunities and challenges unlike anything seen before in American urban development. San Francisco became the primary port of entry for gold seekers arriving by sea and the main supply center for the mines. Ships arrived daily from ports around the world, carrying passengers and cargo. The harbour became choked with vessels, hundreds at a time, many of them abandoned by crews who had deserted to head for the gold fields. Some of these abandoned ships were deliberately run aground and converted into warehouses, stores, hotels, and saloons, their hulls providing ready-made structures in a city desperate for building space. The physical growth of the city was chaotic and rapid. Streets were laid out in a grid, but building happened faster than planning. Structures of every description sprang up. Wooden buildings thrown up in days, canvas tents serving as shops and hotels, multi-story brick buildings constructed by those with capital to invest. Property values skyrocketed. Land that had sold for a few dollars before the gold rush now commanded thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Real estate speculation became as important as gold mining as a path to wealth. Men made fortunes buying property one week and selling it the next at vastly inflated prices. Others lost everything when property values occasionally crashed during periodic economic downturns. The most successful real estate speculators of the gold rush era became some of San Francisco's wealthiest and most influential citizens. Fire was a constant threat in gold rush San Francisco. The city suffered major fires in December 1849, May 1850, June 1850, September 1850, May 1851, and June 1851. Each fire destroyed large portions of the city, and each time San Francisco rebuilt, usually bigger and better than before. The frequent fires were both disaster and opportunity, clearing away inferior structures and allowing for rebuilding with better materials and planning. The May 1851 fire was particularly devastating, destroying much of the city centre and causing millions of dollars in damage. It started in a paint and upholstery store and spread rapidly through the densely packed wooden buildings. Witnesses described the fire as creating its own wind, with flames leaping from building to building faster than people could flee. Despite the destruction, within weeks, reconstruction was underway, with property owners racing to rebuild before they lost their lucrative commercial tenants. San Francisco's economy in the gold rush era was built on serving the miners. Everything a miner needed, from pickaxes to pork to playing cards, had to be transported to California and distributed to the mines. This created opportunities for merchants, shippers, warehousing companies, and distributors. The markup on goods was enormous. Items that cost a few cents in the eastern states might sell for dollars in San Francisco, and even more in the remote mining camps. Some of the most successful gold rush entrepreneurs never went near the mines. Levi Strauss arrived in San Francisco in 1853 with a supply of canvas for making tents and wagon covers. Finding that miners needed durable work pants, he began manufacturing heavy-duty trousers, eventually switching from canvas to a durable cotton fabric called denim. His heavy riveted denim pants became known as Levi's, and the company he founded would become a global brand. Domingo Ghirardelli came to California from Italy and established a confectionery business in San Francisco. Henry Wells and William Fargo established an express service and banking business that bore their names. Leland Stanford opened a store selling mining equipment before entering politics and later founding the university that bears his name. These men and others like them demonstrated that there were many paths to wealth in Gold Rush California, and not all of them led through the mines. Banking and finance became major industries in San Francisco. Miners needed secure places to store their gold dust, and they needed services to send money home or to have funds transferred to California. Early in the gold rush, commerce often operated on a barter system, with gold dust serving as currency. Merchants kept scales to weigh out dust in payment for goods. But this system was cumbersome and subject to fraud, as gold dust could be diluted with brass filings or black sand. Banking houses sprang up to provide financial services. Some were branches of established Eastern or European banks. Others were new institutions created specifically for the California market. These banks accepted gold dust and nuggets for deposit, issued banknotes and letters of credit, and provided loans. Some also engaged in gold dust purchasing, buying dust from miners and selling it in bulk to shippers who would transport it east or to the United States Mint. The express companies, particularly Wells Fargo and Adams & Company, played a crucial role in California's economy. They transported gold from the mines to San Francisco, delivered mail and packages to even the most remote mining camps, and provided banking services. Their stagecoaches and armed guards became iconic images of the gold rush era. San Francisco's population was as diverse as that of the mining camps, but the diversity took different forms. While the mines were overwhelmingly male, San Francisco had a somewhat more balanced, though still heavily male, population. Women came to the city as wives and daughters of merchants, as independent businesswomen running boarding houses and shops, and as prostitutes serving the city's large male population. The city developed distinct ethnic neighborhoods. The Chinese established a community that would grow into the largest Chinatown in North America. The neighborhood centered on Sacramento Street and included shops, restaurants, temples, gambling houses, and the offices of the Chinese merchant organizations known as the Six Companies, which provided crucial support to Chinese immigrants. Hispanic communities, particularly of Chileans and Peruvians, developed around Telegraph Hill. French immigrants clustered in certain areas, establishing restaurants and importing the food and wine of their homeland. The city had Irish neighborhoods, German neighborhoods, and enclaves of immigrants from nearly every corner of the world. This diversity gave San Francisco a cosmopolitan character unusual for an American city of its size. The city's entertainment and vice industries flourished. Theaters and concert halls opened, bringing performers from around the world. Lola Montez, the famous dancer and courtesan, performed in San Francisco, as did numerous other entertainers who saw opportunity in the free-spending gold rush economy. Opera, Shakespeare, variety shows, and popular entertainment of every sort found eager audiences. Gambling houses operated openly, some of them lavishly appointed with chandeliers, oil paintings, and expensive furnishings. The largest gambling establishments were major businesses, employing dozens of dealers and supporting staff. Games ran 24 hours a day, and fortunes changed hands nightly. The gambling houses also served as informal meeting places and centers of city life. Prostitution was widespread and relatively open. The city's extreme gender imbalance created a large market for sexual services. Women in prostitution ranged from elegant courtesans who entertained wealthy merchants in luxurious parlor houses to desperate women working in cribs in the Barbary Coast district under brutal conditions. The more successful madams, like Ah Toy, a Chinese woman who ran a brothel catering to Chinese miners, could become wealthy and influential figures. The consumption of alcohol was prodigious. San Francisco had hundreds of saloons, from crude drinking establishments to elegant hotel bars. Drinking was social lubricant and entertainment in a city where many residents were lonely and far from home. Alcoholism was a serious problem, contributing to violence, poverty, and early death for many Gold Rush participants. Crime was a major concern in Gold Rush San Francisco. The rapid growth, transient population, lack of established law enforcement, and abundance of wealth created perfect conditions for criminal activity. Theft, assault, and murder were common. Organized criminal gangs operated openly in some parts of the city, particularly in the area known as the Barbary Coast, a rough waterfront district notorious for violence and vice. The response to this crime problem was the formation of vigilance committees, extra-legal organizations of citizens who took law enforcement into their own hands. The first major vigilance committee formed in 1851 after a series of fires suspected to be arson and a crime wave that the existing authorities seemed unable to control. The Vigilance Committee of 1851 claimed about 700 members and took aggressive action against suspected criminals. They arrested suspects, held trials, and executed 4 men by hanging. They also banished dozens of others from the city under threat of death if they returned. The committee's actions were controversial, praised by some as necessary to establish order and condemned by others as vigilante justice that undermined legitimate authority. A second, even larger vigilance committee, formed in 1856 in response to political corruption and continuing crime problems. This committee claimed over 8,000 members and effectively took control of the city for several months, establishing a military-style organization complete with uniforms and drill exercises. They hanged 4 men and exiled many others. The 1856 Vigilance Committee had lasting political impact, with its members going on to dominate San Francisco politics for years. The Vigilance Committees represented a tension in Gold Rush, California, between the formal institutions of government and law, which were often weak or corrupt, and popular movements that claimed to represent the will of the people. This tension would continue throughout the Gold Rush period and beyond, shaping California's political culture. San Francisco also became a center for journalism in the Gold Rush era. Newspapers proliferated, serving both as sources of information and as platforms for political debate and cultural commentary. The Alta California, the California Star, the Daily Evening Bulletin, and numerous other papers competed for readers. These papers brought news from the mines, reported on arrivals and departures of ships, published letters from miners, and editorialized on every aspect of California life. Some Gold Rush journalists went on to national or international fame. Mark Twain, though he arrived slightly after the main Gold Rush years, got his start as a reporter in California and Nevada. Bret Harte wrote stories of mining camp life that reached a national audience and helped create the mythology of the Gold Rush. These writers and others transformed the raw experience of the Gold Rush into narratives that shaped how Americans understood the event. The cultural life of San Francisco developed rapidly. Libraries were established, including the Mercantile Library, which became a center of intellectual life. Churches of every denomination built houses of worship, serving both religious and social functions for their congregations. Fraternal organizations, particularly the Masons and Oddfellows, established lodges that provided social networks and mutual aid for their members. Education was initially neglected in the gold rush chaos, but by the early 1850s, schools were being established. The public school system developed slowly, but private schools and academies opened to serve the children of the city's growing middle and upper classes. Higher education would come later, with the eventual establishment of the University of California and other institutions. San Francisco's infrastructure struggled to keep up with its population growth. Water supply was a constant problem. Early residents relied on wells and on water sold by vendors who hauled it from springs and streams outside the city. A proper water system with pipes and reservoirs would not be completed until years after the gold rush. Sewage and waste disposal were primitive, contributing to periodic outbreaks of cholera and other diseases. Streets were often in terrible condition, particularly in winter when rain turned them into rivers of mud. The city eventually began a massive project of grading streets and filling in low-lying areas, using sand from the dunes and debris from demolished buildings. Some streets were planked with wood to make them passable, though these wooden streets were fire hazards and required constant maintenance. Despite these challenges, San Francisco established itself as the dominant city on the Pacific coast. It became the financial center for the entire region, the primary port for trade with Asia and the Pacific, and the cultural capital of the West. The wealth generated by the gold rush created a class of citizens with the resources and inclination to transform San Francisco from a rough mining town into a genuine city with aspirations to rival the great cities of the East Coast and Europe. Part 6. The business of gold, mining companies, and industrialization. By 1851 and 1852, the nature of gold mining in California was changing fundamentally. The era of the individual miner with a pan and a dream was giving way to a new era of industrial mining requiring capital, organization, and technology. This transformation had profound implications for who could participate in mining and who would benefit from California's gold. The easiest and richest placer deposits had been largely exhausted by 1851. Miners who arrived hoping to find fortunes lying on the ground were disappointed. The gold that remained required more effort, more sophisticated techniques, and more capital investment to extract. This reality led to the formation of mining companies and the introduction of increasingly elaborate mining methods. Hydraulic mining, which we touched on earlier, represented one response to the challenge of extracting gold from less rich deposits. The technique used powerful streams of water delivered through large nozzles called monitors to blast away entire hillsides. The water pressure was generated by bringing water from high elevation sources through pipes or ditches, building up tremendous pressure by the time it reached the mining site. The monitors could direct streams of water with enough force to kill a person at close range. Miners used these water cannons to carve away at hillsides, washing millions of tons of gravel and dirt into elaborate systems of sluices where the gold could be recovered. A single hydraulic mining operation might employ dozens of men and process more material in a day than a solitary miner could process in a lifetime. The environmental impact of hydraulic mining was catastrophic. Entire mountains were washed away. The debris, called slickens, clogged rivers and streams, causing flooding in the Central Valley and destroying agricultural land. The sediment reached San Francisco Bay, altering its depth and ecology. The mercury used in the gold recovery process poisoned waterways, creating environmental damage that persists to this day. Hydraulic mining required massive capital investment. Companies had to purchase land and water rights, construct elaborate systems of ditches and flumes to bring water to the mining site, buy or manufacture the monitors and other equipment, and employ the labour force needed to operate the mines. This was far beyond the means of individual miners, so mining companies were formed, selling shares to investors to raise the needed capital. These mining companies represented a new phase of California capitalism. They issued stock, held shareholder meetings, employed managers and engineers, and operated according to business principles rather than the informal practices of the early gold rush. Some became quite large, employing hundreds of workers and operating multiple mine sites. The successful companies paid dividends to their shareholders, creating a class of investors who profited from mining without ever wielding a pick or standing in a stream. Not all mining companies were successful. Many were speculative ventures that promised more than they could deliver. Some were outright frauds, selling stock in non-existent mines or in played-out claims represented as rich deposits. The San Francisco stock market became a center for trading mining shares, and it was subject to wild fluctuations as rumors of rich strikes or disappointing results circulated. Fortunes were made and lost in mining stock speculation, just as they were in actual mining. Hard rock or quartz mining, which involved tunneling into mountains to follow veins of gold-bearing quartz, also required significant capital and organization. Unlike placer mining, which could be done with relatively simple tools, hard rock mining required drilling equipment, blasting powder, timber for shoring up tunnels, hoisting equipment to bring ore to the surface, and crushing mills to process the ore. The process of hard rock mining was complex and dangerous. Miners would identify a quartz outcropping or vein on the surface and begin digging or blasting a tunnel to follow it into the mountain. Work was done by hand drilling, with one miner holding a steel drill while another struck it with a hammer, slowly boring holes into the rock. These holes were then filled with black powder and blasted, breaking the rock so it could be removed. Tunnel collapses were an ever-present danger. Miners worked underground by the light of candles or lamps in conditions of heat, dust, and poor air quality. Accidental explosions of blasting powder killed and injured many. As tunnels went deeper, flooding became a problem, requiring pumps to remove water. Ventilation was poor, and many miners suffered from lung diseases caused by inhaling rock dust. The ore brought to the surface had to be crushed to free the gold from the quartz. Early stamp mills used heavy iron stamps that were lifted and dropped repeatedly, pulverizing the ore. These mills were noisy, dangerous, and required power, initially provided by water wheels and later by steam engines. The crushed ore was then processed using mercury, which amalgamated with the gold, allowing it to be separated from the rock. The mercury was later heated to drive it off as vapor, leaving the gold behind. This process exposed workers to mercury with devastating health consequences. As hard rock mining developed, it became increasingly dominated by large companies with the capital to invest in deep shafts, complex tunnel systems, and expensive processing equipment. The Comstock lode, discovered in Nevada in 1859, represented the ultimate development of this industrial approach to mining, with shafts reaching thousands of feet deep and requiring millions of dollars in investment. The transformation of mining into an industrial enterprise changed the social structure of the mining regions. The independent miner gave way to the wage laborer working for a company. Mining became a job rather than an entrepreneurial venture. The wages were decent by the standards of the time, typically $3 to $4 per day for underground miners, but the work was hard, dangerous, and offered little prospect of striking it rich. Labour relations in the industrial mines were often contentious. Miners organised unions to demand better wages, safer working conditions, and shorter hours. Mining companies resisted these demands, sometimes importing strike breakers or calling on state authorities to suppress labour unrest. The conflicts between miners and mining companies in California and Nevada in the 1850s and 60s foreshadowed the larger labour struggles that would characterize American industry in the late 19th century. The industrialization of mining also led to specialization and the development of mining engineering as a profession. Mining engineers, many trained at technical schools in Germany, England, or the eastern United States, were employed to design mine workings, solve technical problems, and manage operations. These engineers introduced more systematic and scientific approaches to mining, improving efficiency and safety, though the work remained dangerous by modern standards. The supporting industries that grew up around mining were also significant. Machine shops manufactured and repaired mining equipment. Foundries cast iron parts for stamp mills and other machinery. Lumber companies harvested timber for shoring up tunnels and building flumes and sluice boxes. The demand for iron led to attempts to establish iron foundries in California, though most iron was imported from the East or from England. Chemical companies supplied mercury, blasting powder, and other necessary materials. Transportation infrastructure developed to serve the needs of mining. Roads were improved, sometimes at company expense, to allow heavy equipment to be hauled to mine sites. Flumes were built not just for water transport, but also to carry lumber from sawmills in the High Sierra to the mines. In the 1860s, railroads would begin to reach into the mining regions, further transforming the economics of mining by reducing transportation costs. The boom and bust cycle that characterized placer mining also affected industrial mining, but on a larger scale with more serious consequences. When a rich vein was discovered, a rush of investment would follow, with mining companies forming and stock prices soaring. Mines would be sunk, mills built, and workers hired. If the vein proved as rich as hoped, profits could be enormous. But if the vein pinched out or proved less rich than expected, the mines would close, the equipment would be abandoned, and workers would be left unemployed. Entire towns rose and fell with the fortunes of nearby mines. A rich strike would create a booming town of thousands almost overnight, complete with stores, saloons, churches, and schools. When the ore ran out, the town might empty just as quickly, becoming a ghost town. The California landscape is dotted with the remains of these once thriving communities, now nothing but ruins and memories. The legal framework for mining also evolved during this period. California developed a mining code based on local customs and practices, establishing rules for claim size, maintenance requirements, and dispute resolution. This code was later adopted with variations by other Western mining regions and influenced federal mining law. The law generally favored private enterprise and provided miners and mining companies with generous rights to extract resources from public lands. Water rights were a particularly complex and contentious legal issue. The common law doctrine of riparian rights, which gave property owners rights to water flowing through their land, was poorly suited to California's conditions where water was scarce and had to be transported long distances. California developed the doctrine of prior appropriation, which essentially granted water rights to those who first put water to beneficial use, regardless of where their land was located. This doctrine, summed up in the phrase "first in time, first in right," allowed mining companies to claim water from distant sources and transport it to their mines. The development of water law and mining law in California had lasting impacts far beyond the gold rush. These legal principles spread to other Western states and shaped the development of the entire region. They established a framework that privileged economic development and resource extraction, with environmental and social costs that would only become fully apparent much later. Part 7. Society and Culture in Gold Rush, California. The gold rush created a unique society in California, one characterized by rapid change, cultural diversity, democratic ideals mixed with violent prejudice, and a peculiar combination of lawlessness and community organization. Understanding this society requires looking beyond the mechanics of mining to the human experiences of those who participated in the gold rush. The correspondence and diaries of gold rush participants provide windows into their experiences, hopes, and disappointments. These documents reveal people struggling to make sense of a radically new environment, coping with loneliness and homesickness, dealing with moral temptations, and trying to decide whether to stay in California or return home. Letter writing was a crucial link to the world left behind. Miners would spend hours composing letters by candlelight, trying to describe their experiences to family members who could scarcely imagine what California was like. Letters home often concealed difficulties and exaggerated successes, either from pride or from a desire not to worry loved ones. Many miners were embarrassed to admit failure after the grand send-offs they had received when departing for California. The arrival of mail from home was a major event. Miners would gather at the express office when mail was delivered, eagerly waiting to hear their names called. A letter from home could lift a miner's spirits for days. The lack of a letter could be devastating, leading to anxiety about the welfare of family members or despair that one had been forgotten. Religious life in the gold rush was complex. Many observers noted that California seemed to bring out both the best and worst in people. The rough conditions and absence of traditional social controls led some to abandon previous moral standards. Drinking, gambling, and visiting prostitutes became routine for many miners. Sabbath observance was rare in the camps, with Sunday treated as just another work day or as a day for recreation and vice. Yet religion did not disappear from the gold fields. Ministers and priests followed the gold seekers to California, establishing churches and holding services even in the roughest camps. Itinerant preachers traveled from camp to camp, preaching in saloons, tents, or open air to congregations of miners. These religious services provided moral guidance and a connection to traditional values for those who attended. Some miners experienced profound religious conversions in California, sometimes prompted by close calls with death, disease, or other crises. Others became deeply cynical about religion, seeing the gap between Christian professions and actual behavior in California as evidence of hypocrisy. Still, others simply became indifferent, too absorbed in the pursuit of gold or too exhausted by labor to give much thought to spiritual matters. The ethnic and racial diversity of Gold Rush California created both opportunities for cultural exchange and sources of conflict. In the mining camps, one might encounter Chinese miners preparing rice and tea, Mexican miners singing corridos, Chilean miners making empanadas, French miners debating politics, and American miners from various states arguing about sectional issues. Food and foodways reflected this diversity. Chinese miners introduced American miners to rice and stir-fried vegetables. Mexican miners shared their knowledge of chili peppers and corn tortillas. European miners brought sausages, cheeses, and various styles of bread. Over time, a kind of hybrid cuisine developed in California, borrowing from various traditions. The restaurants and boarding houses of San Francisco offered remarkable culinary diversity for an American city of the period. Language was a constant challenge in the cosmopolitan goldfields. Few miners spoke multiple languages, leading to communication difficulties and misunderstandings. Some words and phrases from Spanish, Chinese, and Native American languages entered the local English dialect. A pidgin language developed in some areas, allowing basic communication across linguistic barriers. Translators and interpreters found steady employment, particularly in San Francisco, where they facilitated business transactions. Music and entertainment reflected cultural diversity as well. Miners from different backgrounds brought their musical traditions. There were American folk songs and popular tunes from the East, Mexican ballads, Chinese opera, German drinking songs, Irish reels, and French cafe music. Saloons and theatres in San Francisco and larger mining towns offered entertainment ranging from classical music to bawdy variety shows. The theatre was particularly popular in Gold Rush, California. Audiences were enthusiastic and sometimes rowdy, cheering favourite performers and showering the stage with coins and gold nuggets for particularly appreciated performances. Shakespearean actors toured the mining camps, performing classics to audiences of miners. The juxtaposition of muddy mining towns and performances of Hamlet or Macbeth struck many observers as remarkable. Literacy and education levels among Gold Rush participants varied widely. Many miners were well educated, with some having college degrees or professional training. Others were barely literate or completely illiterate. This variation reflected the diverse backgrounds of gold seekers, but also created demand for education services. Newspapers were eagerly read and passed from hand to hand. Books were valued possessions, with miners carrying volumes of poetry, novels, or technical works in their limited baggage. The establishment of schools in California was initially haphazard. Families with children agitated for schools in their communities, sometimes hiring teachers privately when public education was unavailable. The quality of education varied tremendously. Some teachers were dedicated professionals. Others were failed miners taking up teaching as a fallback occupation. The one-room schoolhouse became a symbol of community formation in California, a sign that a settlement was transitioning from temporary camp to permanent town. Health and medicine in Gold Rush, California were primitive and often ineffective by modern standards. Disease was a constant threat. Cholera, typhoid, dysentery, and other waterborne diseases spread rapidly in crowded camps with poor sanitation. Scurvy afflicted miners whose diets lacked fresh fruits and vegetables. Rheumatism and arthritis plagued those who spent long hours standing in cold water. Accidents and injuries were common, and the medical treatment available was often inadequate. Doctors in the gold fields ranged from trained physicians to complete charlatans. The legitimate doctors struggled with limited supplies, primitive conditions, and diseases they didn't fully understand. Medical knowledge in the 1850s was still quite limited. Germ theory was not yet accepted, and treatments often did more harm than good. Bleeding, purging, and dosing with mercury compounds were common treatments that probably killed as many as they cured. Many miners relied on self-treatment or on folk remedies. Patent medicines, many of them containing alcohol or opium, were widely used despite their dubious effectiveness. Some miners turned to alternative practitioners, Chinese herbal doctors, Native American healers, or practitioners of various other traditions. In the absence of effective scientific medicine, these alternatives were no worse and sometimes better than conventional treatment. Mental health was a serious but rarely discussed issue. The stress of the mining life, the disappointment of failure, the loneliness and isolation, and the prevalence of alcohol and gambling led to depression, anxiety, and other mental health problems. Suicide rates in Gold Rush, California were high, particularly among miners who had lost everything and saw no way forward. Contemporary observers noted frequent cases of men who seemed to lose their minds, becoming paranoid, delusional, or simply giving up on life. Violence was common in Gold Rush society. Disputes over mining claims, gambling debts, romantic rivals, and simple drunken arguments frequently escalated to violence. Fistfights were everyday occurrences in the camps. Knife and gunfights were less common but not rare. Murders occurred with disturbing frequency, and many went unpunished, particularly when the victims were members of minority groups. The criminal justice system in California evolved gradually from the informal miners' courts to a more structured system of sheriffs, courts, and jails. But throughout the Gold Rush period, law enforcement remained inconsistent and sometimes corrupt. Sheriffs and judges were elected officials who often owed their positions to political machines or to the support of powerful mining interests. Justice was not always blind, with verdicts sometimes depending on the ethnicity or social status of those involved. Punishment for crimes was often harsh. Whipping was used for minor offences. For more serious crimes, punishment might include branding, ear cropping, or execution. Hangings were public events that drew large crowds. Some executions were carried out by legal authorities, others were acts of vigilante justice by miners' courts or vigilance committees. The distinction between legal and extra-legal punishment was sometimes unclear. The position of women in Gold Rush society was complex and contradictory. Women were a small minority, especially in the early years, but their presence had outsized impact. Respectable women, those who came as wives and daughters of miners and merchants, were placed on pedestals, treated with exaggerated courtesy and respect. Their mere presence in a camp was seen as a civilizing influence, encouraging men to moderate their behavior and language. Women ran businesses in Gold Rush, California, often with great success. Boarding houses, laundries, bakeries, and restaurants run by women could be highly profitable. The scarcity of women meant that services traditionally provided by women commanded premium prices. A woman who could cook well, sew, or do laundry could earn more than many miners. Some women became wealthy and influential through their business acumen, but women also faced significant constraints and dangers. They had limited legal rights under the laws of the time. Married women had little control over property or earnings, though California would eventually adopt more progressive property laws. Women traveling alone or working in certain occupations faced social stigma and sometimes violence. The extreme gender imbalance meant that women attracted unwanted attention and had to navigate a society that was in many ways designed by and for men. Women in prostitution occupied a particularly difficult position. They were stigmatized and legally vulnerable, subject to arrest and fines under various ordinances, yet their services were in demand and relatively well compensated. Conditions varied tremendously. Elite courtesans in San Francisco lived in luxury, entertaining wealthy clients and sometimes accumulating significant wealth. At the other extreme, women working in cribs in the roughest districts lived in desperate poverty and faced constant danger from violent clients and predatory pimps. Chinese women in California faced particular exploitation. Many had been deceived or coerced into coming to California, promised legitimate work only to be forced into prostitution. They were virtually enslaved, controlled by criminal organizations known as tongs, and had little hope of escape. Their plight attracted the attention of missionaries and reformers, but efforts to help them were largely ineffective against the powerful interests that profited from their exploitation. Family life in Gold Rush, California was challenging. Many miners had left families behind in the East or in foreign countries, intending to make their fortunes quickly and return home. But the reality was that success often eluded them, and the return home kept being postponed. Years might pass with family members separated by thousands of miles, connected only by irregular letters that took months to arrive. Some families eventually reunited in California, with wives and children making the difficult journey to join their husbands and fathers. The arrival of families changed the character of mining communities, creating pressure for schools, churches, and more stable social institutions. Communities with significant numbers of families tended to develop more quickly into permanent towns. Children in the mining camps often had unusual freedoms compared to their counterparts in the East. The loose social structure and the focus of adults on mining meant that children were sometimes left to their own devices. They played in the diggings, panned for gold, and learned lessons about life in the camps that would have shocked their more sheltered Eastern peers. Some observers worried about the moral education of children growing up in such environments. Yet, childhood in the goldfields had its harsh realities as well. Child labour was common, with children helping in family businesses or working for wages. Education was often interrupted or unavailable. Disease did not spare children, and many died from illnesses that would have been survivable with better medical care and nutrition. Orphans, created by disease, accidents, or abandonment, were not uncommon, and their care was an ongoing challenge for communities. Part 8. The Later Years and Transformation. By 1853 and 1854, California was changing rapidly. The easy gold was gone. The population was still growing, but at a slower rate. The state was developing more stable institutions and transitioning from a raw frontier to a more settled society. These later years of the gold rush saw continued mining, but also the development of agriculture, industry, and other economic activities. The mining techniques continued to evolve. Drift mining involved following gold-bearing gravel deposits underground by digging horizontal tunnels. River mining, or damming rivers to expose their gold-bearing gravels, became common despite the enormous labour involved. Some companies attempted to divert entire rivers by building elaborate systems of dams and channels, allowing them to mine the riverbed itself. The development of California agriculture was an important transition. The climate and soil of California proved excellent for growing a wide variety of crops. The Central Valley, with its rich soil and long growing season, was particularly productive. Farmers began growing wheat on a large scale, turning California into a major wheat exporter. Orchards and vineyards were planted, establishing the basis for California's fruit and wine industries that continue today. The transformation from mining economy to agricultural economy was significant for Native Americans. As miners moved on from exhausted diggings, farmers moved in, claiming land for cultivation. This agricultural expansion further displaced Native American communities, destroying their remaining hunting and gathering grounds. The pressure on Native American lands would continue throughout the 1850s and beyond, contributing to the catastrophic population decline. Chinese immigrants, facing increasing discrimination in mining, often turned to other occupations. They worked on farms, particularly during harvest season. They established laundries in cities and towns, filling a need in a society short of women who had traditionally done washing. They worked on infrastructure projects, including the massive project of draining and reclaiming marshlands in the Central Valley for agriculture. In the 1860s, Chinese labourers would be crucial to the construction of the western portion of the Transcontinental Railroad. The question of California statehood had been resolved in 1850 as part of the Compromise of 1850, a complex series of measures intended to address growing tensions between free and slave states. California was admitted as a free state, meaning slavery was prohibited. This admission was significant, both for California and for the nation, as it upset the balance between free and slave states in the Senate and contributed to the growing crisis that would eventually lead to the Civil War. California's Constitutional Convention in 1849 had produced a remarkable document, establishing a government with democratic institutions and providing for public education, women's property rights, and other progressive measures. The implementation of these constitutional provisions proceeded gradually through the 1850s. The state government, headquartered first in San Jose, then Vallejo, and finally Sacramento, struggled to establish authority over California's vast territory and sometimes unruly population. Taxation and government finance were contentious issues. Mining interests resisted taxation, arguing that the uncertainties of mining made tax burdens unfair. Other businesses and property owners complained about unequal tax burdens. The state's finances were often chaotic, with expenditures exceeding revenues and various schemes proposed to address budget shortfalls. Political life in Gold Rush, California was vigorous and sometimes violent. The Democratic and Whig parties, and later the Democrats and the New Republican Party, competed for power. Elections were rowdy affairs with widespread voter fraud, intimidation, and occasional violence. Political debates focused on issues such as land policy, taxation, law and order, and the treatment of different ethnic and racial groups. The question of land ownership was particularly complex and contentious. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo had promised to respect the land grants made by the Spanish and Mexican governments, but the implementation of this promise proved difficult. Many California families held grants that had never been properly surveyed or documented according to American legal standards. The establishment of a land commission to adjudicate these claims led to years of litigation, with American lawyers often acquiring portions of the grants as payment for their services. Many California families lost all or most of their land through this process. American settlers, meanwhile, claimed that much of California was public land open to settlement under various land laws. Squatters occupied disputed lands, sometimes violently resisting attempts to remove them. The conflicts between landholders and squatters sometimes escalated to armed confrontations. The legal and political battles over land would continue for decades, but by the late 1850s, the pattern was clear. The old California landowning class was being displaced by American farmers, ranchers, and speculators. Transportation improvements changed California significantly. Roads were improved and bridges built over rivers that had previously been crossed by ferry or ford. Stagecoach lines established regular service connecting San Francisco with the mining regions and with Southern California. The mail service became more reliable, with regular overland mail to the east and coastal steamer service. The establishment of the Pony Express in 1860, though it lasted only 18 months before being made obsolete by the telegraph, captured popular imagination and demonstrated that rapid cross-country communication was possible. The telegraph reached California in 1861, suddenly connecting the states to the rest of the nation almost instantaneously. This connection reduced California's isolation and integrated it more fully into the national economy and political system. The religious landscape of California diversified through the 1850s. Catholic churches served the Californio and immigrant Irish populations, as well as converts from other groups. Protestant denominations established congregations and built churches. Methodists, Baptists, Presbyterians, Congregationalists, and Episcopalians all competed for members and influence. The Mormon presence in California was significant, particularly in San Bernardino, where a Mormon colony was established, though many Mormons would later return to Utah. Jewish immigrants, many from Germany, established synagogues in San Francisco and Sacramento. Chinese immigrants brought Buddhist and Taoist temples, practices that most Americans knew little about and often misunderstood. The religious diversity of California was remarkable for the period and contributed to a culture of relative tolerance, though this tolerance had clear limits, particularly regarding non-Christian religions. Cultural institutions developed as California matured. Libraries, literary societies, and debating clubs formed in the larger towns. Newspapers proliferated, with nearly every town of any size supporting at least one paper. These papers served not just as news sources, but as platforms for literary expression, with serialized novels, poetry, and essays appearing regularly. The arts found support in Gold Rush California. Photographers established studios, capturing images of miners, mining operations, and California landscapes. These photographs provide invaluable documentation of the Gold Rush era. Painters produced portraits, landscapes, and scenes of mining life. Some of these works were strictly commercial. Others had artistic merit and helped shape how Americans visualized California and the West. Architecture evolved from the purely functional to something more ambitious. The early canvas tents and rough wooden shacks gave way to more substantial buildings. San Francisco saw the construction of increasingly impressive commercial and institutional buildings. Theaters, hotels, and commercial blocks were built with attention to aesthetic considerations, not just function. The development of San Francisco's built environment through the 1850s reflected the city's growing wealth and aspirations to be recognized as a major American city. The environmental impact of gold mining became increasingly apparent by the mid-1850s. The hydraulic mining operations were stripping away entire hillsides. The mercury used in gold processing was poisoning waterways. The silt from mining operations was choking rivers and causing flooding in agricultural areas. These impacts led to growing conflicts between miners and farmers, conflicts that would intensify in the following decades and eventually result in legal restrictions on hydraulic mining. The transformation of California's landscape went beyond the direct effects of mining. Forests were cut for lumber to build cities, mines, and flumes. Grasslands were converted to agriculture. Rivers were diverted for irrigation. The introduction of European livestock and plants changed ecosystems. The overall impact was a rapid and dramatic transformation of the California environment, setting patterns that would continue throughout California's development. The gold rush was also changing culturally and psychologically. The early years had been characterized by a sense of limitless opportunity, a feeling that anyone might strike it rich at any moment. But by the mid-1850s, this optimism was tempered by the reality that most miners were not finding fortunes. The get-rich-quick dreams were giving way to more modest ambitions of steady employment and gradual accumulation. This shift affected how people thought about California and their futures there. Some miners, disappointed in their quest for gold, but attracted to California's climate and opportunities in other fields, transitioned to other occupations. They became farmers, merchants, craftsmen, or laborers. For them, California became home rather than a temporary stopping place on the way to fortune. Others, unable to adjust to the new reality or unwilling to abandon their dreams of striking it rich, moved on to new mining rushes. When gold was discovered in Nevada, in Colorado, in Idaho, and later in other locations, these veteran prospectors packed up and moved on, chasing the dream to new frontiers. They became a kind of permanent prospecting class, always moving, always hoping the next strike would be the big one. Still others admitted defeat and returned home, if they had the means to do so. These returnees had complex experiences to process. Some had lost everything and returned in poverty, embarrassed by their failure. Others had made modest accumulations and were content to return to their former lives with a stake to invest in land or business. A few returned with real wealth, local heroes who had succeeded in the great adventure. The gold rush was entering its final phase. The total gold production from California peaked in 1852 at about $81 million worth of gold. Production remained high through 1854, but began a gradual decline thereafter. The era of the solitary miner panning for gold was ending, giving way to the era of industrial mining companies and wage labor. California was transitioning from gold rush frontier to settled state. Part 9. Legacy and Conclusion. As we reach the end of our journey through the California Gold Rush from 1848 to 1855, it's worth reflecting on the profound and lasting impacts of this extraordinary event. The Gold Rush transformed California, transformed the United States, and had effects that rippled across the world. Its legacy continues to shape California and American culture to this day. The most immediate and obvious impact was the rapid settlement of California. In the span of just a few years, California went from a remote, sparsely populated backwater to a state with a significant population and a major city in San Francisco. This transformation occurred far more rapidly than the gradual westward expansion that had characterized American settlement patterns previously. The gold rush demonstrated that under the right circumstances, migration could happen on a massive scale in a very short time. The demographic impact extended beyond just numbers. The gold rush brought together people from around the world in unprecedented diversity. While the interactions between different ethnic and racial groups were often marked by conflict and discrimination, the gold rush did create a more cosmopolitan society than existed elsewhere in the American West. The presence of large Chinese, Hispanic, and European immigrant populations gave California a distinctive character. Economically, the gold rush had multiple effects. Most obviously, it injected enormous amounts of gold into the American and world economies. California gold helped finance the Union side in the Civil War, supported American industrial expansion, and contributed to global economic growth. The total value of gold extracted from California in the 19th century was approximately $2 billion, equivalent to many tens of billions in modern currency. But the economic impact went beyond the gold itself. The gold rush stimulated the development of California's infrastructure, its agriculture, and its commercial sectors. It created San Francisco as a major port and financial center. It drove improvements in transportation, both within California and connecting California to the rest of the nation. The wealth generated by gold provided capital for investment in other enterprises, helping California develop a diversified economy. The gold rush had significant impacts on American capitalism and business organization. The transition from individual mining to corporate mining companies presaged the rise of corporate capitalism in other industries. The mining stock market in San Francisco was an early example of speculative finance capitalism. The development of complex water rights and mining law established legal frameworks that would influence resource development throughout the West. Technologically, the gold rush drove innovations in mining, transportation, and communication. Techniques developed in the California gold fields, particularly hydraulic mining and hard rock mining methods, would be applied in mining rushes elsewhere. The demand for rapid communication stimulated improvements in mail service and eventually contributed to the development of the Transcontinental Telegraph and Railroad. The environmental legacy of the gold rush is largely negative. The physical scars of hydraulic mining are still visible in the California landscape more than a century and a half later. Mercury pollution from gold processing continues to affect waterways and wildlife. The rapid deforestation, soil erosion, and disruption of watersheds had long-lasting ecological impacts. The gold rush established a pattern of intensive resource extraction with little regard for environmental consequences, a pattern that would be repeated in other mining regions and other industries. For Native Americans, the gold rush was catastrophic. The indigenous population of California declined from perhaps 300,000 before the gold rush to approximately 30,000 by 1900, one of the most severe population collapses in human history. This was caused by disease, starvation as traditional food sources were destroyed, and outright violence. The gold rush accelerated the dispossession of native peoples from their lands and the destruction of their cultures. Some tribes were completely eliminated. This tragic legacy is one of the darkest aspects of the gold rush story. The gold rush's impact on American culture and mythology has been profound and lasting. It reinforced the idea of the West as a land of opportunity where anyone could reinvent themselves and achieve success through individual effort. The image of the lone prospector seeking fortune became an enduring symbol of American individualism and ambition. While the reality was more complex and often disappointing, the myth proved powerful and persistent. The 49er became an iconic American figure, celebrated in literature, art, and eventually film and television. The gold rush inspired countless stories, novels, poems, and songs. Writers like Bret Harte and Mark Twain drew on gold rush experiences and settings for their work, helping to create a distinctively American literature. The gold rush became part of American folklore, with tales of lucky strikes, colourful characters, and frontier justice becoming part of the national narrative. The gold rush also influenced American attitudes toward immigration and ethnic diversity in complex ways. On one hand, the success of immigrants from various countries demonstrated that opportunity in America was not limited to native-born citizens. On the other hand, the discrimination and violence directed at Chinese, Mexican, and other non-white groups revealed the limits of American tolerance and the persistence of racial prejudice. The political impacts of the gold rush extended well beyond California. The rapid admission of California as a free state disrupted the sectional balance in Congress and contributed to the growing tensions over slavery that would lead to the Civil War. California's 2 senators and its representatives gave the free states additional political power, changing the dynamics of national politics. The gold rush also influenced American foreign policy and territorial ambitions. The valuable acquisition of California vindicated, in the eyes of many Americans, the Mexican-American War and the concept of manifest destiny. It encouraged further expansion, contributing to American interest in Alaska, purchased from Russia in 1867, and in Pacific territories like Hawaii. For California itself, the gold rush set the state on a trajectory of rapid growth and development that continued long after the gold fever subsided. The population and wealth attracted by gold became the foundation for California's development as an agricultural powerhouse a center of innovation and industry, and eventually the most populous state in the nation. Many of the state's major cities, including San Francisco, Sacramento, and Stockton, owe their existence or early growth to the gold rush. The gold rush also established certain characteristics of California culture that persist: an openness to newcomers, an entrepreneurial spirit, a tolerance for risk-taking and reinvention, and a certain restlessness and optimism. Whether these traits are truly distinctive to California or simply stereotypes is debatable, but the connection between these cultural characteristics and the gold rush experience is widely perceived. The lessons of the gold rush are multiple and sometimes contradictory. On one hand, it demonstrated the power of individual ambition and effort. Many people did improve their circumstances through participating in the gold rush, even if they didn't strike it rich. The gold rush created opportunities for social mobility and allowed people to escape the limitations of their backgrounds. On the other hand, the gold rush demonstrated the power of luck and circumstance. Success depended heavily on when one arrived in California, what information one had, and simple chance. Hard work was no guarantee of success, and many of the hardest working miners ended up with little or nothing to show for their efforts. The gold rush could be seen as validating American myths about opportunity and self-made success, or as revealing those myths to be partly illusory. The gold rush also illustrated the double-edged nature of rapid economic development. While it created wealth and opportunity for many, it also caused environmental destruction, social disruption, and suffering for vulnerable populations. The benefits and costs were not evenly distributed, with some groups benefiting greatly while others, particularly Native Americans, paid a terrible price. As California approaches the 200th anniversary of the gold rush, the event continues to fascinate and to raise questions about American history and values. Museums, historic sites, and educational programs work to preserve and interpret gold rush history. Historians continue to research and debate aspects of the gold rush, bringing new perspectives and uncovering new stories. Recent scholarship has particularly focused on recovering the experiences of groups whose stories were long marginalized: Native Americans, Chinese immigrants, African Americans, women, and Hispanic miners. This work has created a more complete and more complicated picture of the gold rush than the traditional narrative focused on American male miners. The question of how to remember and commemorate the gold rush remains contentious. Should it be celebrated as a pivotal moment in California and American development, or should the emphasis be on the negative consequences, particularly for native peoples? Most historians would argue for a balanced approach that acknowledges both the transformative economic and social changes brought by the gold rush and the terrible costs paid by some groups. The gold rush remains relevant in understanding contemporary California and America, the state's continuing diversity, its attraction for immigrants and internal migrants seeking opportunity, its boom and bust economic cycles, and its environmental challenges all have roots in the gold rush era. The tension between resource extraction and environmental protection, between rapid development and preservation, between welcoming newcomers and anti-immigrant sentiment, all of these issues that California continues to grapple with have echoes in gold rush history. For those who participated in the gold rush, the experience was life-defining. Whether they struck it rich or went broke, whether they stayed in California or returned home, whether they looked back on it with pride or regret, the gold rush was the great adventure of their lives. They had participated in one of the great migrations of human history, had witnessed the transformation of a remote territory into a thriving state, and had been part of an event that would be remembered and studied for generations. As we conclude our exploration of the California Gold Rush, we're left with an event that was at once a historical turning point, an economic phenomenon, a human drama, an environmental disaster, and a cultural touchstone. It was a moment when individual ambitions, national expansion, technological development, ethnic conflict, environmental transformation, and simple greed and hope combined to create something unprecedented. The story of James Marshall finding those first flakes of gold in the American River on January 24th, 1848, set in motion a chain of events that would touch hundreds of thousands of lives, reshape a vast landscape, transform a region, and contribute to the emergence of the United States as a continental and eventually global power. It demonstrated both the extraordinary capacity of human beings to endure hardship in pursuit of their dreams, and the often tragic consequences of unchecked ambition and rapid, unplanned development. For the native peoples of California, the gold rush was an unmitigated catastrophe, bringing disease, violence, and dispossession on a genocidal scale. For the Chinese immigrants who came seeking opportunity, it brought both economic advancement and violent discrimination. For Hispanic miners from Mexico and South America, it brought a complex mix of recognition of their mining expertise and racist exclusion. For women, it brought both expanded economic opportunities and exploitation. For the American miners who formed the majority of gold seekers, the results were highly variable. A few struck it rich and returned home or stayed in California as wealthy men. Many more made modest gains, enough perhaps to buy a farm or establish a business. Still more barely broke even or lost everything, returning home disappointed or becoming part of California's working class. A significant number never returned home at all, dying in California from disease, accidents, or violence. Yet, despite the hardships, the disappointments, and the often terrible costs, the gold rush retained a hold on the American imagination. It represented a moment when anything seemed possible, when ordinary people had the chance, however slim, to transform their lives dramatically. The myth of the gold rush, of instant wealth waiting to be discovered, of new beginnings in a new land, proved more powerful and enduring than the reality. This myth would be repeated in subsequent gold rushes and mining booms throughout the West, and in other forms of speculation and entrepreneurship. The California Gold Rush established a template that would be followed again and again. The rush to a new opportunity, the initial successes, the flood of newcomers, the competition, the winnowing of winners and losers, and eventually the transition to more organized and capitalized enterprise. Understanding the California Gold Rush requires holding multiple perspectives simultaneously. We must see it as those who participated in it saw it, an opportunity, an adventure, a chance at wealth, and a new life. We must also see it with historical perspective, as a moment of economic transformation, environmental degradation, cultural collision, and uneven development. We must acknowledge both its role in building California and the American West, and the terrible costs paid by those who were displaced or exploited in the process. The gold rush was fundamentally about human hope and greed, about the dream of a better life and the willingness to endure extraordinary hardship to pursue that dream. It revealed both admirable and deplorable aspects of human nature, courage and cowardice, generosity and selfishness, cooperation and conflict, innovation and destruction. By 1855, the gold rush was over. Not the mining. Mining continued for decades, industrialized and scaled up and stripped of the romantic chaos of the early years. But the rush itself, the feverish thing, the tent cities and the daguerreotypes and the men from Chile and China and Maine, all sluicing the same creek in the same week, that was done. The easy gold was gone. The surface gold was gone. What remained required? Machinery and capital and patience, and the gamblers had moved on. What they left behind was a state. California in 1855 was not the California of 1847. It had 100,000 more people. It had San Francisco, which had gone from a small village to one of the busiest ports in the world in the space of 7 years. It had roads and newspapers and courts and banks and a railroad that ran from Sacramento to the foothills. It had Chinese neighborhoods and Chilean neighborhoods and Australian neighborhoods. It had been changed irrevocably by the thing that had happened to it. But California was still, in a very real sense, an island. The continent lay between it and the rest of the United States. 2,000 miles of desert and mountain and open plain, crossable by wagon in 4 to 6 months if you were lucky, by ship around the tip of South America in several more, and by nothing faster. Letters took weeks, goods took months. The news of Abraham Lincoln's election in November of 1860 did not reach California for weeks after the rest of the country knew. People on both sides of the continent had begun to ask the same question. What if there were a railroad? What would it mean to tie the two halves of this country together with iron and steam? What would change? What would be gained? And though fewer people were asking this, what would be lost? The answer to all of those questions is the final chapter of tonight's journey, the Transcontinental Railroad. Chapter 1, The World Before the Spike. To understand what the Transcontinental Railroad did to America, you have to understand what America looked like before it existed. And the honest answer is that the country looked, in many ways, like 2 or 3 different countries pressed uncomfortably together, separated by an enormous and largely ungoverned middle. In 1860, the year before the Civil War began, the population of the United States was roughly 31 million people. The overwhelming majority of them lived east of the Mississippi River. The eastern seaboard had cities Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Charleston cities with newspapers and banks and theaters and manufacturing. The Midwest had farms and growing towns. The far west had something else entirely. California had been a state since 1850, admitted to the Union after the gold rush of 1849 brought a sudden and chaotic flood of people to its valleys and mountains. By 1860, California had a population of nearly 400,000 people. Oregon had been a state since 1859, but between California and the settled eastern states, there was essentially nothing. Or rather, There was something, but it was not American in any political or administrative sense that Washington, District of Columbia, would have recognized. There were the Great Plains, stretching from the Missouri River to the Rocky Mountains. They were not empty. They were home to enormous numbers of indigenous people: Lakota Sioux, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Pawnee, Comanche, Kiowa, Crow, and dozens of other nations who had lived on and shaped those plains for thousands of years. They were also home to what might be the most awe-inspiring wildlife spectacle the continent had ever produced: the American bison, in herds so vast that travelers described them as seas of brown fur, as walls of animal life stretching to the horizon. Estimates of the bison population in 1860 range from 30 million to 60 million animals. But from the perspective of the United States government in Washington, and from the perspective of the Eastern business class that was beginning to dream of a transcontinental railroad, the middle of the continent was a problem to be solved rather than a place to be understood. The practical problem was this: if you wanted to get from the eastern United States to California in 1855, you had three main options, and none of them were good. You could travel overland on one of the emigrant trails: the Oregon Trail, the California Trail, the Mormon Trail. This journey typically took between 4 and 6 months, required you to carry everything you needed in a wagon, and killed a substantial percentage of the people who attempted it. By some estimates, as many as 30,000 people died on the overland trails between 1844 and 1860, mostly from cholera and other diseases, with smaller numbers from accidents, violence, and starvation. Your second option was to sail. You could take a ship from New York down the eastern seaboard, around the tip of South America at Cape Horn, a passage infamous for violent storms and dangerous seas, and up the Pacific coast to California. This journey could take 5 to 8 months, and the voyage around Cape Horn was genuinely terrifying. Your third option was a middle route: sail to Panama, cross the isthmus by land or by the Panama Railroad, which opened in 1855, and sail again up the Pacific coast. This was faster, perhaps 3 to 4 weeks, but Panama was hot and disease-ridden, and malaria killed a significant number of travelers. None of these routes were suitable for moving the kind of commercial traffic, mail, troops, and settlers that a continent-spanning nation needed to move. And the United States was beginning to understand, somewhat belatedly, that it needed to tie California and the Pacific coast to the rest of the country before those regions developed their own separate identities, or before some other power took an interest in them. The idea of a transcontinental railroad had been floating around for decades before anyone actually built one. In 1845, a newspaper editor named Asa Whitney proposed a railroad from Lake Michigan to the Pacific, and spent years lobbying Congress for it. Various surveys were conducted in the 1850s to determine the best route. There were fierce political arguments about where the railroad should go. Southern politicians wanted a southern route. Northern politicians wanted a northern route. And nobody could agree on anything because the underlying argument was always really about whether the territories the railroad would pass through would become slave states or free states. The Civil War, paradoxically, solved this political problem by removing the Southern politicians from Congress. With the secession of the Confederate States in 1861, the remaining Congress was free to act on Northern and Western interests. And they did. On July 1st, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Pacific Railroad Act into law. The act was remarkable for what it created, not just a railroad, but a set of legal and financial arrangements that had never quite existed before in American history, and that would have consequences no one fully anticipated. The act chartered two companies, the Union Pacific Railroad, which would build westward from Omaha, Nebraska, and the Central Pacific Railroad, which would build eastward from Sacramento, California. The two lines would meet somewhere in the middle, at a point to be determined by how far each company managed to build. To finance this enormous undertaking, Congress made the companies a staggering offer. For every mile of track laid on flat ground, the railroad companies would receive 10 sections of public land, 10 square miles in alternating blocks alongside the track. In the mountains, this subsidy was doubled. In addition, the government offered construction bonds, $16,000 per mile on flat ground, $32,000 per mile in the foothills, and $48,000 per mile in the mountains. These numbers, in the dollars of the 1860s, represented sums that dwarfed almost any previous government expenditure. The land grant was particularly consequential. By the time both railroads finished the project, the total land given to the Transcontinental Railroad companies amounted to roughly 45 million acres. That is an area larger than the state of Missouri. And this land was not, of course, unoccupied. It was land that indigenous people had been living on, hunting on, and in many cases holding by treaty rights. The Pacific Railroad Act did not trouble itself much with this fact. Before we get to the construction itself, it is worth spending a little more time on what the Pacific Railroad Act created in legal and financial terms, because those structures are as important as the track itself. The Act created a somewhat unusual arrangement where the federal government was simultaneously a creditor, a landowner, and a silent partner in the enterprise. The government bonds it issued to the railroad companies were not grants of money outright, they were loans, to be repaid over 30 years at 6% annual interest. In theory, the railroad companies would use the land grants and bond proceeds to finance construction, and the completed railroad would generate enough revenue to repay the government bonds. In practice, the arrangement was much messier than this clean theoretical version suggested. The bonds required the railroad to begin earning revenue before the line was complete, which was difficult. The land grants required surveys and administrative machinery that the government was slow to provide, and the construction itself required front-loaded investment you had to spend the money before you got a track that could earn anything. The result was that both railroad companies were perpetually short of money, perpetually borrowing and speculating, and perpetually looking for ways to maximize their bond receipts. Since the government paid higher rates for track laid through mountains than for track laid on flat ground, both companies had an incentive to define the mountains as beginning as far from the official mountain range as possible. The Central Pacific's geologist argued, with a straight face, that the Sierra Nevada technically began at a certain point about 30 miles east of Sacramento, in what most observers would have described as gentle foothills. The government initially accepted this definition, which entitled the Central Pacific to the higher mountain rate for a considerable stretch of track that was, by any ordinary measurement, flat ground. Construction began in earnest in 1863, though it moved slowly at first. The Central Pacific, building eastward from Sacramento, immediately ran into the problem of the Sierra Nevada mountains a massive granite wall that had to be crossed before the railroad could reach the Nevada desert. Labor was scarce and expensive. The Central Pacific Superintendent, Charles Crocker, faced a workforce that kept leaving to try its luck in the silver mines of Nevada. In desperation, he began hiring Chinese immigrants who had been coming to California since the gold rush. The Chinese workers proved extraordinarily capable. They were organized, disciplined, willing to do dangerous work for lower wages than white workers demanded, and they brought with them techniques for drilling and blasting through rock that Crocker had not seen before. Within a few years, the Central Pacific's workforce was roughly 80% Chinese, somewhere between 10,000 and 15,000 men in total. They worked in brutal conditions, handling nitroglycerin explosives in enclosed tunnels, drilling through some of the hardest granite on the continent, working through winters when the Sierra Nevada received dozens of feet of snow. An unknown number of them died. Estimates range from several hundred to well over 1,000, though precise records were not kept, because the lives of Chinese workers were not considered important enough to carefully document. What the records do show, through the occasional letter or newspaper account, gives some sense of the conditions. The Chinese workers were organized into crews of about 30 men, each crew supervised by a Chinese foreman who answered to a white superintendent. They camped in tents and later in snow tunnels when the winter snows were too deep to work above ground. They ate differently from the white workers' rice, dried oysters, dried abalone, cuttlefish, bamboo shoots, noodles, and tea rather than the salt pork, beans, and coffee of the Irish crews, and this turned out to be healthier since their diet was more nutritious and the boiling of water for tea reduced their exposure to waterborne illness. Still, they died. They died in avalanches. They died when powder charges went off prematurely. They died from falls in the high terrain. They died from exposure in the terrible winters of 1866 and 1867, when snowstorms buried the work camps under dozens of feet of snow and men were found frozen in their tents. In the summer of 1867, 3,000 Chinese workers went on strike. They demanded wages equal to white workers' $35 per month instead of 26 shorter hours in the deep tunnels where air quality was poor, and the right to leave the employ of the Central Pacific without being pursued. Charles Crocker responded by cutting off their food supply. After about a week, the workers returned to their jobs without achieving any of their demands. It was one of the earliest large-scale labor strikes in American history, and it lost. The Chinese workers would not receive their unpaid wages or any formal recognition of their contributions for over 150 years. In 2014, the state of California formally apologized to Chinese Americans for the discrimination and exploitation they had suffered. In 2022, Congress passed a resolution specifically honoring the Chinese railroad workers of the Transcontinental line. The Union Pacific, building westward from Omaha, faced different challenges but was no less dramatic in its labor history. Its workforce was a mix of Irish immigrants, Civil War veterans, both Union and Confederate, and a smaller number of African American workers. The Union Pacific also employed thousands of indigenous workers at various points, though the relationship between the railroad and the Plains Indians was primarily one of violent conflict rather than cooperation. The construction superintendent for the Union Pacific was a former Civil War general named Grenville Dodge, and the company pushed its crews with relentless urgency. The financial incentives created by the Pacific Railroad Act, more land and bonds for more miles of track, meant that both companies had a powerful incentive to lay track as fast as possible, regardless of quality. There were scandals, there were corners cut, there was corruption of a staggering magnitude that we will come back to in a later chapter. But the track got laid, through the Nevada desert in summer heat that killed men, across the salt flats of Utah, through the Wasatch Mountains. The two lines crept toward each other across a continent, a kind of slow-motion race fueled by bond money and land grants and the enormous bodies of immigrant workers. They met on May 10th, 1869, at a place called Promontory Summit in Utah Territory. A golden spike, actually a ceremonial one, since gold is too soft for actual railroad spikes, was driven into the last tie. A telegraph operator transmitted the word "done" across the nation. In cities from San Francisco to New York, church bells rang, cannons fired, and crowds cheered. It was understood correctly that something enormous had just happened. The journey from New York to San Francisco, which had taken months by any previous method, could now be accomplished in roughly 7 days by rail. But what exactly had been accomplished? What kind of America had just been born? To understand that, we need to talk about time. Let your breathing slow. Let the images of those hammers and rails and dusty Nevada plains settle into stillness. We are just getting started. Chapter 2. The Problem of Time. How the railroad invented the clock as we know it. Here is a question that might seem odd at first. Before the railroad, what time was it? The answer, in 1860, was that it depended entirely on where you were. Every town in America kept its own local time based on the position of the sun. When the sun was directly overhead in a given town, that was noon, and local clocks were set accordingly. This sounds perfectly reasonable, and for most of human history it was. Time was a local phenomenon. If you lived your whole life in one town, you never needed to know what time it was anywhere else. The problem is that the sun moves, or rather, the Earth rotates, and as it does, the point of solar noon shifts steadily from east to west at a rate of about 4 minutes per degree of longitude. The continental United States spans roughly 57 degrees of longitude from east to west. That means there is a difference of roughly 3 hours and 48 minutes between solar noon on the Atlantic coast and solar noon on the Pacific coast. And because every town was setting its clocks by local solar noon, every town had a slightly different time. In 1860, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, kept a time that was 28 minutes different from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Chicago's local time was 11 minutes different from Indianapolis's. Cincinnati was 22 minutes different from Columbus. None of this mattered when people rarely travelled more than a few dozen miles from their homes, and when there was no technology that required coordinated timing across distances. Railroads changed this completely. A railroad runs on a schedule. If a train leaves Chicago at 9 o'clock in the morning and you want to catch it in a town 40 miles away at the next stop, you need to know when it will arrive. But 9 o'clock means something slightly different in every town along the line. A printed timetable that said departs at 9, arrives at 9:43 was accurate for one town but wrong by minutes in most cases, by more in others, for every other stop along the route. Early railroad companies handled this problem in a variety of ways, all of them chaotic. Many large railroads simply set all their clocks to the time at their home city, what was called railroad time. If you were riding the Pennsylvania Railroad, all the clocks along the route showed Philadelphia time, regardless of where you actually were. If you were riding the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, all the clocks showed Baltimore time. If you were at a station served by multiple railroads, as was the case in many cities, you might have 2 or 3 clocks on the wall, each showing a different time, each correct for a different railroad. Pittsburgh, at various points in the 1860s and 70s, operated on as many as 6 different railroad times simultaneously, plus local solar time. A traveller trying to make a connection at the Pittsburgh station would need to know which railroad's clock governed which train, and the difference between any 2 clocks might be anywhere from a few minutes to nearly half an hour. This was not merely inconvenient, it was dangerous. Trains running on the same track used timetables to avoid collisions, the logic being that if each train knew exactly when other trains were expected at which points on the line, they could schedule their movements to avoid being in the same place at the same time. But if the clocks at different stations were showing different times, the safety calculations built into the timetables could break down. And when those calculations broke down on a single track line, the result was a head-on collision. Railroad accidents caused by timing confusion were not common, but they happened. And even when they did not happen, the confusion imposed enormous costs in missed connections, scheduling delays, and passenger frustration. The person who eventually solved this problem, in a practical sense, was a railroad official named William F. Allen, the secretary of the General Time Convention, an organization of American railroad companies that had been meeting since 1872 to try to work out cooperative solutions to the timing problem. Allen proposed a system that is now so familiar it is hard to imagine it being controversial. Standard time zones, each spanning 15 degrees of longitude, within which all clocks would be set to the same time. Allen spent years carefully lobbying the railroads, studying the geography of existing routes and population centers, and designing a system of 4 continental time zones, Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific, that would be minimally disruptive to as many localities as possible. He was not the only person working on this problem. An English railroad engineer named Sanford Fleming had been advocating for worldwide standard time for years, but Allen was the one who made it happen in the United States. On November 18th, 1883, a day that became known as the Day of Two Noons, every railroad in the United States simultaneously reset its clocks to standard time. At the designated moment, clocks in the eastern part of each time zone were set back, and clocks in the western part were set forward, so that every clock along a railroad line showed the same time as every other clock in the same zone. The effect was immediate and dramatic. In some cities, noon suddenly arrived 12 or 15 minutes earlier or later than it had the day before. Church bells that had tolled at solar noon now tolled at a time that was, astronomically speaking, slightly off. People found this strange. Some found it offensive. There were newspaper editorials condemning the change as an assault on natural order, as a surrender of local autonomy to railroad corporations, as an affront to God and common sense. In Cincinnati, the observatory refused to distribute standard time signals for years, insisting on local solar time. A professor at the University of Cincinnati declared that the railroad corporations had no right to compel us to change our manner of measuring time. In Detroit, Michigan, which sits in the eastern time zone but geographically should be in the central zone based on its longitude, the city resisted standard time for decades. Half the city's clocks ran on Central Standard Time, and the other half ran on Eastern Standard Time, leading to the kind of confusion that Standard Time was supposed to eliminate. Detroit did not officially adopt Eastern Standard Time until 1916, more than 30 years after the railroads had implemented the system. The broader philosophical point here is one worth sitting with, even at this late hour when sitting with philosophical points is perhaps not what you had in mind. The day of 2 noons was not just a logistical change, it was a change in the relationship between human beings and natural time. For all of previous human history, the basic temporal rhythms of daily life had been anchored to the sun, to the actual position of the actual sun in the actual sky above your actual location. This was true in an absolute sense, not just as a poetic metaphor. When the sun reached its highest point in the sky, that was noon, and clocks were set accordingly. Standard Time severed this connection. After November 18th, 1883, noon in Chicago was not when the sun was highest in Chicago. It was a conventional designation agreed upon by railroad companies and eventually adopted by the government that served commercial and industrial needs. The sun was still there, of course, but the officially recognized noon was now an administrative fact rather than an astronomical one. This was a small thing in practical terms, a difference of a few minutes to perhaps half an hour depending on your location within your time zone. But in symbolic terms, it was significant. Industrial time, clock time, railroad time, the time that coordinated factories and trains and stock markets had superseded natural time as the authoritative framework for daily life. The railroad had not just crossed the physical continent, it had crossed the temporal one. Sandford Fleming, the Canadian engineer who had been advocating for universal standard time even before Allen's American solution, wrote extensively about this transition. He was more concerned with the global than the national picture, and his proposals eventually led to the adoption of universal standard time at the International Meridian Conference in Washington in 1884, the conference that also established the Greenwich Meridian in England as the prime meridian, the 0 point from which all longitudes would be measured and all time zones calculated. The Greenwich Meridian was chosen partly because it was where the Royal Observatory was located, and the Royal Observatory had been issuing time signals that mariners used for navigation for over a century. But it was also chosen because Britain was, in 1884, the dominant maritime and commercial power in the world, and the countries assembled at the conference, including the United States, France, Germany, Russia, and dozens of others recognized that adopting the British Meridian was, among other things, an acknowledgement of British global power. France, characteristically, abstained from the vote. French scientists and navigators continue to use the Paris Meridian for many purposes well into the 20th century. This is what happens when infrastructure becomes global. Its standards reflect the power relations of the moment of its creation. The Internet, a century later, would similarly encode the assumptions of its American creators into its protocols. The GPS satellite navigation system, designed and operated by the United States military, uses UTC as its reference time, which is Greenwich time, which originated in the railroad era. The past talks to the present through these invisible standards, these agreements about measurement and reference that nobody thinks about until they stop working. He was not entirely wrong about the power dynamics. This was an enormous change in how Americans conceptualized time, a change imposed not by democratic legislation, but by a consortium of private railroad companies acting in their own commercial interests. Congress did not officially adopt Standard Time as federal law until the Standard Time Act of 1918, nearly 35 years after the railroads had already implemented it. For those decades, Standard Time existed because the railroads demanded it, not because the government had sanctioned it. Most Americans went along with it because the railroads had become so central to daily commerce that arguing with the railroads about time was like arguing with gravity. But let us sit with that for a moment. The way you understand time, the way every person in the industrialized world understands time, was shaped in a fundamental way by the needs of railroad operations in the second half of the 19th century. Before the railroad, time was local, solar, and organic. After the railroad, time was standardized, industrial, and corporate. Time zones are so familiar to us now that they seem like natural facts, like mountains or rivers. They are not. They are a technology invented by and for a transportation system, and they have been shaping human consciousness ever since. The railroad did not just move people through space, it moved people through time, and eventually it moved the very concept of time itself. There is something almost dreamlike about that, if you let yourself think about it. The same iron rails that carried a farmer's grain to market and a family to a new home in the West also reached backward and rearranged the most fundamental coordinates of daily life. This is what big infrastructure does. It does not merely serve the world as it finds it. It makes a new world, and not always a better one. Breathe, settle back, because the next chapter is harder. Chapter 3: The Great Dying, Bison, Grasslands, and the Destruction of Native Food Systems. The American bison. Bison is a creature of superlatives, the largest land animal in North America, an animal that once ranged across an area stretching from Alaska to Mexico, from the Appalachian foothills to the Sierra Nevada. An animal so numerous in the 19th century that travelers described the experience of encountering a herd as something that defied ordinary language, as something that had to be seen to be believed, and that was still difficult to believe even after you had seen it. Estimates of the pre-slaughter bison population vary. Most serious historians and ecologists settle on a range of 30 million to 60 million animals in the middle of the 19th century, though some estimates go higher. What is certain is that the bison population was extraordinarily large, likely the greatest concentration of large mammalian biomass anywhere on Earth at the time. The bison sustained an equally remarkable human civilization for the nations of the Great Plains, and we need to name them specifically because treating them as a single undifferentiated mass is one of the oldest and most persistent failures of American historical consciousness for the Lakota, the Northern Cheyenne, the Southern Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Pawnee, the Crow, the Blackfeet, the Comanche, the Kiowa, the Osage, the Shoshone, and many others. The bison was not merely a food source. It was the organizing center of material culture. The bison provided food, obviously, roasted, dried, ground into pemmican, mixed with fat and berries, the meat of the bison fed people through summer hunts and through the long winters of the plains. A single bison could provide hundreds of pounds of meat, and plains cultures had developed sophisticated methods of preserving it against the seasons. But the bison provided far more than meat. The hide, properly tanned, made clothing, moccasins, bags, shields, and the covers of teepees. A single teepee might require 15 to 20 hides. The hair was woven into rope and stuffed into padding. Bones were carved into tools, scrapers, needles, knives, sleds. Tendons were used as bowstrings and thread. The stomach and bladder served as cooking vessels and water carriers. The skull had ceremonial significance in many plains cultures. The chips dried bison dung burned as fuel on the treeless grasslands where wood was scarce. The bison was not just a resource, it was a world. The entire material infrastructure of Plains Indian life shelter, clothing, tools, food, fuel, was woven around the existence of bison. And this was not a static relationship. It was a dynamic, evolving one, shaped by generations of ecological knowledge, careful management, and spiritual practice. Plains cultures did not simply chase bison randomly. They had sophisticated knowledge of seasonal migration patterns, of where bison gathered in winter and where they moved in summer, of how to drive herds, how to preserve meat, how to read the grasslands. This knowledge had been accumulated over centuries and was embedded in cultural practices, ceremonies, and the lived relationships between communities and their territory. When the railroad came, it did not immediately destroy all of this, but it set in motion a chain of events that accelerated the destruction with catastrophic speed. The first and most direct effect was access. Before the railroad, the Great Plains were genuinely remote. Getting there required months of travel. Getting product out required months more. This remoteness had protected the bison in a practical sense, because there was no economically efficient way to harvest them at industrial scale. The railroad ended this remoteness overnight. By the early 1870s, railroad lines were pushing across the plains. The Union Pacific had crossed Nebraska and Utah and into Wyoming in 1869. The Kansas Pacific had reached Denver by 1870. The Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe was pushing across Kansas. And along these lines, towns were appearing cow towns and supply towns, and the shabby, violent temporary cities that sprang up at the end of each line during construction, places with names like Hell on Wheels. Into these rail-accessible plains came the hide hunters. The trigger for the industrial-scale bison hunt was a technological development in tanning. For most of the 19th century, bison hides were primarily valuable as robes-heavy, warm winter coverings. But in the early 1870s, tanneries in Germany and then in the United States developed a process for tanning bison hide into commercial leather. Suddenly, bison hide was not a luxury robe. It was a raw material for belts, harnesses, industrial machinery straps, and every other product that the booming industrial economy demanded. The demand was enormous and the price was right. A skilled hide hunter, working with a small crew, could kill 100 bison in a day. The method was called the stand hunt. A hunter would approach a herd downwind, set up a shooting position, and begin firing at the animals around the edges of the herd. If the first shot was placed correctly into the chest to kill without immediately dropping the animal, which would alarm the others, the herd would mill around in confusion rather than running. The hunter could then work methodically through the herd, killing animal after animal, while his skinners followed behind to strip the hides. The carcasses were left to rot. What the records do preserve are the accounts of travellers and hunters who witnessed the herds and tried to convey their scale in language that ordinary readers could grasp. Colonel Richard Dodge, who travelled through the Arkansas Valley in the autumn of 1871, wrote of encountering a herd that was, by his estimate, approximately 25 miles wide and 50 miles long, an unbroken mass of bison that took 5 days to pass a given point. Whether his precise measurements are accurate is less important than the general picture. These were herds so large that a person could stand on a slight rise and see nothing but bison in every direction, from horizon to horizon. The relationship between bison and the grassland ecosystem they inhabited was one of deep mutual dependence. Bison are grazers, and their grazing patterns moving through an area, eating the upper growth of the grasses, then moving on stimulated new growth and prevented any single species of grass from overwhelming the others. Their hooves broke up the soil surface in a way that helped seeds germinate. Their wallows depressions they created by rolling in the dirt, sometimes 6 or 8 feet deep and 30 feet across collected water, and created microhabitats for dozens of other species. Their dung fertilized the soil and supported enormous populations of dung beetles, which in turn supported birds, reptiles, and small mammals. The bison and the grassland had evolved together over millions of years, and each needed the other to be fully itself. When the bison were removed, the grassland changed. Without the grazing pressure that maintained the diversity of grass species, some areas shifted toward monocultures of a few dominant grasses. Without the wallows, the microhabitats dried up. Without the dung fertilization, soils in some areas became less productive. The cascading ecological effects of removing 60 million large herbivores from a grassland ecosystem played out over decades and are still being studied. The Comanche people of the southern plains, who had built one of the most powerful military and commercial empires on the Great Plains around their mastery of the horse and the bison hunt, were among the first to experience the full force of what the railroad made possible. The Comanche had been raiding and trading and fighting on the southern plains since the early 18th century, when they acquired horses from Spanish settlements in New Mexico and became the dominant equestrian power in the region. At their peak in the mid-19th century, the Comanche Empire Comancheria, as Spanish-speaking people called it, controlled an area roughly the size of France, from central Texas north into Kansas and west into New Mexico. The Comanche were not defeated primarily by superior military force, though the United States Army was eventually committed to their defeat in large numbers. They were defeated, in the final analysis, by the destruction of their food supply. The Red River War of 1874 was the final campaign. General Ranald Mackenzie and several other officers led coordinated columns into the Texas Panhandle through the late summer and autumn of that year, attacking Comanche and Kiowa camps, destroying food stores and lodges, killing or capturing horse herds. The pivotal moment came in September of 1874 at Palo Duro Canyon, a dramatic red rock canyon in the Texas Panhandle, where Mackenzie's forces surprised a large encampment, burned the village and its winter food stores, and slaughtered approximately 1,000 horses belonging to the Comanche and their allies. With their horses gone and their food stores burned, the Comanche bands had no choice but to surrender and move onto the reservation at Fort Sill in Indian Territory, present-day Oklahoma. The last holdout, a band led by a chief named Quanah Parker's father, Peter Nocona, though Quanah himself had been raised partly among the Comanche after his mother, Cynthia Ann Parker, was recaptured by Texas Rangers arrived at the reservation in the spring of 1875. Comancheria, which had resisted Spanish, Mexican, and American expansion for 150 years, had ended. Quanah Parker himself became one of the most remarkable figures of the reservation era. Born to a Comanche father and a white captive mother, he navigated the brutal reality of reservation life with extraordinary skill, becoming a successful rancher, a lobbyist for Comanche rights in Washington, a friend to President Theodore Roosevelt, and a leader in the peyote religion that would eventually become the Native American Church. His story is a story of adaptation and survival under conditions designed to eliminate everything he came from. Let us sit with that for a moment, because it is easy in a long narrative like this to move through events too quickly. We are talking about the end of a world, not a metaphorical world, an actual, functioning, sophisticated human world, a world with its own economics and politics and spirituality and art and family relationships and ecological knowledge. That world ended in the course of a single human lifetime, driven to its conclusion in large part by the arrival of an iron road and the market for bison hides that the road made possible. The slaughter was staggering in its scale and its speed. In the southern plains, the range of what was called the southern herd hunters killed an estimated 4 million bison per year during the peak years of 1872 and 1873. The southern herd, which may have numbered 15 to 20 million animals, was effectively gone within 5 years. By 1878, it was over. The northern herd, the range of the Lakota and Cheyenne and Crow in the Dakotas and Montana, survived a few years longer, partially because the Northern Pacific Railroad did not push into those territories until the early 1880s. When it did, the pattern repeated with even greater speed. By 1883, the northern herd was essentially gone too. The entire continental bison population, which may have been 60 million animals when the Civil War ended in 1865, was reduced to a few hundred wild animals by 1889. Perhaps fewer. The exact numbers are hard to know because the killing had been so thorough. William T. Sherman, the general who had famously marched through Georgia in the Civil War and who became the commanding general of the army after Ulysses Grant went to the presidency, understood exactly what was happening and approved of it. Sherman and his subordinate Philip Sheridan had been fighting the Plains Indians since the end of the Civil War, and they had come to a brutal strategic calculation. The bison were the logistical foundation of Plains Indian resistance. Destroy the bison, and you destroy the ability of the Plains nations to continue fighting. Sherman and Sheridan had already implemented a doctrine called total war against the Plains tribes, a doctrine that involved attacking villages, killing women and children along with warriors, destroying food stores and horses, leaving communities with nothing through the winter. The Washita Massacre of 1868, in which Custer attacked a sleeping Cheyenne village and killed Black Kettle and many of his people, was one infamous example of this doctrine in action. The bison hunters fit neatly into this strategy. When the Texas legislature considered a bill to protect the bison in 1875, Sheridan reportedly appeared before the legislature to argue against it. He allegedly said that the hide hunters have done in the last 2 years and will do more in the next year to settle the vexed Indian question than the entire regular army has done in the last 30 years. He suggested that instead of protecting the bison, the legislature should give each hunter a medal with a dead bison on one side and a discouraged Indian on the other. The bill did not pass. This statement, whether or not it was delivered exactly as reported, captures something important. The destruction of the bison was not simply an accidental side effect of market forces. It was, at least in part, a deliberate military and political strategy. The railroad made it possible, the hide market made it profitable, and the United States Army made it policy. For the nations of the Great Plains, the loss of the bison was not merely economic hardship, it was a civilizational catastrophe. Within a generation, a way of life that had developed over centuries was gone. Communities that had been self-sufficient, that had fed and clothed and sheltered themselves entirely from the products of a functioning grassland ecosystem, were suddenly dependent on government rations, rations that arrived late, that were inadequate, that were frequently corrupt or of such poor quality as to be inedible, and that came with strings attached. To receive rations, tribes were expected to settle on reservations, to give up traditional movements and practices, to send their children to boarding schools designed to strip them of their language and culture. The Lakota, who had been one of the most powerful military forces on the Great Plains, found themselves by the early 1880s in a position of desperate dependence, watching their food supply disappear and their land being whittled away by a series of treaty violations and legislative maneuvers. The Great Sioux War of 1876, the war that included the Battle of the Little Bighorn, where Custer made his famous last stand, was in many ways a last desperate attempt to hold onto the lands and way of life that were being systematically dismantled. The Battle of the Little Bighorn on June 25th and 26th of 1876 was a tactical victory for the Lakota and Cheyenne forces led by Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse. Custer and all the men in his immediate command were killed, but the victory was strategically meaningless. The United States Army poured troops into the region, and by the following winter, the major bands of resistance had been defeated. Crazy Horse had surrendered, and Sitting Bull had fled to Canada with his followers. The massacre at Wounded Knee on December 29th, 1890, in which United States cavalry killed between 250 and 300 Lakota men, women, and children, is generally considered the final major military confrontation of the Indian Wars. By that point, the bison were essentially gone. The Plains nations had been confined to reservations. The railroad had been carrying settlers into the region for 2 decades. The railroad did not cause all of this by itself. American expansion onto native land had been happening since the 17th century. The ideology of manifest destiny, the belief that American settlers were divinely ordained to spread across the continent, displacing or destroying whoever was already there, predated the railroad. The violence of the Indian Wars had roots that went deep into American history, but the railroad accelerated everything. It collapsed the timeline. Processes that might have taken generations took decades. The ability to move soldiers and supplies rapidly by rail gave the United States Army a logistical advantage it had never previously enjoyed in the far west. The ability to move hunters and their harvest rapidly by rail turned a sustainable, slow-paced hunting economy into an industrial extraction machine that consumed its own resource base within a single decade. The grasslands themselves were transformed. After the bison were gone, cattle replaced them longhorn cattle from Texas, driven north to the Kansas railheads, loaded onto cars, shipped to the slaughterhouses of Chicago. The open-range cattle industry was another child of the railroad, and the cattle, unlike the bison, were privately owned and their ranges eventually fenced and ploughed. By the 1890s, much of the Great Plains that had been bison range was either cattle range or being broken by sodbusters homesteaders with their John Deere steel ploughs, turning the deep-rooted native grasses into cropland. This transformation had long-term ecological consequences that would take decades to fully manifest. The native grasses of the Great Plains had evolved over millions of years alongside the bison. Their deep root systems, some grasses sent roots down 10 or 15 feet, held the soil against wind and drought. When those grasses were ploughed under and replaced with shallow-rooted crops, the soil became vulnerable. The Dust Bowl of the 1930s, when decades of drought and poor farming practices turned the southern plains into a howling wasteland of blowing dirt that drove hundreds of thousands of people from their homes, was the distant consequence of choices made in the 1870s and 1880s. The bison are slowly coming back. Conservation efforts beginning in the late 19th century and continuing through the 20th century saved the species from total extinction. The population today is roughly 500,000 animals, most of them in managed herds. A small number of truly wild bison survive in Yellowstone National Park, the descendants of the last free-ranging herd that managed to survive the slaughter in the protected sanctuary of the park. Tribal nations have been working to restore bison to their lands. The Intertribal Buffalo Council, founded in 1992, coordinates bison restoration efforts across dozens of tribes. It is a slow, difficult process working against the deep transformation of landscapes that no longer resemble what they were, but it is happening. The bison and the railroad, the golden spike and the rotting carcasses. America has a way of celebrating its achievements without looking too carefully at what those achievements cost or who paid the price. Let us breathe again. Let the weight of this settle gently, the way snow settles, without impact. The story is not over. There is still the question of money and corporations and the strange new entities the railroad created to do its bidding. Chapter 4. The Birth of the Corporate Person, Law, Money, and the New American Economy. The Transcontinental Railroad was, among other things, one of the most audacious financial operations in American history, and in the process of being financed, built, and operated, it helped reshape American law and American capitalism in ways that have echoed through every decade since. We need to start with money, because the railroad was, at its core, a money problem. Building a railroad across a continent in the 1860s cost an enormous amount of money, roughly $90 million for the two main companies alone, which in terms of the gold standard dollars of the time was an almost incomprehensible sum. No individual investor had that kind of money. No bank had that kind of money. The United States Treasury, which was in the middle of financing a civil war, definitely did not have that kind of money to hand out. The solution was the corporation, specifically the publicly traded joint stock corporation, which allowed the cost of building the railroad to be spread across thousands of individual investors who each put in a small amount and received shares of ownership in return. Corporations had existed long before the railroad. The Dutch East India Company, generally considered the world's first modern joint stock corporation, was founded in 1602. In the American colonies, corporations had been used primarily for specific public purposes, building bridges, establishing banks, running canals, but these early corporations were tightly constrained. They required a specific legislative charter that laid out exactly what they were allowed to do. They were created for a defined purpose and were expected to dissolve when that purpose was accomplished. The idea that a corporation was a general purpose entity that could simply exist, conduct business, and pursue profit indefinitely was not fully established. The Pacific Railroad Act of 1862 helped change this. The Act chartered the Union Pacific Railroad as a corporation with a specific but expansive mandate to build and operate a transcontinental railroad. To accomplish this, the Union Pacific needed to raise capital from investors, which meant issuing stock. And to protect those investors, the corporation needed legal standing, the ability to own property, enter contracts, sue, and be sued in court as a distinct legal entity separate from any individual. This legal concept, the corporation as a distinct legal person, had been developing in American law throughout the first half of the 19th century. But the sheer scale of the railroad corporations and the enormous amount of legal activity they generated pushed courts and legislatures to clarify and extend corporate rights in ways that had not previously been necessary. The most consequential legal development came in 1886 in a case called Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad. The case itself was a tax dispute. Santa Clara County in California was trying to collect taxes from the Southern Pacific in a way the railroad contested. But in the headnote to the Supreme Court's decision, a non-binding summary written by the court reporter, not by the justices the reporter, a man named Sylvester Pennoyer, wrote that the Chief Justice had stated before oral arguments that the court did not wish to hear arguments on whether the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment applied to corporations, because all the justices are of the opinion that it does. This statement in the headnote, which was not actually part of the court's ruling, and which subsequent legal scholars have debated intensely in terms of what it actually established, became, in practice, the foundation for the legal doctrine of corporate personhood. In subsequent decades, lawyers for corporations cited Santa Clara as establishing that corporations are entitled to the same constitutional protections as individual persons, including the due process and equal protection guarantees of the 14th Amendment. Let us pause on the irony here for a moment, because it is worth noticing. The 14th Amendment was passed in 1868, in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. Its stated purpose was to extend full citizenship and constitutional protection to formerly enslaved Black Americans, whose humanity had been legally denied for the entire history of the country. Within 2 decades of its ratification, the amendment's Equal Protection Clause was being successfully invoked, not primarily to protect the rights of Black Americans who continued to be systematically disenfranchised and subjected to violence throughout the South. But to protect the financial interests of railroad corporations, this was not a coincidence. It reflected the relative power of black Americans and railroad corporations in the Gilded Age, and it reflected the extent to which American law had come to treat corporate interests as central to its concerns. But let us go back to the railroad itself, because the financial story of the Transcontinental Railroad is also a story of extraordinary corruption that scandalized even the relatively permissive standards of the Gilded Age. The Credit Mobilier scandal is the name given to the central fraud of the Union Pacific's construction. Here is how it worked. The men who controlled the Union Pacific, a small group of investors including Oakes Ames, a congressman from Massachusetts, and Thomas Durant, the Union Pacific's vice president, also secretly controlled a construction company called Credit Mobilier of America. They hired Credit Mobilier to build the railroad. They set Credit Mobilier's fees at rates enormously above actual costs, and since Credit Mobilier and the Union Pacific were controlled by the same people, the Union Pacific paid whatever Credit Mobilier charged. The effect was to drain the Union Pacific of most of the government bond money, and land grant proceeds into the private pockets of the insiders who controlled both companies. Shareholders in the Union Pacific, who believed they were investing in a railroad company, were actually funding the enrichment of a small group of men who had arranged to be on both sides of the transaction. The government subsidies, the taxpayers' money, and the public land was being laundered through this arrangement into private fortunes. To protect this arrangement, the insiders distributed Credit Mobilier stock to key members of congressmen who might otherwise have investigated or regulated the railroad. This was straightforward bribery, though it was dressed up in slightly more polite language at the time. The distribution was managed by Oakes Ames, who was both a major Credit Mobilier stockholder and a sitting United States congressman. He distributed shares to colleagues where they will do the most good for us. The scandal broke in 1872 when a newspaper obtained Ames's letters describing the stock distributions. It became one of the great political scandals of the 19th century. Congressional investigations found that a significant number of members of Congress, including House Speaker Schuyler Colfax, who was by that time serving as Ulysses Grant's vice president, had received Credit Mobilier shares. The scandal did not produce many prosecutions or significant punishments. Ames was censured by the House of Representatives, a formal expression of disapproval with no other consequence, and died a few months later. Most of the others involved suffered little or nothing. The Credit Mobilier scandal illustrated something important about the relationship between the railroad corporations and the American government. It was a relationship of interpenetration rather than regulation. The men who built the railroad and the men who governed the country were often the same men, or were connected to each other by investments and gifts and mutual interests. The corruption was not a deviation from the normal order of things. It was the normal order of things. The railroad corporations of the Gilded Age were the first entities in American history to operate at truly national scale, in ways that affected the lives of essentially every American citizen. They charged rates for carrying goods and people. They granted favorable rates to some customers and punitive rates to others. They owned the land alongside their tracks, which they sold to settlers at prices they set. They influenced local and state politics wherever they operated, because every local economy depended on the railroad's goodwill. In the agricultural regions of the Midwest and South, the relationship between farmers and railroads was a source of intense and enduring grievance. Farmers grew crops. Crops had to be shipped to market by rail. The railroad set the shipping rates, and because in most regions there was only one railroad available, there was no competition to keep rates reasonable. A railroad could charge a farmer whatever it wanted, and the farmer had no choice but to pay or let his crop rot in the field. The railroad also controlled grain elevator operators, who were often subsidiaries of the same corporate interests, and set rates for storing grain that farmers found to be extortionate. The railroad determined when and where new branch lines would be built, and its decisions about route placement could make a town prosper or wither. Towns that found themselves on a railroad route could expect growth and commerce. Towns that found themselves bypassed sometimes because they had refused to provide land grants or tax concessions to the railroad often declined and eventually disappeared. This power, the power to determine economic life across enormous regions, generated political backlash. The Granger movement of the 1870s, named for the patrons of husbandry organization that farmers were joining in enormous numbers, was essentially a revolt against railroad power. Grangers organized politically, elected friendly candidates to state legislatures, and pushed for laws regulating railroad rates. Several Midwestern states passed laws in the 1870s that set maximum rates for grain storage and railroad shipping. The railroads fought these laws in court, arguing using the newly developing doctrine of corporate personhood and property rights that the states had no authority to regulate the rates they charged. In Munn v. Illinois in 1877, the Supreme Court upheld the state's power to regulate businesses affected with a public interest, including railroads. But this decision was gradually eroded in subsequent cases, as railroads found sympathetic justices and sophisticated lawyers. The federal response came with the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, which created the Interstate Commerce Commission, the first federal regulatory agency in American history. The commission was tasked with regulating railroad rates and preventing discriminatory practices, but the commission's early years were largely ineffective. It lacked enforcement power, its decisions were routinely reversed by courts, and the railroads quickly learned to manage the regulatory process by influencing the appointment of commissioners and burying the commission in legal challenges. This pattern of regulatory agencies being created in response to corporate power and then being captured or neutralized by the very corporations they were supposed to regulate became one of the defining features of American political economy. It was a pattern that the railroad industry essentially invented, and that industry after industry would replicate in the decades to come. The railroad corporations also had an enormous effect on American labor. The workers who built the railroads, Chinese immigrants, Irish immigrants, former slaves, Civil War veterans, were followed by the workers who operated them. By the 1880s, the railroads were the largest private employers in the country, with hundreds of thousands of workers in every category from engineer and conductor to maintenance worker and station agent. The conditions of railroad work were dangerous and often grueling. Accidents were frequent, hours were long, pay was irregular and subject to sudden cuts when the railroad felt its profits were under pressure. Labor organizing was common, and the railroads responded to it with combination of violence and political pressure. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, triggered by a wage cut on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad and spreading spontaneously across most of the major lines in the country, became the first national labor strike in American history. Workers walked off the job across dozens of states. In Pittsburgh, striking workers and their supporters seized the railroad yards, and when the state militia was called in to clear them, a confrontation left more than 20 people dead. The strike was eventually broken by a combination of state militia, federal troops, and the sheer economic pressure of workers with no savings facing starvation. President Rutherford Hayes dispatched federal troops to help put down the strike, the first use of federal troops in a labor dispute. It would not be the last. The precedent set a pattern that would recur in major industrial conflicts for decades. Corporations appealing to government power to suppress labor organizing, with the government often complying. The railroad corporations, in short, were not just infrastructure companies. They were engines of a new kind of capitalism, one operating at national scale, with political influence proportional to their economic importance, with legal standing that allowed them to use the courts as effectively as any individual citizen, and with a tendency to capture the very regulatory and legislative bodies nominally tasked with controlling them. The railroad corporations, in short, were not just infrastructure companies. They were engines of a new kind of capitalism, one operating at national scale, with political influence proportional to their economic importance, with legal standing that allowed them to use the courts as effectively as any individual citizen, and with a tendency to capture the very regulatory and legislative bodies nominally tasked with controlling them. The Pullman strike of 1894 illustrated these dynamics with particular clarity. George Pullman had built his sleeping car company, the Pullman Palace Car Company, into an indispensable part of American railroad travel. He had also built a company town called Pullman on the south side of Chicago, where his workers lived in houses owned by the company, shopped in stores owned by the company, attended a church built by the company, and in every practical sense existed within an economic system entirely controlled by George Pullman. When the economic depression that followed the Panic of 1893 forced Pullman to cut wages by about 25 to 28%, depending on the job he did not reduce the rents, he charged his workers for their company-owned houses. Workers found themselves in the position of having their wages cut while their basic living costs remained the same, with the difference flowing directly into Pullman's pocket. Some workers opened their pay envelopes and found, after company deductions, that they owed Pullman money. The workers joined the American Railway Union, led by Eugene Victor Debs. The American Railway Union, called a sympathy strike members, refused to handle any trains that included Pullman cars. Since Pullman cars were attached to most passenger trains in the country, this effectively paralyzed rail traffic across much of the nation, particularly in the Midwest and West. The response of the federal government, under President Grover Cleveland, was swift and unambiguous. It was on the side of the railroads. The United States Attorney General obtained a federal injunction against the strike, arguing that it interfered with the movement of the mail, since mail cars were often attached to the same trains as Pullman cars. This was a novel legal theory, and it worked. When Debs and the union leadership refused to obey the injunction and call off the strike, they were arrested for contempt of court. Federal troops were deployed to Chicago over the objection of Governor John Peter Altgeld of Illinois, who argued that the state could handle the situation and that deploying federal troops without a state request was unconstitutional. The troops broke the strike. Debs went to prison for 6 months. The American Railway Union collapsed. And the legal precedent of using federal injunctions to suppress labour strikes, a tactic that would be used repeatedly against labour organisers for decades, was firmly established. Debs read Karl Marx in prison, among other things, and emerged as a committed socialist. He ran for president 5 times on the Socialist Party ticket, receiving nearly 1 million votes in 1912 and nearly 1 million again in 1920, the latter while still in prison for opposing World War I under the Espionage Act. Whatever you make of Debs's politics, his career traced a line directly from the railroad's labour practices to the political radicalisation those practices produced. Much of what we call the Gilded Age, the period of roughly 1870 to 1900, marked by extraordinary wealth at the top, widespread poverty at the bottom, and a political system deeply compromised by corporate money, was shaped by the dynamics the railroad corporations established. John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil used railroad rate manipulation as one of its primary tools for eliminating competition and building its monopoly. Andrew Carnegie's steel empire was built on contracts supplying rails and steel to the railroad companies. The great financiers of the era Jay Gould, Cornelius Vanderbilt, Jim Fisk made their fortunes primarily in railroad speculation and manipulation. The railroad did not create capitalism, but it created a new version of capitalism, large-scale, corporate, national, politically entangled, that has been the dominant version ever since. Take a slow breath. We are nearing the end of our journey. The last chapter is about what all of this left behind, the legacy, the reckoning, and the complicated question of what we do with history. Chapter 5. What was left behind, legacy, reckoning, and the long afternoon of the Iron Road. On a clear day in late October, you can drive through central Nebraska on Interstate 80 and still see the ghosts of the railroad's passage. The highway runs roughly parallel to the old Union Pacific line, following the same gentle valley of the Platte River that the railroad surveyors chose in the 1860s. The town names along the highway, Kearney, North Platte, Ogallala, are old railroad towns, places that grew up around water towers and switching yards and the small violence of commerce. The landscape is enormous and relatively flat, the grass gold and the sky enormous, and if you stop the car and stand very still, you can feel something of the scale of what the railroad builders were attempting, and something of the scale of what they displaced. The Transcontinental Railroad, as originally conceived and built, the Union Pacific Central Pacific Line that was completed at Promontory Summit in 1869, was joined within a decade by other transcontinental routes. The Northern Pacific, chartered in 1864 but not completed until 1883, ran from Duluth, Minnesota to Tacoma, Washington. The Southern Pacific, completed in 1881, connected New Orleans to San Francisco. The Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, completed in 1883, connected Chicago to Los Angeles. By the end of the century, 5 major transcontinental railroad lines crisscrossed the country, along with thousands of miles of regional and local lines that connected virtually every significant town in the nation. This network was the circulatory system of industrial America. It moved the wheat of the Great Plains to the mills of Minneapolis and the breadlines of New York. It moved the beef of the cattle ranges to the slaughterhouses of Chicago and the dinner tables of the East. It moved the coal of Pennsylvania to the furnaces of Pittsburgh and Detroit. It moved the timber of the Pacific Northwest to the building sites of a continent constructing itself. It moved millions of immigrants from the eastern cities where they arrived to the western farmlands and mining camps and factory towns where they settled. The agricultural transformation of the Great Plains, the breaking of the sod, the planting of wheat and corn, the building of the farmsteads and small towns that now dot the landscape, was made possible by the railroad. Before the railroad, there was no practical way to farm on the Great Plains in commercial quantities because there was no way to get your product to market. After the railroad, the question was not whether the plains would be farmed, but how fast. The answer was very fast. The Homestead Act of 1862, passed the same year as the Pacific Railroad Act, offered 160 acres of public land to any head of household who would settle and improve it. The combination of free land and railroad access to markets drew millions of settlers to the plains in the decades after the Civil War. Between 1860 and 1910, the population of the Great Plains states increased from roughly 300,000 to nearly 8 million people. The experience of those settlers was neither simply heroic nor simply tragic. It was, like most human experience, enormously varied and deeply shaped by luck, timing, and the specific character of the land they tried to farm. For some, the move west was transformative in the best sense. They found land, built homes, raised families, and achieved a material security that would have been impossible in the crowded, class-stratified societies they came from. Scandinavian immigrants who settled the Dakotas and Minnesota brought with them a culture of mutual aid and cooperative economics that shaped those regions for generations. German-Russian immigrants who came to the Kansas and Nebraska plains brought a wheat called Turkey Red that was specifically adapted to the dry, cold conditions of those regions and became the foundation of the Great Plains wheat economy. For others, the move west was a story of relentless hardship and eventual defeat. The 160 acres the Homestead Act provided was frequently not enough to sustain a family on the semi-arid western plains, where farming required more land and more water than the eastern models assumed. The grasshopper plagues of the 1870s, when clouds of Rocky Mountain locusts descended on plains farms and stripped them bare, drove thousands of settlers off their claims. Drought years came in cycles, and a farmer who had barely established themselves in a wet year could lose everything in the dry years that followed. Willa Cather, who grew up on the Nebraska plains in the 1880s and 1890s, captured something of the complexity of this settler experience in her novels. In O Pioneers and My Antonia, she wrote about the plains with a deep ambivalence, seeing both the beauty and the brutality of the landscape, both the resilience and the suffering of the people who tried to make lives there. Cather understood that the settlers had displaced something. She was too honest and too perceptive not to understand that. But she also understood that the settlers themselves were not simply villains. They were people trying to survive, often at the margins of survival, shaped by forces far larger than themselves. This ambivalence is, perhaps, the appropriate emotional register for thinking about the railroad and its consequences. Not a triumphalist celebration of progress, not a pure indictment of destruction, but something more complicated, an acknowledgement that enormous things happened, that people both suffered and thrived, that the costs and benefits were not distributed equally, and that the full accounting is still ongoing. This population brought with it cultural institutions, churches, schools, newspapers, county fairs that gradually transformed the raw frontier into something resembling the settled communities the settlers had left behind. It also brought the slow obliteration of the landscape as it had existed before European settlement. The native grasses, the prairie wetlands, the plum thickets and cottonwood groves along the rivers, all of it was reshaped, much of it destroyed in the process of making the plains over into a grid of farms. The railroad also created cities. Chicago was the railroad hub of the continent, and its explosive growth in the second half of the 19th century, from a small Lake Michigan trading post to a city of more than 1 million people by 1890, was almost entirely a function of its position at the center of the rail network. Omaha, Kansas City, Denver, St. Paul, Minneapolis, Portland, Seattle, the great cities of the interior and Pacific West all owe their existence and their scale to the railroad. San Francisco, already growing before the railroad arrived, was connected to the rest of the country by the Transcontinental line and became a major commercial and cultural center. The railroad also created ghost towns. The mining camps and supply towns that sprang up along construction lines often vanished as quickly as they appeared, when the line moved on, or the mine played out, or the traffic shifted to a different route. The history of the West is littered with places that were once towns. You can still find their foundations, their cemeteries, their rusted hardware, and broken china under the sagebrush places that existed for a decade or two in the railroad's wake, and then subsided back into the ground. The railroad's legacy for Native Americans is one of the central moral reckonings of American history. The combination of military violence, disease, forced removal, reservation confinement, and the destruction of the bison had, by the end of the 19th century, reduced the native population of the United States to somewhere around 250,000 people, down from estimates of 5 million or more at the time of European contact, and down from the roughly 300,000 who remained at the start of the Civil War. The reservation system, which the railroad had helped make possible by opening the interior to American settlement and by providing logistics for the military campaigns, was explicitly designed to destroy native cultures. The Dawes Act of 1887, also called the General Allotment Act, broke up tribal landholdings and assigned individual plots to tribal members, with the surplus lands sold to white settlers. This act resulted in Native Americans losing nearly 90 million acres of land over the following decades. The boarding school system institutions, with names like the Carlisle Indian Industrial School in Pennsylvania, founded in 1879 with the explicit goal of killing the Indian to save the man, took children from their families and their communities, forbade them from speaking their languages or practicing their religions, and attempted to replace native cultures with a version of American middle-class Protestant culture. These policies failed in their ultimate aims. Native cultures survived, though they were profoundly damaged. Languages survived in diminished numbers. Ceremonies continued, often in secret. Family and community relationships persisted through the pressures of confinement and dispossession. And in the 20th century, native communities began the long, difficult work of cultural revitalization, recovering languages, reclaiming ceremonies, rebuilding the ecological relationships that had been severed. The American Indian movement founded in 1968, and the subsequent decades of political and legal activism resulted in significant changes to federal Indian policy. The Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act of 1975 gave tribal nations more control over federal programs on their lands. The Native American Languages Act of 1990 recognized the federal government's responsibility to support indigenous language preservation. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act of 1990 required museums and federal agencies to return native human remains and sacred objects to tribal nations. These are not trivial achievements, but they come against a backdrop of losses, linguistic, cultural, territorial, demographic, that cannot be fully repaired. The Lakota Sioux Nation, which once dominated the northern Great Plains, now lives primarily on a series of reservations in South Dakota, the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, the Rosebud Indian Reservation, the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation, and others. These reservations contain some of the most economically distressed communities in the United States, with poverty rates, unemployment rates, and rates of health problems that are among the worst in the country. The Black Hills Pahasapa in Lakota, which were guaranteed to the Lakota by the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868, were seized by the United States government after gold was discovered there following Custer's expedition into the hills in 1874. In 1980, the Supreme Court ruled in United States versus Sioux Nation of Indians that the taking of the Black Hills was a violation of the Fifth Amendment's prohibition on taking property without just compensation. The court awarded the Sioux approximately $106 million. The Lakota nations refused to accept the money. They said the land was not for sale. As of the writing of this script, that money has been sitting in a federal trust fund for over 40 years, accruing interest, now worth well over $1 billion. The Lakota have not taken it. They still want the land. The story of the railroad's relationship to corporations and American capitalism has its own long legacy. The legal doctrine of corporate personhood, born in the railroad era, was extended and deepened through the 20th century in ways that would have astonished even the most ambitious railroad magnate of the 1870s. In 2010, the Supreme Court decided Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission, which held that corporations have a First Amendment right to spend unlimited money in political campaigns. The legal logic of Citizens United rested on the foundation of corporate personhood that had been built piece by piece in the railroad era and after. Whether you regard Citizens United as a triumph of free speech or as a corruption of democracy, and serious people hold both views, it is impossible to understand it without understanding the long history of corporate personhood that preceded it. The Interstate Commerce Commission, the first federal regulatory agency created in response to railroad abuses, was eventually abolished in 1995, its functions transferred to the Surface Transportation Board. But the model of federal regulatory agencies created to manage powerful industries, perennially underfunded, frequently captured by the industries they regulate, has been replicated dozens of times. The Food and Drug Administration, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Federal Communications Commission, the Environmental Protection Agency, all of them follow in the regulatory tradition that the railroad and the railroad reformers invented. The railroad itself has had a complicated late history. At its peak, around 1916, the American railroad system consisted of about 254,000 miles of track, operated by hundreds of companies. Through the 20th century, railroads declined as trucking, automobiles, and air travel competed for their passengers and freight. Airline travel made passenger rail largely irrelevant for long distances. Interstate highways built with massive federal subsidies in the 1950s and 60s allowed trucks to compete for freight. Many passenger rail lines were discontinued. In 1970, Congress created Amtrak, the National Passenger Railroad, to take over the money-losing passenger operations that the private railroads had been running under regulatory compulsion. Amtrak has operated under chronic underfunding ever since, providing a skeletal national passenger rail service that bears little comparison to the rail systems of Europe or Japan. Freight railroads have actually done better. In the 21st century, American freight railroads still carry an enormous share of the country's commercial traffic, about 40% of all freight ton miles in the country. The old Union Pacific route, across the same terrain that Chinese and Irish workers blasted and graded and spiked into being in the 1860s, still carries enormous trains of containerized freight, coal, grain, and automobiles. The names of the railroad companies have changed through mergers and bankruptcies and consolidations over the decades. The hundreds of 19th century railroads have been absorbed into a small number of large conglomerates, but the basic logic of the iron road remains. The infrastructure is still there, somewhat upgraded and modernized, following routes laid out by surveyors who were working with theodolites and horses, and the occasional hostile encounter with people who had different ideas about who owned the land. There is something to be said for infrastructure that lasts. The railroad that was built between 1863 and 1869 still, in a modified form, carries goods and people across the continent. The time zone system that the railroads imposed in 1883 is still the system we use today. The legal and corporate structures that the railroad companies developed and tested are still the structures within which American business operates. Legacy is like that. It outlasts the specific circumstances of its creation. It carries forward into a world that has changed so much the original creators would not recognize it. The Chinese workers who drilled through the Sierra Nevada granite did not know they were helping to create the corporate structure that Citizens United would eventually invoke. The Lakota hunters who watched the bison disappear did not know their grandchildren would refuse $1 billion in exchange for the land of their ancestors. The men who drove the Golden Spike at Promontory Summit did not know that the time zones they were forcing into existence would eventually govern every smartphone and every satellite and every coordinated operation of the global economy. History works like that. The consequences of big things spread out and keep spreading, past the horizon of anything anyone planned or intended, into futures no one foresaw. The Transcontinental Railroad was built in 6 years. It employed roughly 30,000 workers at its peak. It cost about $90 million in the money of its time. It crossed nearly 2,000 miles of plains, desert, and mountain. By any measure, it was an extraordinary achievement. It was also an achievement built on the bodies of immigrant workers who were paid less than their white counterparts and whose deaths were not carefully recorded. It was built with government subsidies that were redirected through schemes like Credit Mobilier into the private pockets of a small group of insiders. It was built through the displacement and, in many cases, the destruction of the native peoples whose lands it crossed, and it set in motion a chain of ecological violence, the destruction of the bison, the ploughing of the plains, the eventual disaster of the Dust Bowl that reshaped the ecology of an entire continent. None of this makes the railroad simply bad. The interconnected, continent-spanning nation that the railroad made possible generated enormous wealth, technological progress, and cultural vitality. The millions of immigrants who came to America and built their lives in the interior West in the farms and mines and small towns that the railroad made viable are the ancestors of millions of Americans alive today. The great cities of the American West, which the railroad built, are centers of innovation and culture and human aspiration. But the habit of celebrating only the achievement without looking at the cost is a form of dishonesty. It is the kind of dishonesty that makes it impossible to understand how the present came to be, the way it is, why the reservations are where they are, and look the way they look, why corporate power operates the way it does, why we think about time the way we think about it, why the grasslands of the Great Plains are what they are rather than what they were. To understand a place, you have to understand what it replaced. To understand an achievement, you have to understand what it cost. And to understand the present, you have to follow the long threads of consequence backward through history, past the golden spike and the rotting bison carcasses and the standardized clocks, all the way back to the moment someone decided that building an iron road across a continent was worth doing, regardless of the price. That is what history is. It is the whole story, not just the parts we put on monuments. There is one more thing worth saying before we close. The history of the Transcontinental Railroad is sometimes framed as a debate between two positions. Either it was a great achievement that should be celebrated, or it was a crime that should be condemned. Neither of these framings is adequate to the actual complexity of what happened. The railroad was built. It cannot be unbuilt. The consequences of its construction, the standardized time zones, the transformed ecology, the legal structures of corporate America, the cities and farms and ghost towns scattered across the Western landscape, all of these are facts of the world we live in. Understanding them clearly is not the same as approving or disapproving of them. Understanding them clearly is simply necessary if we want to understand how we got here and what our responsibilities are going forward. The descendants of the Chinese workers who built the Central Pacific are Americans. The descendants of the Irish workers who built the Union Pacific are Americans. The descendants of the Lakota and Comanche and Cheyenne whose world was destroyed by the railroad's coming are Americans, and they are also Lakota and Comanche and Cheyenne, and those identities have survived against enormous odds. The descendants of the homesteaders who broke the plains are Americans. All of these people are heirs to a complicated history, and they are all trying to figure out what that history means for how they live today. The bison are still coming back, slowly, carefully, one herd at a time. It takes a long time to restore what was lost, but it is happening. And now, having told you as much of that story as we could manage in one sitting, it is time to be quiet. The night is settling in. The world outside your window is doing what it does, cycling through its darkness, its cold, its indifferent turning. The iron road runs on through the Nevada desert and the Wasatch Range and the Nebraska plains, carrying its freight of grain and coal and containerized goods from coast to coast, as it has been doing for 150-odd years. Let your body get heavy. Let the images from tonight's journey drift and soften the bison in their millions, the Chinese workers on the granite cliffs, the telegraph operator tapping out the word done, the Lakota rider watching the horizon where the bison used to gather. Let it all be there, gently, in the background of your resting mind. You have heard the story of the Iron Road. It is a long one, and it is not over yet. This has been Sleepless History. If you enjoyed this episode, consider sharing it with someone who might benefit from a slow, thorough journey through the past on a sleepless night. New episodes appear regularly. Until next time, sleep well and good night.